Wah, kok begini rambut saya yang samping? Ntar rapiin rambut dulu guys. Let's go. MDL lagi mau mulai juga nih sekarang nih. Uff. Hmm. Wah, tim wipe anjir. Gila. Um, Fnob lah kalau aku lah, Fnatic. Onic PH. Si domengnya kuat banget ya ternyata. Baik, Muazzal, thank you. Halo Kenan. Beda 1000 ya. Aurora menjadi tim yang perjalanan mulus. Aurora dari lower bracket loh. Jadi udah gak mulus. Cuman ceritanya mereka memang bagus ya. Tim yang pertama kali dibentuk langsung lolos ke M Series. Wah, keculik. Wah, gila. Edward. Gila, King Kongnya juga kuat banget coy. Kuat banget ya si King Kong ya. Brusco-nya tumbang duluan. Tapi skillnya habis. Oh, disapu sama Kirk. Final slash-nya bagus banget. Fnatic Connect PH sih kalau aku masih. King Kong kemarin di TNC bener. Selalu clear minion dulu daripada karena lebih besar levelnya clear minion. Crips di atas menit yang kelima udah sama aja sih, setara dengan minion. Kalau soal masalah ambil buff, preference dia ya. Kayaknya dia memang nggak ngincer buat team fight kali. Jadi nggak terlalu butuh buffnya juga. Xbox Hyper lah. Indo juga ada Xbox Hyper. King Kong dulu justru bersinar di TNC. Teman-temannya gak bisa ngejar dia. Kalau draft terus terang gue suka kanan ya Aurora ya. Kalau secara hero power gue suka Fnatic. Itu hero-hero broken diambil dengan mereka. Onic ID gak sengeri Onic PH. Belum playoff, sabar dulu ya. RRQ bisa lah juara. Asal fansnya gak sombong-sombong. Emblemnya Valentina. Oh itu buat ini. Kalau dia hit musuh jadi tambah 5%. Jadi lebih sustain dia. Dia ngincer sustain. Mau pakai apa lagi? Biasanya kan Impure Rage kan. Daripada dia pakai Impure Rage mungkin ya udahlah. Dia main utility, dia main steady lane. 5% lumayan tambahannya. TNC bagus, TNC. Pemain-pemainnya kemarin. Apa saja sih. Mid dan EXP beli RAM menit ke berapa? Ke 8. Kalau mau beli menit ke 8 guys. Cek. Menit berapa? Prediksi skor ya. 4-1 lah. Wah jangan 4-3 cok kemalaman. 4-1 lah, 4-1 oke lah. Kenapa EXP-nya beli ROM? Ya kalau memang bisa aktif bagus, kalau udah aktif ya udah. Dapat assist, dapat gold assist. Gila nih. Si King Kong kayaknya retry-nya jarang banget ya miss ya. Nggak bisa, licin banget King Kongnya. Wah, Kirk juga bagus sih. Gila ini tim rapi banget. King Kongnya mau kabur diselamatin Final Slash.
Aurora so fast on the punish, and you think Fnatic Onic can do better to like get back on track and say, you know what, maybe we have to choose our targets. Maybe whoever Brusco kicks, Kirk you hit with the final slash. A -1 here in the situation.
King Kong dari kemarin gue liat retry-nya jarang kalah.
Going all the way around, looking to cut off.
They don't know.
Wah, di Final Slash lagi gila Kirk-nya.
Waiting patiently, Domeng goes into the bush, might be in trouble. King Kong will get away. Zaman Force gonna be used already.
Gila, ngeri banget cuy Fnatic punya team fight. Kirk-nya bagus nih. EXP baru lagi muncul buat ini. Buat PH.
Kelra goes down though. Setups from Demon Kite comes forward. Brusco able to get away for now. Domeng might be on the hunt, looking for more. The trade, the 1 for 2. Again, King Kong with the Queller shot to keep Domeng at bay.
Final slash deterrent on cue by Kirk, the young buck, pushing back Aurora, giving Fnatic Onic still a small victory. Again, 2 for the price of 1, but if it's the gold standard here, yeah, I'd still be a little skittish about that. I'm not too happy, but the map is blue, and that means the Sonics are still in control.
They're in control right now. Holding on to a very small lead.
Arlot jelek lawan siapa? Sebenarnya Arlot jelek lawan kayak siapa namanya itu? Khalid. Terus sebenarnya dia juga jelek lawan Edit, lihat tuh lawan Edit kan nggak terlalu banyak kan? Kirk ini tuh menangnya di team fight, final stressnya dari tadi kena terus. Gimana belum Domeng? Ada Lunox, santai aja. Lunox bisa nge-meltdown dia cepet.
And that's what's explaining why that fight lasted the way it did. It was about a
Tuyo enak skill 2 retry ya jelas.
And
Rata-rata memang kalau kita mau retry kita pakai satu skill dulu. Jadi musuh off balance. Dia nggak bakal bisa tahu nih kapan kita akan retry. Begitu. Ya tuh, Brusco 04, Kirk 03 ya. Tapi ya it's okay, karena Fnatic yang menang. Coba kalau mereka lagi live stream di Indonesia, dibacotin sama bocil-bocil KDA kan. Anjir KDA-nya WK, KDA-nya WK. Gak paham gue sih isi kepalanya gimana ya. Konsil. Let's go Brusco. Kelihatannya Brusco. Jadi saran gue sih kalau kalian masih jadi bocil KDA ya, kurang-kurangin lah. Ntar bilangnya King Kong KDA-nya cuma segitu nih 5, gak bisa gendong. Kocak. Kocak. Suyo cocok gak lawan apa? Maksud gimana tuh? Suyo susah lawan hero-hero tank sebenarnya nih. Dia susah lawan hero tank. Cuman kalau yang di sini King Kongnya tadi masuknya itu enak. Karena Kirknya umpan tarik sama si Brusco bisa kasih umpan tarik. Jadi yang tumbang itu 2 orang duluan tuh. Brusco atau Kirk yang tumbang duluan. Baru King Kongnya masuk. Kalau di Indonesia, wah ini mati nih King Kongnya nih. Kirknya yang mati kan. Ya, mereka si King Kong pasti numbalin dulu yang ada di depan, baru dia bakal masuk. Wow, gila King Kong. Wah. Gila ini King Kong. MPL ini minggu depan ya. King Kong coy. Wow. Mati pasti udah pasti ya. Pasti mati. This guy dude. Lihat gak tapi tadi yang gue bilang tadi, Brusco pasti mati, Kirk pasti mati duluan. 2 itu pasti mati. Tapi begitu 2-nya tumbang, skillnya musuh habis. King Kongnya enak buat langsung masuk bersih-bersih semuanya cepat. King Kong sama Lunox langsung masuk tadi sama si Kaelra. Jadi lu bisa bilang winning conditionnya FNOP tadi ya karena dua-duanya rela buat ngasih badan. Kalau mereka nggak dapat pun ya mereka bisa kasih umpan tarik, Final Slash keluar, Way Dragon-nya bisa kunci 1 dulu. Gila ya. Udah guys. Ini kita sambil nonton MDL gak sih?
I was actually thinking the exact same thing. It looked really good for Aurora for a minute. Even in the fight they were supposed to lose,
Secepat itu bang.
Onic just kept going.
Yeah, it looks like that was a statement from both of these two teams. Drafting-wise, Aurora was able to handle the Lunox up until they couldn't. Kelra was
IDC
majority of the game.
Ngomong-ngomong coy, kalau udah mulai ya, kalau udah mulai tadi gue lempar ke sebelah.
That Fnatic Onic Philippines wanted to do, but then FNOP got to crawl back. This is going to be a more closely contested grand finals than a lot of people probably thought.
FNOP sayangnya siapa kalau setara? Ada 4 tim di yang bisa lawan dia. Top 4-nya kita guys, itu bisa lawan dia. Mandi sambil nonton nggak tuh? Makanya gue bilang, kayak bocil-bocil KD ini harus paham juga sih. Jadi roamer, jadi EXP, itu nggak semudah yang kalian bayangkan juga kan. Atau bahkan kalau jadi jungler pun sulit. Tapi ini kuat banget cuy ini orang. Retry-nya nggak kalah-kalah dari tadi.
They play from a deficit even in the exact same way, shape and form, and they actually take the wins.
Yeah, and one thing we have to talk about when it comes to King Kong here is that he was actually the long lane manager. They were playing a 4-1 split for majority of the game. He was cutting top. He was cutting bot. Wherever the Lord is, that's where he's not. Because he's clearing the minion wave away from it.
Meluruskan ya buat teman-teman bocil-bocil semuanya nih ya. KDA memang bisa menentukan kalian menang, tapi nggak seutuhnya gitu. Lihat yang di sini nih. Lihat yang di sini. King Kongnya selalu bebas. Brusco hilang, Kirk nanti bakal ditumbalin juga. Baru Brusco King Kong masuk. Gila sih ini orang jago banget coy.
Aurora, you thought Aurora had the driver's seat there. They were in control. But during the first Lord dance like this, the kick coming in
yang
from
hilang
Brusco,
Brusco ya kan. King Kong masuk set. Nunggu di sebelahnya Lord.
Luckily the knockup was there from the Lord as well.
The knockup from the Lord helped.
Terus dia dapat lagi Lordnya. Sinting.
This is what I was going to talk about. In the first 30 seconds of the fight.
Ini Grandfinal MPL lagi mau mulai guys. Kita mau lihat apa?
They look like they're going to win. But what happens in the later parts where it's just Fnatic Onic taking these kills at the very least, at the very end?
Something we have to discuss here is the Brave Smite on this Valentina. Remember, Brave Smite has that 5% heal with skill, a skill hit happening every 5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But she also has her Primal Force passive, wherein if she hits someone that is lower level than her, she heals back 30% of the damage dealt. Usually, that's the EXP laner and the roamer. That's why Super Prince isn't afraid to poke in the front, because he knows that, hey, I have my Brave Smite, I have my passive, there's a good chance when I hit them with my skills, I'll be getting health back if I am brought down.
And I think he built the Blood Wings a bit earlier as well, making sure that you were able to stay in the fight longer, help out, Primal Wrath when you need to, and set for your team.
Yeah, and this was considering the fact that in 12-minute mark, Yue was actually the highest damage dealt for the whole game.
Right.
So doing this up against that was amazing. So the play here for
the player kalau
Fnatic
kalah,
during those
astaga.
times, crucial clashes, it was really Kirk who stepped up, just making
Tadi
sure
ya, guys,
that
ya.
the real
Gua
world
sambil
manipulation
ubah ke
wasn't
sebelah
really
ya.
utilized during those crucial moments.
Yeah, and we really have to give props here to Aurora, because their draft looks like it was played with the idea that Keller will probably end up with the Lunox. The last pick into the Ruby, of course, picking that into the Lunox. I get it now. Every team fight, once that real-world manipulation is dropped down, Keller is almost always inside of it. The one time he wasn't was the team fight that Fnatic Onic Philippines won right there in the end, where he was able to flicker Brilliance and then
error, cok.
We were talking about like Kelra earlier off cam. We're talking about how his
yang ngerasain kemarin di Grandfinal juga masih ada. Masih. Berarti pengalaman mungkin bisa yang terjadi kemarin itu bisa untuk jadi pembelajaran.
Oke guys ya, kita belok ke sini nih.
Bahkan untuk nanti masuk ke game yang pertama.
Harusnya gitu ya. Apalagi ya, selama masih ada lah, bisa dibilang yang senior lah ya, katakan yang seniornya ada juga. Karena kalau biasanya nih, kalau yang baru semua tiba-tiba Grandfinal.
Kalau sebelah udah mulai kabarin ya.
Nih,
Fokus kita tetap di MPL.
Atau
MPL PH gue pengen lihat. Ini cuma side dish.
Udah bener-bener
Side dish doang guys ya.
Tapi untuk most notable-nya ada Champ dan Wosipol ini dia. Kedua
Kita
jungle yang
MPL
mendapatkan
PH-nya juga,
spotlight. Tapi jujur, GP-nya Wosipol ini dahsyat banget loh.
Setuju ya. Deal ya.
750.6. Tapi ya kalau ngeliat dari pool heroesnya sebenarnya juga gak terlalu beda jauh ya. Kayak emang udah meninggalkan ke arah fighter-fighter junglernya, cuma ada terselip aja nih antara Julian dan juga Alpha yang memang ini masih
ini apa,
masuk
jungler
ke
ya?
pilihan setelah mungkin ada Suyo dan juga ada Bane di area jungle. Tapi jangan lupakan juga Wosipol ini cukup versatile dengan bahkan
Wosipol ini
membawa
udah
Kara
lama
Ellis
banget
juga
loh.
semalam di match point mereka. Dan berarti PR besar juga ini untuk kedua belah coach. Rave kita tahu nih udah lama banget, bahkan udah pernah dapat gelar juaranya juga.
Betul.
Tapi akan berhadapan nih sama satu sosok
Sinyalnya siapa
wanita
hilang?
yang juga banyak gelarnya bersama dengan Bigetron Era.
Itu dia. Jadi ya sama-sama bawa pengalaman ya intinya ya, pengalamannya
Alpha jungler build tank apakah bagus?
Itu dia.
Tetap
Cuman
War X
ya
sih.
memang
Ada
mungkin
satu War
ini
X
agak tricky.
biar cepat nge-meltdown
Jujur, untuk
musuh.
Bigetron, memang scene dari competitive play this dan juga yang main itu berbeda dari hero. Ya biasa hero nyaman itu lebih diutamakan untuk scene ladies, dan sekarang masuk di MDL gak bisa nih sekedar ngambil hero nyaman. Mereka harus
Live tanggal 23 start.
dengan hero satu.
Apakah RRQ hancurkan duta runner up? Udah 3 kali grand final, ya harusnya RRQ sih. Udah it's time guys.
Dari setiap role, katakanlah.
Masa kalah lagi? Kalau kalah lagi gak paham gue sama ini MDL-nya. Harusnya mereka memang push MDL juga ya. Gak mungkin gak push MDL.
Jadi,
Wah, berat banget.
jadi selain perjalanan yang susah juga ya di Grand Final, ini masing-masing tim udah harus siapin sampai match game ke-6.
Game ke-6.
Karena game 7 kalau global band kayak gini game 7 reset. Dimana bakal bisa dipakai lagi hero-hero yang udah digunakan. Tapi berarti sejauh ini di season lalu ya yang bener-bener full seriesnya digunakan.
Kalau ke Bandung, ih rahasia dong nginep di
Baru
mana.
di season lalu.
Nanti anak-anak
Itu
pasti
adalah
nge-share
rally
sih.
juga dari RRQ
Kalau
Sena.
saya mah
Jadi
diem-diem
harusnya
aja ya.
pengalaman untuk menjalani 7 game secara beruntun itu udah ada di mereka, walaupun ada pergantian dari segi pemain-pemainnya, tapi setidaknya bekal-bekal
kaget aku juga kira main
yang
ini
akan
coachnya
membuat
ya.
mereka improve.
Gue bener-bener notice banget bagaimana di
Buat
babak
vlog.
playoff
Amin
ini
ya,
Bigetron
amin ya.
Beta
Saya usahakan ya teman-teman ya. Kalau mau buat vlog kalian nonton kan?
dengan Lins yang masuk untuk mengisi
Masih
posisi
kosong-kosong,
Aurora
Aziza.
sebagai jungler. dan impact-nya maksimal banget sejauh ini ya ketika Leeds bermain. Karena mungkin sense of ketika dia di jungler dan dia tahu gimana caranya untuk nge-harvest
All in BTR.
itu kejadian banget.
Coachnya BTR cewek ya.
Lawan KG
Itu dulu yang ladies.
atau match kemarin mereka ketika bertanding juga.
BTR ladies dulu.
Jadi bakal menjadi satu
Final.
acuan tersendiri mungkin untuk teman-teman RRQ Sena.
Oke, kalau misalkan kalian melihat juga nih dari tim head to headnya, mungkin yang bisa paling di spotlight
FNOP
dari
1-0
semua
ya.
data yang mirip-mirip.
Ini aku sambil lihat gak sih
Unique
sebelahnya
Hero
santai
Pick.
aja.
Ya memang,
Tidak
Global
akan
Game ini
ketinggalan
secara
kalian ya.
nggak langsung bakal
Grandfinal
memaksa juga
MPL
untuk player-player
kira-kira
memperluas
siapa?
hero pool. Tapi
Ah,
kalau
tusun-tusai
cuma
gak sih?
bener-bener bisa main banyak hero, menurut
Harus
gua
lihat top
nggak bisa
4-nya dulu
juga.
lah.
Nggak bisa jadi penentuan.
Tapi
59
kalau
menurut
gue
gua
bilang ya
sebenarnya
kayaknya
sih.
ranking
Sebenarnya
1-2 reguler
tergantung
ya.
dari game yang sudah dimainkan.
Tinggal nunggu
Tapi
kejutan
kalau
aja
ngelihat dari
kalau memang
RRQ
ada.
dan juga Bigetron,
BTR yang mantan MPL siapa?
32 dan Turtle. Gue mungkin
Nggak ada
memberatkan
sih,
dari
ini
Bigetron
pemain-pemain
yang
baru
dimana
semua.
mungkin group stage dan progressive run mereka terbilang kurang mulus. Sehingga Turtle selain per gamenya, dia kalah dengan 0,5 poin dari RRQ Sena. Tapi bukan masalah juga. Karena di playoff kemarin mereka benar-benar menunjukkan. Sekalinya lepas Turtle, mereka ambil yang lain.
Wih.
Yap, ini Grand
Piala
Final.
bergengsi
Iya
lagi
dong.
disorot. Luar biasa.
Ini terlihat
Sambil
dari
jalan
season
MPL PH kita.
10 nih.
Kita stream dua-duanya.
Season genap.
Kingkong
Berat.
never miss
Berat.
retribution tadi.
Berat betul. Dapetinnya juga berat. Bukan
Betul.
cuma sekedar pialanya aja.
Tuh.
Gengsinya dan ya balik lagi sih ngelihat dari strategi yang harusnya disiapkan dari kedua belah tim bermain series yang cukup panjang karena ini kan perdana ya kan kalau ngelihat dari best of 5 di progresifnya
Ya.
walaupun memang banyak yang berakhir 3-2
Diumumkan kecepatan
Ya.
panik
mereka
udah
harus
itu.
siapin juga untuk di game ke-6 nih yang tricky kan.
Yap.
Kok pindah? Yang sebelah masih ngobrol-ngobrol juga.
Selanjutnya ya kan. 3-2 ya. Mental tuh juga harus dilihat. Ya. Karena juga pasti akan banyak energi yang terkuras kalau misalnya main kayak 4-3 di tahun lalu.
Ya daftar aja Cimol.
Mana
Mana saya tahu di mana.
off di momen tersebut.
Halo Mei.
Dan itu bisa dimaksimalkan.
Ya ini MDL
Bakal
dulu,
jadi
kita sambil
ya.
watch MDL juga.
Kan hal seperti itu bakal terjadi juga.
Ya, mungkin kalau ngelihat dampak ya.
Baru ya,
dampak
Donnya nggak ada ya,
untuk
Donnya?
MDL yang ketika final EVOS versus Dewa. Nah itu masalah dari hero terlihat jelas tuh saat itu. Tapi nggak sampai game 7. Mereka cuma sampai 4-2 berarti. Sampai di game
Gue
ke-6
berharap
aja,
4-3 sih
hero-nya
kalau
habis.
MDL.
Nah itu dampaknya.
Jadi
Tapi
MPL PH
menurut gua
4-0
gitu.
atau
Waktu season
4-1.
kemarin,
MDL-nya 4-3. Jadi ada kita
gameplaynya
kebagian
mungkin
waktu
yang
buat
mulai
nonton juga gitu.
kebawa semenjak Geek Fam dapetin satu
Prediksi yang
poin,
juara
poin
MDL
keduanya,
siapa? Harusnya
habis
RRQ
itu
guys ya.
selalu
Udah kalah 2 kali di Grand Final
Kenapa
masa mau
mereka
dibuat yang ketiga
mungkin
lagi?
gagal risetnya
Yep.
dari RRQ juga dan harusnya sih melihat kemarin banget nih RRQ.
FNOP di playoff
3-0
belum pernah kecolongan
Onic.
poin.
Gua ngeliat mental
Kayaknya
mereka
udah
juga
kecolong
masih
sekali.
sehat.
Setahu kecolong
Bagus
sekali.
banget ya, bahkan bisa dibilang Onic dan RRQ
Iya,
tim yang
kecolong
cukup
sekali
kuat
ya
di
dari
MPL
AP Brand ya.
sekarang juga ya yang bahkan
Dari Falcon ya.
digadang-gadang mereka bisa jadi grand finalist tapi mereka harus ketemu di semifinal.
FNOP udah menang
Dan
satu
tidak ada
game.
lower bracket menandakan siapa yang kalah harus tereliminasi. Dan emang
RRQ
kali ini
menang.
ada satu
RRQ tercomeback.
performa yang cukup meningkat dari Bigetron Beta. Mereka juga cukup bagus.
Ini sama-sama
waktu di
ngobrol-ngobrol
playoff
sih.
lalu.
Kalau
Tapi
sebelah
yang
duluan
berbeda
mulai,
beda. Kalau
saya akan
dulu
pindah
kita
sebelah
dengar
ya.
untuk
Jangan
set
salahkan
sama
saya ya.
Shive.
Benar-benar.
Kan sekarang Shive-nya udah tidak terlihat lagi ya di Bigetron Beta.
Ini apa?
Iya.
Iya.
Hah? Bukan.
Abang.
kayaknya.
Lagi mengejar ini kan katanya di berhasil
Bener.
biar berhasil.
Dia berhasil. Kemarin datang
Brusco.
sempet.
Benar.
Tapi kalau Brusco main kayak tadi di Indo pasti dihujat.
Datang.
05 soalnya.
CV-nya.
Muncul KDE parah banget.
Dari
Cok.
Bigetron juga.
Tidak terselamatkan, tidak terselamatkan. Mau Brusco, mau Kirk itu main di Indo kayak tadi mainnya langsung dihujat.
Tapi ya kalau
Belum
lihat dari
mulai
Bigetron
sebelah.
sendiri
Gue sambil lihat nih.
impact dari Gold Lane memang akan lebih terlihat sekarang sih.
Kapan ke
Jujurnya,
Bandung? Minggu depan,
spotlightnya akan
minggu
pindah ke jungle. Karena gue ngeliat Wosipol, mungkin di season kemarin, season sebelumnya, Wosipol mainnya kan tank gitu ya.
Selamat
Iya.
sore Zuka.
Fedrin, yang mau
Kenapa nggak
gimana pun,
start-start ya?
Fedrin itu nggak bakal dapat spotlight yang lebih banyak daripada carry-nya.
Dan
Tapi sekarang,
Ini ya waktunya
Nonton
nggak
Mobile
sih
Zen,
buat
buset,
Apple?
Mobile Zen
saatnya
ya.
Wosipol bersinar.
Ya.
Tapi jangan salah lawannya, ini pendatang baru yang dapat spotlight juga nih.
Ya.
Chan. Ya, bahkan nih mungkin dari progresif hampir semua mempertanyakan
Sumpah
kemana
sih.
Ians.
Guys,
Gimana
buat yang
Ians,
datang
kapan
protes
Ians
kenapa gue
dimainkan.
nonton MDL.
Tapi ya ternyata Chen
Sebelah itu
sanggup
masih
kok
Benar.
untuk pegang dan
tunggu
bawa
ya,
sampai
masih
grand
menunggu.
final.
Iya. Dan
Oke.
Ian ya yang ya terlihat sebenarnya juga pada
Kalau
saat
kalian
meta-metanya
protes
masih
seperti
ke
itu,
utility,
nggak
tetap
nyaman
ada
ngelihat
Kaminya
judulnya.
dia juga
Heeh.
Gak usah ngetik, mending pindah
menyala
langsung
lampu,
serius.
Ya kan. Kayaknya dia lagi coba untuk menjadi salah satu sub dulu ya, karena ada pergantian yang dilakukan oleh
Serius deh, itu
Arab
ngeselin
terutama.
banget tau.
Ya,
Ngerespon orang-orang
coba
kayak gitu
lagi
paling
nih,
ngeselin. Caper-caper itu
sesuatu
caper-caper
yang baru.
provokator.
Akan seperti apa nantinya eksekusi
Ini final juga
dari
nih, final MDL.
kedua belah tim ini karena strategi
Jangan belajar
akan
jadi
semakin
provokator di
terlihat
dunia online.
pastinya. Tapi lihat Kingdom
Gak
seru
bagus.
banget sih di belakang sana.
Ini saya udah, kalau lagi
Rame
on-cam saya lagi
banget.
joget juga tuh kayak mereka tuh.
MPL PH lagi mulai
Rame
sekarang.
banget ya.
Kacau.
Dan ini udah langsung
Caper kosong ya, itu dia CR-in. Caper isi otaknya kosong.
Boleh
Berat
semangat
hidup.
tapi sehat-sehat ya, besok ke Bandung.
Besok ke
Ya.
Bandung.
Tahan.
Nah,
Sehat-sehat ya.
bentar.
Aha.
Emang besok mereka ke Bandungnya?
Ya bisa jadi besok dia bantuin ini loading LED.
Bisa.
Bisa semua nanya lah, lama banget playoff. Sabar.
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 Semua ada prosesnya ya kan.
Benar.
Nggak bangun candi kayak Sang Kuryang tiba-tiba.
Nah, di
besok
sebelah udah 3
hadir
menit lagi
tuh.
nih mulai nih.
Sabar.
Dia nggak bangun candi.
Siapa yang bangun candi ya?
Dia bikin.
Kalau 3 menit lagi
ya.
belum mulai, kita langsung ke draftnya sebelah
Salah.
lagi.
Salah didik lah.
Salah cerita.
Salah cerita.
Itu karakternya beda.
Yang bikin siapa ya? Yang satu candi 1000 candi satu malam itu siapa ya?
Roro Jonggrang.
Withering itu
Oh,
minuman
Jonggrang.
kayak Miche kalau nggak salah.
Bener.
Ini ceritanya udah beda daerah, beda karakter.
Apa?
Jauh juga dan
Terlalu jauh ya.
mungkin lihat dari Bigetron nih. Kalau mereka bisa bawain vibe positifnya,
Ya.
Ya.
gua rasa mencuri poin di awal itu bisa jadi nilai plus bagi mereka.
Oke.
Balik lagi, berseason-season RRQ, dia sering banget mencuri poin duluan dan itu nge-boosting banget loh.
Benar.
Buat mereka.
Tapi di season kemarin juga ketika mereka
Zaz
udah dapetin
masih.
poin, mereka juga
Lihat
kadang-kadang
RBL
kalah
itu
dengan
selalu pakai
konsentrasinya
Zaz.
sendiri.
Alright.
Ini
Nah,
yang
ini
jadi
kalau kalian lama nunggu nih
pertanyaan
guys
besar,
ya.
apakah mereka sudah belajar dari kesalahan tersebut atau enggak?
Nah, ya.
Gameplay mereka tak kebaca apa enggak sama lawannya. Dan ngomongin tadi kan sempat ada beberapa singgungan terhadap Wosi Paul juga nih. Aku pertama kali lihat Wosi Paul yang benar-benar efektif banget itu ketika
Nggak ada
di
di sini
ESL.
ya.
ketika bertarung sama
Harus
juara
gua copy
dunia.
lagi.
Itu kekuatan Wosi Paul ini sangat-sangat kelihatan. Tapi pas masuk ke regular season di MPL Edition 10 ini gak kelihatan tuh.
Karena adaptasi lagi nggak sih?
Ya,
Karena kan
transisi.
pasti kan dari segi strateginya akan berbeda, gameplaynya juga beda karena player-playernya berarti beda juga kan.
Beda juga.
Kan, itu ngaruh banget pastinya
Sangat.
untuk chemistry karena kadang ya chemistry itu penting loh. Kita gak usah komunikasi, udah tahu nih geraknya mau kemana. Satu
Benar.
hati, satu suara,
Ya.
satu keluarga dikontrol.
Wow.
Bukan.
Iya, kesana arahnya ya. Saya tadi pikir mau kemana nih suara-suara dan gue setuju banget dengan apa yang Aul bilang. Karena kalau ngomongin soal gold lane aja sekarang berubah dari yang mana sebelumnya mungkin
Bandung,
bisa
ke Bandung,
pakai
ke Bandung.
gold lane yang manja.
PH
Romer
belum
bisa
mulai,
fokus
belum mulai,
ke
masih
arah
ngobrol.
gold lane. Sekarang nggak bisa.
Nih,
Romer
sambil
harus
nunggu
lihat dari
tuh.
jungle-nya juga.
Ya.
Harus pakai
Silakan.
Gold lane. Ya apalagi mungkin sekarang makanya One sering muncul ya.
Ya.
Selain karena emang impact dari
Baik banget ya, gue,
Yourself Together sebagai ke
ketutupan
arah
nggak tuh?
emblemnya. Tapi ada player komen nih dari Chen
Oke.
sebagai jungler
Cakep.
biasa. Sorry, sebagai jungler biasa aja melihat Wosi Paul. Gak ada yang spesial dari Wosi Paul. Dia core wajar kalau harus gendong-gendong.
Oh gitu.
gitu.
Walaupun komanya salah ya, yo.
Maaf.
Sorry. Biasa aja, katanya Chen biasa aja.
Ya,
Itu salah satu bentuk kayak ya tetap respect
Ya.
karena memang itu mungkin dia tahu
Live
tuh
MPL ID mulai hari
jungle
Rabu ya,
sekarang
mulainya
yang
hari
udah
Rabu.
shifting ke assassin, nge-damage juga.
Ya.
Ya berarti memang harus carry
Sebelah
atau
kok belum
bahkan
mulai ya?
beberapa strategi yang
Pasti
masih
Bandung live juga
kebawahnya
gak?
tetap
Ya live
dapat
santai
carry.
aja sih,
Ya.
gak bisa live kayak
Bawa ke
gini.
arah gold lane-nya di fighter.
Soalnya perkakas gue bukan
Jadi
yang
jungle-nya
kayak yang di
sebenarnya
rumah
jadi
yang heavy
tumpuk
duty
nih.
gini ya.
ya.
Jadi tulang
Ini kan heavy duty nih perkakasnya.
Bener.
Dan gua
Kalau bawa
suka
ke sana yang
sih,
ringan-ringan aja. nggak usah
menormalisasi
susah.
untuk ngegendong. Ini penting karena jangan terlalu kayak wah gila jungle-nya bisa gendong-gendong nih, jungle-nya bisa ngangkat terus nih. Tapi memang sekarang tugas dari jungle jujurnya adalah gendong.
Ya.
Nah kayak kita bisa mengutip sedikit dari tim Altrigo mungkin,
Ya.
dari MPL-nya.
Nah,
Sosok dari Nail yang kalau ditanya ketika Nail underperform dia akan bete sendiri. Dia akan kecewa, kenapa gue nggak gendong, role gue adalah harus ngegendong.
ya,
Dan iya normalisasilah untuk ngegendong dari jungle.
ya. Dan bahkan memang kalau misalnya ngelihat bagaimana teman-teman yang ada di posisi jungle itu sering banget kalau kita lihat kayak Link,
Udah ya?
Angela,
Kalau
itu
udah, tutup
menandakan
dulu.
banget dia bakal nge-carry di kanan kirinya bisa
Nah,
ada
jujur itu
Ruby.
WDP guys.
Bahkan waktu hari pertama
Jujur itu ada
kita
WDP
lihat
nya di
bagaimana
dalam.
Kak Gendra
Ya udah,
memainkan
kalau pada
sistem
banyak
seperti
tanya
itu
ya
di
udah.
kirinya untuk gold lane ada di tangan
Tapi emang
Expo.
nggak
Tapi kita
nggak
akan membawa
kebagian aja. Oke,
kalian
Pove.
untuk
Wah,
melihat game yang pertama.
serius nih guys,
babak
chipnya
Grand
dilepas.
Final.
Apakah
MPL
mereka sedang
season
bercanda
10,
melepas chip?
Coach Stasi akan memberikan tajinya mungkin di game ini.
Oke, tapi terlihat langsung terselip satu hero nyaman
PH belum ini ya,
dari
belum mulai ya.
Rexona.
Kalau PH mulai gue langsung
Yoi,
pindah PH.
Yang langsung masuk ke band. di fase pertama, Lim.
Dari awal bahkan ya. Gak
Oh,
ragu sama sekali.
gua kira di pick,
Sebenarnya
di
gua
band
ngeliat
ternyata.
dari
Oke,
global
Pove
band
band,
adalah
Loyi
best
band,
of seven.
Fanny
Ada
band,
loh satu strategi
Suyo
yang
band
dimana
kah atau mau diambil
lepas
Suyonya?
semua untuk hero-hero yang kuat di awal, pancing mereka pakai.
Nanti
yang
nanti
nggak
gua
ada
keluarin
di
lagi ya.
next game-nya gitu kan.
Gua
Tapi
keluarin
memang
habis
strategi seperti
game
itu
kedua
resiko
PH.
juga
Ya,
loh
PH
yang
lagi
tinggi.
yang
Apalagi
belum
kalau
mulai.
dilakukan oleh Bigatron. Balik lagi RRQ sering banget nih mendominasi dari game-game awalnya, mencuri poin di awal dan langsung ngeboosting mental mereka.
Valentina. Wow, targeting mahal.
Buat
Buat
Rexlona ya.
Rexlona yang bahkan secara Rexlona
Nggak usah
memang
cepet-cepetan,
agresif,
banyak kok
secara
ini.
pengalaman juga tinggi. Tapi jangan lupakan Danielsa.
Bener.
Danielsa ini sering banget nge-enable yang lainnya.
Belum masih ingat di
Ada
pikiran
Khalid
kita
nih,
bagaimana
guys.
ada Chow ya yang bisa menjadi satu setup bagi teman-teman dari RRQ Sena.
Atau
ini
Matilda,
seperti
ada Matilda
besar
juga.
Dari Danielsa
Tapi jadi global jadi
mau
sulit sih
menangin
kalau
matchup
global.
untuk Riza nggak sih ini?
bisa jadi.
Bisa. Balik lagi
Kalau
di
Hoki
game
dapat
pertama
WDP.
ya. Chance untuk ngelepasin beberapa hero tuh sangat-sangat mungkin. Karena strategi itu terlalu banyak. Kalau memang mau ditarget ban dari awal. Matilda open. Dan Gatot Kaca bahkan di first picknya. Bukan Khalid, bukan Matilda. Dan ngeliat Gatot Kaca, responnya Matilda Alpha kan langsung.
Matilda. Matilda Alpha bisa ya? Tapi Matilda dulu nggak sih sekarang nih setidaknya mau
Iya.
sama Khalid. Gak masalah kalau buat aku kayaknya. Yang penting Matildanya dulu nih. Karena memang cocok sama gameplay agresif dari Danielsa.
Ya.
Tapi bukan tipikal yang ke pick off soalnya ya.
Benar.
Tapi mungkin RRQ Sena juga punya rencana lain lagi. Karena global ban ini yang menjadi cukup tricky. Kayak nggak selalu bisa diambil buru-buru.
Oh,
Tapi ya,
Chushin.
ada Chushin. Jangan lupakan satu hero mid lane yang sudah mulai
Matilda.
muncul ke permukaan dan harusnya
Wah,
kalau
hero-hero
melihat
lompat nih.
antara Matilda dan juga Chushin,
Si RRQ.
ini poros mid lane ya atau
Ambil
duo
aja gak sih alfanya? Udah
aktif
bungkus aja dulu
banget
alfanya
dan
diambil.
agresif banget.
Ya, aku setuju
Mid
dengan
lanernya
pastinya
ambil,
akan ada one
aduh
versus
pengen
dari
bilang
kedua
Yif
hero
susah ya
ini.
kalau Yif ya.
Di tangan Rexlona dan juga
Aurora.
Danielsa, poking yang diharapkan di early game bisa aja terjadi, Lim.
Harus kasar sih lebih tepatnya. Matilda, gue memberatkan kepada Matildanya, mungkin dia nggak perlu untuk nge-baby shit di arah gold lane atau ke arah jungle-nya.
Matilda sama
Bantu
chipnya,
Blitz
masih
dari
mahal
tengah,
chip.
bawa
Chip itu masih
Blitz
prior.
dengan guiding win ke atas,
Guys,
ataupun ke bawah,
sebelah udah
ke
mulai.
jungle.
Saya pindah ke sebelah ya.
Possible juga untuk orang.
Nanti kita lanjut lagi ya di sini ya.
Pemilihan Aurora beserta Harit nih sekarang 3 magic damage di 3
Ada
awalnya. Tapi kayak
sulit juga
berkali-kali
nih,
kita
ganti-ganti
melihat
terus
bagaimana Chushin ini di match up dengan Yif.
If I'm FNOP, they can just go ahead and steal away the Valentina as well. But FNOP, one of their best picks has been this Gatot Kaca. And Eve is making a fierce comeback to the meta.
Let's go. Kita nonton yang ini dulu ya.
Yeah.
For both of our teams so far in the grand finals.
And remember, Super Friends 4-0 with this hero going into this grand finals.
Okay, so right now, Aurora.
Nanti
they actually secure one of the
habis ini habis match ini nanti
specialties
aku
of
bagi lagi
Doming
ya, sabar
when
ya.
it comes to the gold lane, let's see. Because a while ago he did pick. What did he pick again a while ago?
Loyi
He
lagi
did
sering
pick
di
a
ban.
Harrod, and this time I think he could go for the Moscow.
Ini beda nih, ini beda nih.
Yeah, obviously the hero pick earlier
Gatot
for
Yif,
Lunox
mati
did
lagi
the
di ban, oh
job,
wajar.
but it wasn't like
Oh dilawan dengan
what
siapa?
I was expecting as well. There's the Harip,
Harip,
obviously a
Rafaela.
lot easier for Doming.
Rafaela,
On
benar.
the other side,
Ooh.
Finally.
Hebat nggak mau
Yeah, early
Rafaela?
Rafa pick up. This means Fnatic
Rafa buat lawan
might
Yif,
actually
guys.
have to commit a ban
Jadi bisa
onto
cepat
the
keluar dari sana.
Alpha later on.
Yep.
But then one hero that actually still pairs well with a Rafaela, and we haven't seen this combination yet, it's the Bane, which we've already seen Aurora dish out. And Bane into the Eve means that, well, both teams just don't want to fight under two big ultimates. It sets up for the Harith. So Fnatic Onic Philippines have to watch out for that.
But there's already a Suyo for Demon Kite.
they
Yes,
can't
excuse me.
combo
Sorry, I
it.
got a little bit too excited about that.
Unless gold lane Suyo.
No,
Just
XP
kidding.
Suyo
Just
bisa.
kidding.
Leo's
You
the
know
one who
me.
got excited with the Bane
I like
idea.
the
Yeah,
joke
no,
around.
like I was playing ranked with Leo earlier, so you know. Okay, so they go for the
Balmon
Nolan here,
pernah
strong
di-pick.
burst pick. Usually with
Tapi nggak
lineups like
terus-terusan ya
these,
di-pick.
you will need one burst because you don't have the -1 crowd control. What you do get is the -1 burst delete. But Fnatic Onic
Fokus di
Philippines
sini dulu,
needs to
guys.
layer
Nanti
their
baru
damage
kita ke
properly
sebelah,
because if that
oke?
burst doesn't get a kill, they'll just heal through it and then they lose the fracture of the Nolan already.
Again,
Yang
if
patah-patah
you
dari sana sih.
have a Nolan trying to catch up,
Nggak
that's
tahu, gue
not the
nontonnya nggak
Nolan that
patah-patah.
you
Karena emang
want
kalian
to see.
patah-patah.
Right, we saw a bit of that yesterday where the Nolan fractures were barely scratching the opposition. So
Selamat sore
you're
Dika.
gonna have to play upbeat here
There's the
early on.
Phobius.
Onic MDL gak lo?
Another
Kalah
from
kemarin.
Edward. I have a feeling Is this Rafaela really just like the response to the Eve and
Yes.
the Gata Kacha? It seems like
pretty
it.
much,
Feels like it, right?
Yeah, it's not
Lunox
really
gak sih?
anymore just them setting up for, because I was thinking, are they setting up for something like an X-board,
The
EXP
combo.
lane?
Right.
Yeah, but that's not gonna do well. They're gonna
Hero-nya
need something
Kirk di
like
ban.
Terizla, something really
Arlot,
tanky.
Jepang
With the
menyapa.
Edith
Hey,
in the hands of
gila jauh
Edward,
banget tuh Jepang
with the
tuh.
Edith
Halo.
gone, and the playmaking Arlot's gone, Phovis is gone as well.
Yeah, Terizla looks like the prime pick
AMDL udah kalah hari
in
pertama.
this specific scenario. High loss is not touched yet.
Oh, high loss would be okay. Actually, you just need another hero that can pack a
Yeah.
little bit of healing. That's another idea that you can go for, which also means that
Tantangan
the
tim Indo buat lawan
Benedetta
FNOP
Revitalize might actually be open here if they really want to cut
banyak
through the
sih
formation
tantangannya.
of Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Karena
is the real
FNOP
world
adalah
formation.
barisan
But
pemain-pemain
however, again, that is risky
yang
because you're
terbuang
up against a
dan
Gata
mereka
Kacha.
membuktikan,
They were reading into it as
bukan
well.
membuktikan sih,
You know
mereka
what?
berhasil
Benedetta. You
membuktikan.
talk about Benedetta.
Ya itu
Who
Coach
knows
Tony
who
tuh dibalik ya, Yenot ya.
pair up with Benedetta before? Edward, season 11, season 12.
Season 7, that's
Way
that
back,
far back.
way back, far back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we call them Edward
Suyo baru bisa
Solon.
dipakai nanti
So
abis
right
ini.
now, they still take out the Tigreal, so they're not quite sure if this Gata Kacha would go to the XP or the roam, because we've seen it yesterday being flexed to the XP.
Here it is.
Flaptizzy, and here it is.
We've been looking for this Beatrix since game 1.
Yeah.
Finally makes an appearance here for
Cow
Kelra.
gak sih ini
They're running
ngambilnya?
out of EXP laners that they
Ini
can't pick to
cow brus kok
actually
nih.
build a big enough dent to mess with the Bea, to mess with the Eve. This weirdly enough needs to be an
Ini
EXP
final, ini
lane that
final.
can deal a respectable amount of damage while being tanky.
Yang
Problem
ini,
is they're up
kalau yang
against
ini
a
aku
Gata
suka
Kacha and
FNOP.
potentially another formation breaking set up EXP laner in the hands of Fnatic Onic Philippines. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the hands of Legend Zero, Mr. Consistent Edward in this one.
You're gonna have to keep in mind that the Eve as well is count or crowd control.
Game 1 menang
immune.
FNOP,
So,
game
You go to
1.
Rizla.
heroes like Terizla actually don't affect the Eve that much, especially in the clutch.
Yeah.
But they have no choice, I think, at this point.
Yeah, they needed some tankiness. They get the Valentina for you. The EXP lane here, still flexible, is this Gata Kacha. They can go for Show EXP, something that Fnatic Onic Philippines has done before, or the Ruby for Kirk. Let's see what they're gonna
dua slot
end
bener.
up going for.
Ini mereka
See
udah
the
pasti
Waker
lolos ke
options
ini.
right
Mereka
now,
sudah
because I
pasti
wouldn't
lolos
wanna
ke
go
M
like
Series.
Grok here. They can go Kaja Beatrix, actually. Since they already have the Gata
Yeah.
Kacha, they could
And
put the... Yeah,
And it's a good counter for Suyo.
yeah.
Exactly.
Lots of options.
So many
Chow
options
aja
here. Again,
udah.
that's why they're
Pakai
taking
Chow.
their sweet time with this one.
Pilihannya Chow atau Kaza
Trying
kan?
to weigh
Chow
it
aja
out.
udah.
See who might need more protection.
Chow.
And who might, if they
Chow.
might go for a full-on
Chow.
engage.
Siapa?
Ooh.
Franco.
Franco for Brusco.
Not what I
Franco
expected.
Brusco.
Same idea with the Kaja.
Yeah, same idea with the
Naman
Kacha.
combo
Yeah,
dia,
no.
main
That's
combo.
press. That's
Just harder.
That's a press that's actually gonna be insta-locking onto the Suyo
Yeah.
100% of the time.
I think the idea
Pegel-pegel.
with
Waduh.
that is if they gave the Kaja would have had a chance to be able to still get away, dash away. The Franco, if ever Yue wants to get the ultimate of the
FNOP,
Franco,
guys.
he's stuck there. He will have to take damage.
Yeah.
Yap, M Series
And
tanpa
at this
Fecap
point,
ya.
Just wait it up.
Sebenarnya
the
masih 1-0
Beatrix
buat Onic.
Franco combination once again. I'm just excited how Fnatic Onyx gonna pull this off.
We are on game number 2, ladies and gents, and the match is getting even hotter. Throw it over to Leo and Naisu.
The Bruiser bringing back an old favorite. There's the Franco. When was the last time you saw Franco?
Oh man, the last time. Honestly, I just think of maybe an international stage.
Kalau Franco di Indo banyak bang.
Season, have we?
This is another
Season
hero.
14? I think it's another hero added to the list here.
Still catching up though.
M6
That's
tanpa
just me
timnas bumi.
missing the utility jungler meta. Welcome to game 2. It's the Grandfinals. Fnatic Onic Philippines facing off against Aurora. Last game just lasted underneath 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Perebutan
So it was
Suyo
still
nih
a
semua
very
nih.
manageable duration game. But now, with this new hero, I wonder if Aurora was ready for it.
Enggak sih, kalau kutukan-kutukan mah tergantung player ya.
It's a good question because I don't think a lot of people probably were thinking about this. I would have loved to heard. I know, you guys got a glimpse of Wolf is here. He loves to do his predictions. I wonder if he even predicted this because I think he's over on the Filipino stream. But with that being said, yeah, you're gonna have this kind of play a part, and it's probably so where you didn't want to give too many of those options of mobility to Yue because of the fact that he's playing the Valentina here again, and he's got some options now. What he wants to take. It could even be an avatar of the Guardian, but
Ayo,
that's
ada
something,
Franco-nya di sana.
part of
Tarik,
the game
Franco,
is mostly
tarik,
gonna be the real world manipulation himself. But I think one of the things here that could play to the advantage.
Lebih cepat nolong dong farmingnya. Lihat King Kong farmingnya udah level 4 duluan.
On the Scatakacha, we know
Di
how
next
good
Rafaela
this
Revamp
field
bisa
has
hidupin
been
yang mati ya.
and the Revitalize. So that's always something that Aurora has to keep in mind, especially if they try to actually take out Kirk.
And it's going to be difficult to take out Kirk alone. If anything, it's Kirk who's going hunting, and Aurora who's constantly shifting their zone, shifting their box. That penalty zone.
Bagus banget ya, dia tahu ada orang. Cuma kasih fracture terus pergi.
I'm loving the heel man. I'm loving the Rafaela on Renegade. It's a very different flavor compared to how he was looking for fights with the Ruby earlier.
Kemarin kan kerja,
Here,
Bang.
He's controlling the flow of battle. He's saying, all right, we heal up here. They can't come close. We're going to Holy Baptism over here. And with his first turtle up,
Tim MV sama.
let's see how
Belum tahu ya.
can reach level 4 first. And then maybe, hold up.
There it is. There's the hook, Iron Hook on Renegade. He flickers
Yeah.
out defensively. Super Prince set up that box. Still the fight for the turtle. UA's got his own real world manipulation. He's going to drop it down. Kirk taking a couple shots. Edward might still go. Try to get the kill. Has the passive, but there's Kirk. First blood in the hands of
Bagus ya
UA.
zoningnya.
Plus the objective to Aurora.
Objektifnya si EXP-nya itu ngeliatin biar King Kong-nya nggak deket. Jadi penalty zone-nya ya biasanya dipakai buat di sana.
With UA's IMU, but again, you have to consider the Zaman Force. You got to consider Edward.
Yep.
And it came into play, literally. You saw how, as early as Super Friends locked in the real world manipulation, King Kong had to think twice. Like, I can't walk in there.
Kalau aku
I don't
masih tetap
damage
di
this
FNOP ya.
Not only that, but you saw how important the placement was.
Tim Aurora ya benar.
Super Friends set up, and it was just a little bit out of reach, right, around that turtle pit.
Just a tip.
Just the tip, basically, you know, and UA, he had the right positioning.
Well, again, that is knowing where Friends put it. So he had better
MPL lagi udah pusing.
Now going to the gold lane again, this was a interesting interaction in game 1. It was clearly dominating in the early, and then oh wait.
King Kong, okay, he's gonna get out. Fracture gonna be used too, so able to escape that one. As you were saying about the gold lane.
Yeah, earlier it was clearly Doming who was in control.
So dia bisa nanti
First
dipakai di
minute,
playoff.
about the 10th, up until Carolina was saying, yeah, I don't care. I'm a damage dealer and I'm a sponge.
I'm gonna go for it.
Take
PH ke
it,
M6
right? But
MPL.
now,
Betul
look at
sekali
this,
Jira.
an old flame
Betul.
for Kelra. Some
Mereka
people
bisa
would
main
argue
combo
he's
yang
the
kanan.
Filipino
2,
savage, all right?
3,
Call him that.
5.
And this plus the
Lumayan.
Franco
Lempar-lempar gitu
gives
udah
him
mayan
so much
banget nih.
control over the battlefield. Like you can't even sit in certain bushes.
Si Kelranya
Once
udah
Kelra
lumayan
gets
jadi.
hot, oh no!
Oh, okay, they do flicker out, but good attempt, good try to catch there. Fnatic gonna survive. But yeah, I think that's part of it. You know, as you mentioned, that combination between the Franco and the Beatrix. Like, remember, there was a time, too, when we saw the Franco a lot, it was what? The focusing mark back then that was brought up a lot of the times when Franco was picked up more.
And that's when
Suyo sama Nolan ini harus mahal. Funneling lah kalau di Indo juga masih ada funneling.
Malaysia, MSC 2022.
Ayo lolos ke MC. Masih jauh. Lolos babak 1 aja belum tentu.
We're
M6
inseparable.
ya.
A little bit of M4 as well. Check this out. The turtle trade for the orange. King Kong one step ahead. I think Fnatic Onic are just letting this go, but making it hard for Aurora to secure it alone. It's a 4v2 situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies down there on the bot, too. Demon Kite will get that second turtle of the game, so they go do
Boleh ya.
trades.
Demon Cat juga yang tadinya cuma bisa hero fighter tank, bisa assassin.
And I think that's what they gotta do, really. But
9 Gatot ya buat jadi badan.
most important, the hook coming in from the bruiser.
Hook with the flicker. Are they able to cap out the kill? Edward will flicker. King Kong, though, gonna jump in, gets the penalty zone, and it's too much as UA will clean up the kill.
Bagus banget sih Edward, zoningnya dia selalu penalty zone pasti buat yang pegang retri.
Well, I'll be damned. US stole the fracture. US put it right underneath King Kong, if I'm not mistaken. The beast gets slain.
By his own.
Not by his own hand, but
by his own
tool.
Tool, basically,
Dear
right?
Lord, and this is exactly what I'm saying. Aurora have to play it controlled, disciplined, but know when to switch it up. And boy, oh boy, did they switch it up well there. Was it not Brusco who started with the hook?
It was. You know, and it was a good attempt because it doesn't get better. It doesn't get much better than that. You got the hook, you flicker to the turret.
And you killed the jungler.
Yeah. Like, you know, so it was a good attempt from Fnatic on the Philippines, but Aurora definitely counterplayed it.
Just shows how in sync and how well accustomed and attuned their communications are. Being the newest kid on the block, Aurora announced as the newest franchise in Season 14, are now in the Grand Finals playing like this, making the Thunder Gods sweat. 6 minutes and a half in, about 1,000 and change up ahead. Is it just me or is Fnatic Onic playing for Turtle?
Yang MDL juga seru tuh, ceknya kenapa tuh gitu main.
It's the last one.
Last one of the game. They don't want to. I wouldn't assume they want to give 3 for 3 to Aurora, but maybe they're also just.
Terima kasih Cierin.
Yep.
It looks like that's the case here.
They're going for the
Kenapa sebelah gua juga tadi pakai topi ya? Ada 2 yang pakai topi ya.
They actually might try to make a play.
Whoa.
They're going to try to make their way. UA has the real world manipulation. He's going to get hooked by the iron hook. Demon Kite will still get the turtle though. Brusco in trouble. UA's going to go down. They traded out for Brusco. And Fnatic keeping things together in the mid lane. The 1-for-1 trade mid for the roam. And I don't know if they're going to get more.
Masa sih
Not going
Hichan?
to catch that unbreakable.
That's a small side grade. And throughout that whole fight, it started off with Fnatic Onic just catching up. That was King Kong pushing that top lane and then making a beeline for the turtle fight. I mean, I think 3 out of 3. Great start for Aurora, but Fnatic Onic not
MPL,
exactly out of
nggak
it
tahu.
just yet. It's small little trades, you know? For every big haymaker from Aurora,
Yeah.
Fnatic gets like a body shot.
And I think that's why you really have to kind of look at
Susahnya karena Edwardnya selalu bisa menggagin. Ini hero-heronya Aurora ini bisa menggagin guys. Jadi yang Fnatic Onic-nya kalau mau menang nih, mereka wajib mainin combo Kelra sama Brusco udah.
Going to be working to take out some of the tankier members, and so far that's been Edward on this Terizla. They got to be able to cap him out, and they know they have to work against that passive too that keeps him healthy, plus heal man. So that's a lot to deal with if you're
And
Fnatic.
that, I think, is the fact of the matter. Something that we don't really mention much. The fact that Renegade
Yang jago ya di Aurora. Gue
exactly
bilang
where
domengnya
Aurora
jago
can
nih.
go and how much of them Fnatic Onic gets their hands on. He's at the
Ravanya buat
center of
lawan
every
Yves.
single rotation.
Jadi
He's just a
slow-slownya
stone
Yves
throw
itu
away
dibuat
from Domeng,
netral.
A little bit from Yue, and then DK, the smiling demon. He's having a great time. Just all right. I'm gonna rotate. I'm gonna clean up.
Oh, we might see some 1v1 here.
Uh-oh.
Now King Kong doesn't want to fight it off yet. He's still behind. You know, he's a couple levels behind here at this point. Itemization-wise too, he's probably just down maybe a half item or
Kabar
an item
baik,
or so.
terima kasih.
Which I think is accurate because the last time I checked, the beast was down about 2K.
Ah,
That's tough.
that is tough. Tough place to
Wah,
Whoa.
Again,
Wah,
the flicker off
itu
from
dia,
Brusco
Bang.
gets the hook with the flicker and he finds
Itu dia yang
Renegade.
dicari ya.
Perfect target, still going back. There's the jump. Avatar the Guardian
Edward
won't be
ketarik
able to
ya.
find anybody, but they're looking
Oosh.
still for more. Edward, UA drops down the real world manipulation to keep Fnatic Onic at bay, but this might be a window. They're going to start with the Lord here.
Small victory for Fnatic Onic, picking off the Hitman.
Lo
Now
ini
it's a
Ben terus.
5v4. Domeng taking the top flank. I don't know if Fnatic knows. Lord down to a fifth of its health.
Kirk not going to be able to get the flicker. Oh, Domain goes in, forcing King Kong off the Lord. They're looking to take it, and Demon Kite.
Gila,
will
decision
get it off
making-nya
the
bagus
play.
banget.
They're still really low. Kirk,
Waduh.
though, looking for more as Domain falls, but Demon Kite picks up Super Fritz. Kirk next on the
Wah.
chopping block as it's a double for DK.
Sabar banget ya.
They get the Lord and they get
Sabar
some
banget,
kills
sabar banget.
now. Momentum for Aurora.
A kill on the next standard.
Ya, pasti
is
nomor
definitely
gitu.
something to celebrate, but if it comes to the
Guys, kalian fans
Kirk
RRQ nggak?
and Super
Lagi
Fritz,
lagi kalah nih MDL-nya. Lagi kacau.
don't know if that's just a fadeaway punch, a sucker punch in a retreat anyways.
Suyo udah boleh
Here's
dipakai
an instant
di
replay
playoff.
brought to us by Infinix. I think they gave
Jago
too
sih
much to
Domeng
Demon
ya.
Kite, man.
Yeah, that was a great forward
Berani ya dia ya,
positioning
flickernya
and
dibakar.
idea from Domeng too. You know, coming up from that angle more on the top side, enough to just force King Kong off. The Lord allowing that small window for DK to come in and actually get it. That was a great play. And so they'll further themselves.
Tapi
by
BTR
giving
dapat
these points
Harit sih
now,
buat gue ya.
give them
Kalau
that advantage
punya
from
Harit
around
gak menang
map.
itu rugi guys.
Lord's gonna be worked on pretty quickly.
Domeng yang di
But
Minana
the
Evos
top
bener.
looks to hold on to as much as they can, and it looks like
Kalau
they
Rom
actually
buat
hold on
mid dan
even
yang
to
Expian
tier
itu
one
Rom
mid.
apa? Hah?
Fnatic Onyx so fundamentally sound. They understand
Bebas
the
mau beli yang
economics
mana. Itu
of
cuma
the
dicari duit
trade, these
asisnya
crucial
doang.
objectives. These kills even, I'd consider they thought about if we're willing to do this
Yeah.
so that the Lord only marches up to here. I think that's sound math to me. If I give up 2 bodies to protect tier 2 and tier 1 in mid, by all means.
Especially if they can keep it together for the next Lord fight eventually when it comes up. And you know what we haven't seen so far?
What is it?
A big AOG yet. An Avatar of the Guardian landing on multiple
Kirk
members.
tried. I think that's one of the things you really get when you invest in Rafaela.
Yeah.
And so far, Renegade, I'd say
That little speed boost is enough.
I'd say he's about 3.5 of the fifth
Tuh udah
way
dibantu
to getting
jawab
a
tuh sama
full
Cherin.
payoff. It's
2N,
good,
2N.
but really we haven't seen much of a flicker, holy baptism,
Yeah.
re-engage off.
Kenapa Evos
holy
ngambil
healing.
Domeng? Wah,
That's what you're looking for. That's the
andai saya
money
tahu
with
kenapa ya.
Rafaela. Look at the damage dealt here by Super Prince, the monster.
Menang loh
mage.
RRQ tiba-tiba. Kenapa
I
dia
think the only
tiba-tiba
thing that's
menang?
making this more of a deceptive
Donnya
stat
pakai
is the
Hilda,
fact that
coy.
Yue's timing is off the charts.
Hilda EXP
Yue
lane.
is straight up mutant levels of reaction. He's waiting for the real manipulation. All right,
Apa yang bikin Fnatic kuat? Keinginan. Keinginan untuk menunjukkan kalau mereka adalah player-player yang belum habis. Player yang masih bisa menguasai dunia. Jadi akhirnya mereka jadi satu visi misi.
He's playing for that record to keep it at 100%.
Kenapa emang Rio tadi?
Picked it up 4 times I believe throughout the playoffs.
Kelra.
as well.
Kelra emang gitu dari kemarin.
Wants that real world manipulation for
Ya kalau memang dia rasa gak menang team fight-nya, pergi dia.
They've got that available so that to kind of deal with the heal man here.
It's the gold standard that Fnatic Onic are waiting on. I'd reckon King Kong understands the situation. King Kong
Banyak Kelra juga pengen pembuktian kan, baru punya anak gitu.
Now the Lord Dance
Terus King Kong di TNC gendong-gendong masih kalah.
Upper quarter spawned. Kirk looking for a taunt.
Kirk kalau nggak salah dari Minana Evos ya. Sayang banget gara-gara ini. Si Kelranya ini harus ditemani dengan single target loh. Dor. Buset, Renegade. What? Kena Void Blast dengan ini Ren Rapati. Ya, Kelra udah punya anak.
Hitman gets hit with a double tap. Kelra plus Super Prince. Enough damage to pop.
Ya beli rom aja menit 8, udah jadi 2 rom.
Remember the last time this happened, Aurora scored the Lord. I wonder if
Itu bukan one hit one kill coy, itu namanya double team. Mati dong Edward, mati dong Edward, dipancing itu. Dipancing tadi dia. Gils.
Their hope alive for now. They'll disengage from the fight after losing Edward.
Universal
Kelranya
truth.
heptasis loh, Dor.
Suyu
Woo!
with a 7 retribution, already very difficult to contest regardless of who started the Lord Dance. Add on top the world-class
Iya,
talent
RRQ menang
of a
loh Sena
Demon
lagi
Kite,
satu.
the Smiling Demon, the very first MPL champion that the Philippines has ever had back in 2023.
Gak jadi kalah loh,
Jakarta,
satu tim fight.
Indonesia. Come on.
Come on.
Come on, even the Beast has to consider the fact that, given he is down
Karena udah pecah
a
wes.
large amount,
Yeah.
that's still
Mereka kalah kena Omega.
That's a perfect combination. They were down a man, Joseph. They were down a man.
They were down a man, and look right now, Demon Kite looking to hunt down the King of the Jungle,
Oh,
King Kong.
no.
DK versus King Kong. Looks like he's just gonna go ahead and wave off and be like, yeah, I'll clear this out. Let them do their thing here. So Lord's already taken care of. What does Aurora actually get off this Lord take? Oh, there's the pull
Iya kacau
again.
tadi
Iron
tuh
Hook
RRQ.
gonna be able to find
Menang satu
Domeng.
tim. Wait.
The massive avatar of the Guardian, and they collapse down. Edward on the run has
Tergatot
Renegade
kaca, cuy.
speed to help him out. Demon Kite will get away as well. So even with
Nah ini King Kong maksudnya sini guys, kayak kita lagi lihat ada team fight-nya ya. Tapi King Kongnya gak ada di
I
TKP.
couldn't name a more perfect
King Kongnya
target.
ambil
It's not
purple
like there
buff.
was anything Domeng could have done. He has a
Bener-bener
flicker,
ngemaling
and I
lu
think
ya.
it was a 3 or 4 seconds cooldown when he got hit by the bite
Gue
and
setuju
the
sih,
hook
pick gold laner sekarang Kelra.
by Brusco. So that was a
Atau Skyler guys.
penny that they just played. Oh, look at this. That's mine.
Berarti musuhnya lebih kacau
It's a
dong.
lucky pick-off.
Iya gak?
that's Franco. though.
Kemarin udah kacau nih ya. Terus menang, berarti musuhnya lebih kacau tuh.
But it's not as simple.
It's that one hook.
It's the one.
Hildanya
hook
pakai kolam ya.
And the Fnatic Onic, because of that kill onto Domeng and how well they've taken care of the map, have
Eman.
nullified Aurora's gold.
Eman
lead.
juga kuat.
They're up now by about 500 gold. See the massive difference between Kelra and Domeng. That's what I was telling you earlier.
Yep.
Despite what's happening between Demon Kite and King Kong, as long as Kelra hasn't died yet. and
Gila
they
itu Kelra farmingnya di mana ya?
feeding kills,
Oh tiba-tiba kaya banget dia.
blood for the blood god.
11.000 goldnya.
Gold standard.
He's gonna get there.
It's already there. I mean, look at the gold difference right now, and this is really what you're talking about is that, what, 2,000-ish? Almost 2,000?
And the question is, who's gonna find him? Who's gonna get him? Is it gonna take another Domeng flank? Is it gonna take Demon Kite show himself early so that he just bullies Kelra into a kill? it's difficult.
Gak
There's a
semua
lot that
sih,
are
yang
up my
pengen beli
lucky too.
aja. Kalau merasa mau beli, ya beli aja mah. Kalau merasa yakin bisa kumpulin itu ya, gini loh. Mereka beli asis juga, beli item rom itu ya. Itu belum tentu nyala tahu, ya beli aja mah. Belum tentu nyala pasif yang di bawahnya. Lu harus dapetin asis pun kalau nggak salah tambah stacknya cuma berapa gitu. Kan kalau misal Dire Hit harus 600 kan, biasanya nggak bakal ketutup juga 600.
Before anything happened.
I think they're going to play into the Iron Hook here once again. And it looks like Aurora wants to go ahead and just allow Fnatic Onic Philippines to go ahead and play into this the way they want to.
The ultimate tempo breaker. The ultimate format of a formation breaker. Look at this. Brusco showing himself. Kelra also visible. But one thing Aurora have good is their bush control. They're controlling the river brush, making sure that the pixel brush is safe. But look at the pressure Fnatic Onic is done. They're going coast to coast.
This is what we've seen King Kong do time and time again. He'll play the map at a macro level that some junglers don't do.
Tapi dia lumayan sebenarnya. Udah lumayan point killnya. Sumpah sih gue ngantuk sih nontonnya. Gila Edward. Guys, Kelranya gila banget tuh, masih selamat tuh si Kelra. Cari orang deh. Suyo emang begitu. Ini gak global tuh.
King Kong bursting down.
Wah.
King Kong does it again. How many times have we seen him do this?
Wah gila nih King Kong nih.
He'll take that 1v1.
Makan apa nih orang coy?
The smiling demon, a shutdown kill on DK. And now, despite having a Lord, Aurora are up against the ropes.
4 members of FNOP in the base with Renegade and Yue. Left to their own devices.
Malam yang dapat Lord siapa, yang hilang turret siapa? Coba lihat tuh guys. Coba lihat tuh. Coba lihat tuh.
But man, what a swing for Fnatic Onic.
It was a long time coming. I'd say it was a spring, just coiled up, up until it just gets released. And the fact that King Kong held out.
Kacau dalam artian bagus ya. Kacau guys, dari minus 2000 guys tiba-tiba begitu. Terus itu Kelranya yang dari tadi aku ngeliatin ya. Dia kalah di early, tapi itemnya duluan jadi dibandingkan Domeng.
He just makes you acknowledge him. And now Fnatic Onic are forcing Aurora
on fire.
to acknowledge
Terus
their
juga
threat of taking the Lord in about a minute and change.
On fire
Upper
juga.
corner of the map, this long lane has to be worked on again. We talked about how King Kong keeps doing this, how King Kong is so good at working the long lane. Now he has to find a way to get back around there and then force a response from Aurora. Who, by the way, right now he's going full on Ube. This is Ube Aurora right now.
Playing around Renegade 100%. Looking at just the formation that they're rolling with too. And that's the thing, you know, they have to kind of keep their head on the swivel. Even if they have this movement speed buff from Renegade here, Kirk was looking for the jump earlier on.
I think what makes that jump something that Kirk has to hold on to is the threat of Edward. Mr. Consistent.
Gak yakin Indo M6, yakin aja lah. Kalau kamu sendiri gak yakin, siapa yang akan mau meyakini kalau mereka bisa juara? Tidak ada selain daripada kita yang akan mensupport.
Oh, what? That's a huge Iron Hook. Edward, as we were speaking of him, will survive.
He spent his flicker.
That's good timing,
it's what you gotta do. It's what you gotta do.
Tergantung Kirknya.
Impressive how we got away.
MC bulan 11 mulai.
Yeah. Good that he stays up, but now this Lord, and FNOP knows this. That's a minor advantage for them as they approach this fight. And we're getting in that territory now where these items, potions, and everything else will be picked up. So they're going to go ahead and stand this off. They know
penentuan
Edward
guys,
can't
penentuan
force
guys.
that penalty zone the way
Terima
that
kasih
Aurora
Dwi
wants
buat
to
5
this
koin.
fight.
It's an honest engage from Mr. Consistent, and that's why Aurora.
Oh,
full on Ube. There's a Purify. Oh, it's a flicker out. It's a dash out. Is he going to break out?
I don't know. King
Tuh
Kong
sih cuma main colongan doang
Roller
dia.
shot. Kelra lines it up as well. He's gonna find
Mau di-push sama
Renegade.
King Kong.
Look at the
Wah,
backside,
belakangnya,
though.
belakangnya.
Trouble in
Mati,
King
cok, kena King Kong.
Will pick him
Mau
off.
dian, mau dian,
He's
mau
gonna
dian.
go straight for the
Gila.
face. King Kong doesn't care.
Ini
Gets the
orang
kill
nggak ada
and goes for the
obat.
win.
Lihat nggak
He'll do
minimapnya
it
tadi?
himself as they take
Gua udah bilang ini mau nge-push nih dia nih.
The beast strikes straight out of Skull Island. King Kong
Kemarin kerja kemarin.
taking down the base to put Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Si ini tahu tadi siapa mid lanernya. Si Yue udah lihat di solo kill Yue-nya. Kacau, kacau, kacau guys. Kacau, kacau, kacau.
You did.
Kacau, kacau, kacau. Cek VAR, cek VAR, cek VAR. Offside, offside, offside.
The question is, even if you do have an eye on him, what are you gonna do about it?
Kacau, kacau.
At the end of the game, the buy-in, what's Aurora
Kacau,
gonna
coy.
do
Ini
about
orang cowok kacau.
And that is a big question,
Wow.
isn't it?
Wow.
It just feels like King Kong has a different.
Karena kacau silakan nih guys ya.
Overview, the game
Kacau,
that we
kacau,
are not
kacau. Silakan,
seeing.
silakan.
The difficult thing about the lineup of Aurora against the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, since the Beatrix was already
Kacau.
in power
Terima
spot,
kasih Teguh.
they could not send anyone. If that
Yeah.
five-man lineup from the objective
That's true.
to manage the split of
Gua
King
nonton
Kong.
MC sama
They just
dong.
had to
Maksud gua
hope
gini
that
loh guys.
Fnatic
Semua
Onic Philippines
turnamen
would slip
internasional
and that
apapun
they
kita
can get a
ambil
pick so that they can
ilmunya.
get the objective.
Siapapun yang
But
menang bagus, tapi kalau
Super
bisa
Prince
dari
on point, 6,
rejim
1, and
Indonesia.
5.
Cuman ini
He's
kacau
been
banget nih,
hitting
kacau nih guys ya.
marks with the real
Gak bener nih.
revelation.
I mean, even during the down to the 12-minute mark,
Gak
high
bener, gak
damage
bener, gak
dealt
bener.
at that point for Fnatic Onic. And just all throughout keeping Fnatic Onic afloat, because there was a time that
Ya, apa sih ini
Aurora was
King Kong
really in control, securing 3 turtles plus the first 2 lords, and this guy was one of the catalysts.
Bisa lah,
why
kita bisa.
Fnatic Onic,
Kita harus coba buat
specifically why
bisa
King Kong
bersaing
was
juga
able
guys.
to extend the game and end the game that way.
If you have a lineup that loves to, your enemy rather, if your enemy has a lineup that loves to stick together, you know what? Go ahead, stick
Tebak
together.
skor ya,
More
gua 4-1
targets for
atau 4-0.
Kelra to hit. More
Terlalu
targets
kacau guys, King Kong
for-
nyapa tuh tadi
for
tuh lihat
this
tuh.
guy, Super Prince,
Solo kill
to
ada.
make life hard.
Yeah, the lineup of Aurora, going back to this play,
Dia
right
dapat
after this
solo
happened, I
kill,
was questioning the positioning here of
terus
Aurora. Why is your gold
Dia
laner
dapat
there?
chance tadi buat
One of
langsung
the most
end game.
hot, areas
Sekacau
that
itu
you are
gitu loh
gonna
ini
check
King
with
Kong
your
nih.
hook.
Lihat ya solo killnya di bawah ini,
Franco
lihat
is a
solo
hot
kill.
hook. Aurora was
Kejar,
able to
set,
readjust
set, set,
after
set,
that,
dar,
but King Kong
selesai
really
dar.
took
Nih lihat nih
advantage.
Gue lihat
Again,
minimapnya tadi.
harking back to
UE-nya
why
langsung di
Celeborn
Kium
Red
dulu.
Giants was able to defeat
Terus langsung
Fnatic
end game
Friends.
selesai.
It's a 4-1 split.
Kacau,
This
guys.
is a strong
Kacau,
five-man
kacau.
composition from
Udah nih
Aurora.
kalian ya,
This
udah
is
ya.
a great 4-man team fighting composition for our FNOP that you can send your Nolan to manage the long lane.
Bahaya,
You know, I just like to
bahaya,
commend
bahaya.
Brusco because there was a certain
Wah, kalau
time
trial
that
apes
Kelra
ada
was
WDP
ahead
soalnya.
2K, 3K gold lead over Doming despite Aurora's early dominance. This was because Brusco was making sure that the Iron Hooks was connecting to Doming, giving him
Kenapa
3
sih
deaths,
ini? Tapi Super Friends juga
landing 2 deaths
bagus.
first off early
Plan
to
mulat,
mid-game
bro.
because of those hooks.
Kecuali Super Friends.
So it really was a team effort for the whole squad of
Baik
Fnatic
banget
Onic.
sama.
You know what? If you hit someone with the Iron Hook here, they're gone.
Kenapa
Because
Brusco?
they
Ya
don't have
karena
Purify.
bahasa gak
No
sih?
one has Purify. Everyone has Flicker here.
Bahasa
Yeah, that
gak
was
sih?
the difficult thing about the lineup that Aurora was facing. They couldn't pack up Purify for them because they had to get away of the real world manipulation, the Starfield. I forget I used that as a shortcut, and away from the avatar of Guardian. And to add to that,
Wolfgang.
Aurora though, they were handling this
Kacau itu,
Franco
guys, ya.
lineup really well
Ntar lagi,
because
ntar
it's
lagi,
a
ntar
little bit easier for them to frontline up until Kelra gets the key item. Remember, I was
Wan
telling
juga,
you
tapi
guys,
lebih
the moment I saw that
Sebelah gimana, sebelah?
Sea Halberd on Kelra,
It's over.
Sebelah
it's
belum
go
mulai guys,
time.
bentar, gue toilet
It's gonna
bentar.
be much harder for Aurora to team fight as 5 versus 4 until they find that Beatrix.
And we're seeing why this hero, right, specifically Beatrix, so deadly in Kelra.
Yeah.
He has a way around, like, playing and switching around to weapons that they need the most.
Yeah.
You go for the Bennett if you want to go for these turrets. You go for these really accurate Renner's apathies
Yeah.
that make the life of King Kong easier.
Yeah, and at one point he was even rocking the Wesker. If
Yeah.
ever the team fight positioning looks like Demon Kite wants to get close to him, Edward wants to get close to him, or even Doming would be very aggressive just so that they can pick the Beatrix. But then suddenly they're like, wait, this guy has a shotgun? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Actually, we even saw a moment wherein the AOG plus the, what do you call the bazookas of Beatrix again, the ultimate,
Bennett's
didn't
Rage.
connect.
Bennett's Rage.
But the fact that their lineup has a lot of get to re-engage despite the presence of Renege's Rafaela, you know, it was Fnatic Onyx game as long as they get the positions right. Even though the CCs, the AoEs don't connect.
That's right.
Yeah.
Even though Aurora was like ahead by like 2K for most part, I was thinking, nah, it doesn't.
Guys, sebelah udah draft, let's go. Kita
Yeah,
pindah,
feels like they
gila
need, like,
men.
10K to really
Streamernya
get on top
tryhard,
of that
anjir.
Onic here. But before that, maybe our
Kode-kode tadi
analysts
udah ya,
think
kode-kode ya.
different way. Let's find out.
Kode-kode udah.
Super Family is not allowing Aurora MLBB to get a point as they take the
Masih ada Khalid. Bahkan ada beberapa kalau misalnya dalam kondisi yang memang mereka punya strat khusus karena ini
Oh begini
global,
suaranya?
kasih aja hero tebel, mereka bisa mainin export
Ya.
yang saja muncul. Ya karena itu tadi sempat dibahas sama Lim juga kalau akan ada tier-tier hero.
Skornya
yang
masih
mungkin
1-0 tadi. Oke, lanjut.
Tiba-tiba hadir tuh. Karena hero tier S pada hilang.
Ya. Tapi bannya ini udah mulai geser ya. Dari Angela ternyata yang di-ban sama RRQ. Dan tidak Valentina lagi nih dari
Oh, gue nggak lihat tadi yang belum.
Mereka akan tutup ke Gatot Kacanya. Karena mereka udah kena global ban juga untuk Gatot Kaca. Sementara emang seperayo itu kah hero untuk Rexlona sebagai di first pick dan Fanny dari Chen yang akan dimunculkan dan Valentinanya ternyata menjadi deny pick aja karena kayaknya Begatron tahu nih Valentina nggak akan di first pick itu untuk RRQ.
Tapi concern terhadap Rexlona memang udah nggak bisa lagi sih dijalankan, apalagi dia second pick ya. Di first pick mungkin nantinya masih bisa. Chip ini jadi masalah loh. Gue tadi sempet ya berpikir kayak andai ini game ke-7, Chip mungkin lepas di game pertamanya. Biar nggak usah lagi ada Chip untuk nextnya gitu kan, nggak pusing untuk ban Chipnya. Tapi ternyata nggak. Untuk Bigetron dan juga RRQ dari game yang pertama dia nggak mau ada
Azi
Chip.
sama
Pastinya.
Rape.
Dan Valentina ngejawab Fanny mungkin enggak, tapi ya dari Romer dan XP-nya nanti.
Sebelah masih ngobrol-ngobrol ya. Kita nonton di sini dulu.
Tapi ya Fovius ini dia yang terbuka, lumayan mahal pastinya untuk Fovius sekarang di EXP. Tapi ya ngelihat dari global ban ini jadi hero-hero tier S belum jadi priority banget ya, kayak Khalid yang masih kebuka juga. Dan berarti ini membuka kesempatan lagi nih untuk Bigetron
Kacau King Kong, kacau.
yang sudah nge-pick Fovius.
Set si Yanto masih dikenal gak tuh di sini?
RRQ.
Selamat Yanto, kamu viral di channel Om Wawa.
Gimana kalau ke high loss mungkin?
Oh,
Wah ini udah Danielsa banget ya.
mode kompe kalau udah kayak gini nih ya kan.
Tapi kayaknya Danielsa agak sedikit tegang ya dengan Grandfinal ini.
Kenapa?
Gak ada recall.
Oh iya juga ya.
Karena tadi under.
Benar. Matilda juga tadi. Kalau recall kan kena pok bonyok dia.
Iya benar juga.
Kalau misalkan yang keras kayak tetap recall sih dia.
Mungkin kalau pakai cowok akan ada adegan recall mungkin.
Moskov.
Dia ngambil
Moskov harusnya.
langsung safety ya.
Bukan.
Zas.
Jas. Oke, mid lane.
Aku pikir bakal ada Moskov yang jadi priority kayak ngelihat gold lane sekarang juga untuk deny pick juga nih masalahnya. Bertemu dengan Fanny. Ini
Iya,
kan Moskov kan
gold lane
lumayan enak
sekarang.
nih buat ketemu sama Assassin.
Ya dinanya mungkin dengan cowok aja dulu ya.
Uh-uh.
Mereka coba untuk lakukan dari arah ke sana. Kasih space juga. Tapi kalau ini tiba-tiba ada Ruby atau Kufra. Ini PR dari Danielsa. Atau ya kita bisa bilang mungkin ada di Don mungkin yang bisa pakai cowoknya. Masih bisa cukup fleksibel. Ya PR-nya gimana untuk gantiin Kufra tersebut nanti atau Ruby. Di tangan 3 trompet.
Playoff 23 sampai 27 Oktober Bang, itulah. Bang, dibaca Bang chatnya Bang. Jangan nunggu saya yang ngejawab Bang. Mulut cuma satu Bang. Menghadapi pertanyaan yang diulang-ulang lama-lama mulut kram.
Aku pikir Moskov bakal diambil nih sebagai pick ketiga dari RRQ, ternyata ya memang dibiarkan saja. Tapi Zas ini adalah satu hero yang memang kena nerf.
Mantap Jack.
Tapi Zas ini adalah tipikal mid lane yang lumayan anti pick off.
Ya. Dan scaling itu yang harus digarisbawahi.
Ya.
Dari Moskov nih.
Ini
kalau
Onic
mungkin
lawan
jawaban
Aurora
dari-
1-2.
Kalau
2-0.
mungkin Moskov kenapa
2-0
nggak diambil?
Onic.
Ya, salah satu counter dari
Sesadis
Fanny
itu
juga.
King Kong.
Jelas, tapi kalau RRQ
King Kong.
seandainya mengganti
O-nya
Zas
itu
ini
Onic.
dengan Moskov, Bigetron bisa ngambil fighter. Bisa ngambil hero-hero yang secara nggak langsung nggak bisa di counter sama Moskov dan akhirnya Moskovnya jadi rugi.
Buat cewek boleh.
Pilihan dari
Kenapa nggak boleh?
RRQ kasih aja Moskov
Nggak,
ya,
nggak
nggak apa-apa.
satu-satu.
Saat ini mungkin Fanny akan susah nanti
Sadis,
penetrasi
guys,
ke
dia
Moskov.
sadis.
Tapi nextnya ketika mungkin RRQ yang pakai Link atau RRQ yang pakai Nolan, Moskovnya udah nggak ada.
Iya. Cukup aman ya. Ditawarin
player
aja
mekanik
ternyata
berotak
memang.
gak
Tapi
sih?
ya, Nolan ya yang sudah di ban kali ini memang belum terlihat jungler dari Bigetron Beta. Soalnya farming cepat, tapi ya kalau bicara tentang assassin yang mungkin bisa match up
Patch
juga,
jungler tier S siapa?
Hayabusa
Belum tahu,
masih
aku belum
terbuka
pegang
sekarang
patchnya.
untuk
Ntar aja.
Bigetron Beta karena Link udah nggak bisa. Dan bandnya dulu nih, Bigetron Beta bakal mempersempit ke arah gold lane-nya dulu kah?
Nathan juga masih ada sebenarnya. Scaling
Nathan,
juga
guys.
nggak masalah sih, di awalnya bisa ditutup oleh Fanny
Nathan gitu.
dan XP-nya. Cari XP yang sangat
Makasih Cerin sudah bantu-bantu
memang
nge-ban.
cowoknya ini bakal dilempar ke arah Romer
Ya Hylos masih kebuka juga kan?
dan enak loh.
Iya. Apalagi ntar kombonya bareng sama Zaz dan Hylosnya di band. Udah ya.
Kebaca ya.
Kebaca.
Ya, masih ada mungkin dari Bigetron Beta kalau mereka mau ngamanin mungkin bukan dari segi assassin, mereka ngomong
Zastel, sekali gak sih?
untuk lebih sustain juga. Ini bisa aja
Lebih
untuk
sadis
mereka,
sekali
karena
gitu loh.
jatuhnya mereka akan memainkan nanti sistemasi.
Nonton
gimana
MPL
ada
lagi
yang
nih,
hyper
lagi
carry,
ngobrol-ngobrol dia.
Oh.
Ini sebenarnya cukup bagus juga untuk Bigatron Beta itu sendiri.
Dan juga ini
Panjang,
Matilda
guys,
berarti
dia
masih kebuka
ngobrol-ngobrolnya.
buat Bigatron kan?
Karena habis
Kita tahu
2-0
combo
kan.
Phobius Matilda ini
Habis
juga
2-0 itu
cukup
jedanya
mengerikan.
bisa 20
Dan berarti
menitan.
bisa bawa fighter nih untuk ke arah jungle-nya juga. Dan Ruby yang sudah diantisipasi kali ini udah langsung di-ban oleh RRQ. Dan akankah menuju ke arah Matilda dulu? Karena bicara tentang sisi mungkin
Wih, kenapa,
ya,
kenapa?
akan mengandalkan dari Phobius, dari Moskovnya juga.
Tapi kayaknya Matilda ini udah dipancing gak sih sama RRQ?
Iya ya, kayak disuguhin ya.
Mereka punya 2 slot ban loh.
Silahkan.
Kalau memang mereka nggak mau ada Matilda dan Alpha, satu yang di ban juga udah selesai. Dan Gufra. Memang Matilda menurutku bukan pilihan yang bagus juga. Walaupun gue setuju sama yang Aul bilang, kombinasi Matilda Phobius ini sangat mematikan. Cuma nggak untuk Fanny gue rasa. Nggak ada stopper pasti ya, kecuali memang dia berani ngambil jungle stopper nih. Cuman jungle stopper sekarang gue udah jarang banget lihat kan. Susah lah, maksudnya kayak mau ngambil factor-factor yang bisa in and out kayak Pakito nggak bisa nge-stop. Kalau dia ngambil defensif kayak Bane, nggak ada support lagi lainnya. Bakal agak berat. Dan Kufra
Oh ini KH juga lagi main loh sekarang. Ke full lawan
aja
siapa sih?
Ada assassin juga.
Wow.
Esmeralda dari Don harusnya ya. Yang akan
karena
ditunjukkan
nggak ada Kari ya?
match up bersama dengan Phobius.
Karyanya
Ini
diambil
banyak
juga.
yang terbilang ini sebenarnya gak debut pick di playoff.
Iya.
Ya kan, karena dari progresif udah ada
Tapi
juga kan.
kayaknya
Tapi banyak loh debut pick kayak tadi Hilda. Kemarin tas sempat pakai Yi Sun Shin.
Ya.
kayaknya
Jadi,
Phobius
ya
sebenarnya
ini
dari
eksplorasi
SP.
dan strategi yang harus banyak. Kaya akan strategi itu akan menjadi kata kunci
Iyalah.
untuk di Grand Final Best of 7 Global Band.
Inilah MDL ya. Development. Real terlihat bagaimana mereka punya banget banyaknya strategi khusus. Esmeralda jadi last picknya. Kita bakal ngeliat anti Esme.
Dan juga ini hero-hero close range combat semua loh dari Bigatron Beta.
Berarti kalau
Dan
yang
hati-hati
BTR-nya mau
nantinya
nggak mau ya
kalau di team fight
main
ada
front to back aja.
satu bola dominator Descent.
Split push-nya
Yang
sulit
bahkan
numpang
kadang
tidur
cuma
boleh.
nggak kerasa tapi kok habis darahnya.
Saya sudah terbiasa menina bobokkan
Nah,
banyak
Dominator
orang
Descent
ya.
sih emang rasanya kayak diliatin CCTV doang.
Ya.
Tapi sebenarnya enggak. Apalagi udah late game.
Sebenarnya yang bikin gue penasaran strat early-nya nih bakal kayak tadi nggak down-nya di arah mid lane. Karena kalau memang seandainya Rexona-nya ditaruh di XP lagi match up sama Marzi, gue rasa tetap bisa farming. Dan ketika Don ada di mid lane, dia bisa masuk-masuk lagi nih ke arah jungle. Tapi karena jungle-nya juga ada
Berapa ya nonton? Pasti ini masih laporan dari Kambodia.
Sih. Jadi lebih baik ke laning-nya.
Rafnya kiri sih, gue suka yang agresif.
Ini dia. Game yang
Kayak
kedua
suka yang
di babak
agresif-agresif.
Grand Final. Untuk para Kingdom. Dan juga Bigat Troopers. Mana suaranya? Mari kita menuju ke dalam Land of Down.
Makin ramai ya, makin sore. Keren.
Iya betul,
Terdengar
Pak D-nya
harusnya ya.
anonim, Pak D-nya anonim.
Dari stream yang kalian saksikan juga mungkin di rumah gimana keseruan para penonton di sini. Jadi jangan sampai lewatkan juga karena kali ini keadaan akan semakin sengit di Bigatron Beta. Mereka akan memunculkan adanya dua hero Purify yang akan berhadapan dengan Danielsa. Tapi jangan lupakan Danielsa ini adalah
Lah.
satu hero powernya, Lim.
Marzinya didorong mundur coy. Sekarang rata-rata bawa revitalize tuh semuanya.
Dari karinya.
Itu Phobiusnya bawa
Ada
revitalize.
Festival of Blood juga tapi itu Wonder
Tiba-tiba dengan Jet Kundo, Linsnya tertabrak. Dan Lins masih bisa untuk mundur dan untuk Little Wanderer mendapatkan arah ke sana.
Nah, dan ini Marzi kayaknya bener-bener dipegangin ya, diselepet pakai selendang ya kan.
pasti match up.
Banyak nih yang gue pantau nih semua muter-muter aja nih.
Kayak Rexona.
Nanti kalau sudah
Walaupun
in game ya
tampaknya
baru kita masuk
digunakan
di
masih
sebelahnya.
aman
Nanggung
untuk
soalnya
Rexona itu
nih.
sendiri.
Ya, masih
Kan
aman.
sekali draft 5
Masih
menit.
cukup tenang juga, kalkulasinya masih
Draftnya
cukup
mulai 2
baik.
menit lagi 7
Tapi
menit. Nah
kalau
ini
ngeliat
menit
dari
ke
match-up-nya nih,
13.
sekarang
Kalau
di
selesai menit
area
15 aman.
EXP ini dimenangkan sih harusnya untuk Don. Secara gimana head to head-nya juga, ini adalah salah satu counter.
Indo lawan
terbaiknya.
Bahrain.
Karena
Wow.
di Gold ini memang
Nanti lah.
anteng-anteng aja nih, masih
Kita mau
cukup
sliding apa wasitnya
aman,
gitu.
tidak ada ganking yang terjadi juga. Tapi rotasi kembali yang akan dibawakan oleh
Wey!
dia sampai tepuk kepala. Mohon maaf, Chen-nya udah begini tadi.
Mohon dimaafkan, mohon dimaafkan.
Chen juga manusia.
Iya
Kita salah.
benar.
Ya ampun.
Sama-sama juga kita kaget soalnya.
Chen tadi begini.
Waduh.
Iya.
Waduh, disaksikan oleh beberapa ratus orang di channel Om Wawa. Aduh. Gak lihat guys, gak lihat. Mati sejenak tadi, rusak.
Iya. Nggak jadi ya, udah di counter masih nggak dapat juga. Dan ngelihat dari turtle yang terbuka di awal, tipikal Fanny ngambil buff dulu tapi Don.
Kalau kalian buat klipnya FYP pasti. Kaget.
Juga ya, karena emang mungkin dia punya absorb yang tinggi, tapi lama-lama dia juga bisa dicicil dan sekarang Riza yang akan mundur.
Kayak secepat itu berlalu
ya,
semuanya.
Dari Riza dan
Kasian kelomangnya.
Apalagi dengan ada posisi turtle
Bener
kayak
juga sih kelomangnya
butuh banget
kasian.
sih untuk safety dengan ada dominator.
Level 4 untuk kedua Roma.
Emang ada apa tadi? Gak ada apa-apa kan?
Nih, sebagai sosok inisiasi. Tapi hati-hati loh ketika Bane udah ada di Turtle Pit. Deadly Catch-nya ini bisa bikin dari Chen mungkin akan susah buat masuk. Nge-counter dari Wave of Dragon juga. Dan
Kelomang
kalau
pun
dia
gak ada.
bawa
Kelomangnya
Fanny
kaget.
dan
Hah?
Paul, dia lebih enak nanti.
Kaget tadi kelomangnya itu.
Nah, sekarang Ball mulai coba untuk dilontarkan oleh Lin.
Kakinya lepas satu kelomangnya.
Diusir. Karena Don di arah depan.
Turtle belum ada yang dapat ya.
Connect ke arah Don masih terlalu thank you.
Lebih ke ya udah ditahan aja. Menit 3 lah ini belum ada yang ambil.
Tapi ternyata revitalize untuk Don untuk memperpanjang
Lah,
tapi tiba-tiba Chen untuk siap dihadirkan. Possible Lega selamatkan.
Jelek banget setupnya tadi.
Berhasil mendapatkan ke arah turtle yang pertama dan Nielsa dalam masalah bakal dikejar dan akhirnya Infernal Pursuit dan Nielsa menjadi korban.
Oke, ini pertukaran yang gak adil pastinya karena First Blood-nya juga tadi diamankan sama RRQ. Turtle-nya juga diamankan oleh Chen dan Chen membayarkan atas cutthroat ke arah Scavenger Crab tadi.
Masih aman,
langsung
masih aman.
dibayar. Ditebus.
Karena goldnya juga sekarang langsung unggul kan.
Ada cutthroat lagi yang terbuka tapi Pin masih bisa untuk menyelamatkan diri.
Masih aman. Tapi RRQ ini lumayan agresif pastinya ya di 3 menit pertama mereka buru-buru juga tadi untuk langsung setup ke arah turtle-nya. Berbeda dengan game yang satu, tadi turtle pertama aja di menit kelima kan.
Iya lama banget, asli lama banget setupnya.
Karena mungkin matchup assassin lawan assassin juga kali ya. Nggak bisa buru-buru dan kondisinya sama-sama under pressure tadi. Tapi di game kedua berbeda, Chan tampil.
Di Uncounting Distribution.
Lebih pede, dia tampil dengan lebih yakin lagi. Thunderbelt di item pertama untuk kedua XP laner. Akhirnya ada snowballing juga nih, scaling maksudnya yang dicari dari kedua XP-nya. Tapi untuk Fanny jelas lah ya, Haptasis di item pertama yang
Gak lah 5 match itu udah GG tau.
Ke arah Moskov yang dimana Moskov juga
jangan merendah.
Tapi Marzi sepertinya udah ngelihat ada Don, bahkan Chen juga udah terlihat di mata Marzi. Masih aman lagi.
Masih aman ya, balik lagi, reset lagi. Nggak mau terlalu terburu-buru, tapi 1v1 kayak gini, Chen.
Oh. Kali ini Marzi yang bakal coba untuk dikejar begitu saja ke The Way of Dragon. Ditendang Marzi gak selamat, combo bersama dengan cutthroat.
Tapi resource-nya banyak ya, kayak The Way of Dragon.
Stream MPL PH,
juga
tapi masih ini.
Dibuka. Tapi setidaknya Marzi juga udah ke-trigger nih dari satu buah revitalize di dalam tubuhnya. Sementara Bigetron Beta mereka akan coba mirror.
Wah ini atasnya diambil sih pasti. Pasti diambil atasnya.
Ke arah outer top turret.
Ya walaupun targetnya
lepas aja udah cumi-cuminya lah.
tapi outer turret berhasil dilumpuhkan begitu saja.
Udah aman.
Dan Danielsnya cukup peka sih dia.
Masih ada trap.
Di arah top lane.
Oh, dari Spirit of Destruction-nya ternyata nggak nyampe ke bawah ya. Tapi
Oh di konsil guys, konsil. Woshipol. Nonton Woshipol guys.
Tapi The Way of Dragon kembali. Dari Danielsa benar-benar mematikan The Woshipol yang selamatkan turtle. Langsung diamankan di tangan Chen. Tapi pertikaian masih berlanjut. Lihat bagaimana Rizanya gak mungkin bisa untuk bertahan. Dari kepura dilakukan oleh RRQ Sena.
Oke, dan keuntungan kembali diambil oleh RRQ Sena again. Danielsa, manusia setengah jauh mungkin. Targetingnya mahal banget dan tepat waktu. Sehingga
PH masih draft ya, sabar ya.
Yang sempat dikeluarkan oleh Woshipol. Dapetin turtle, dapetin kembali ke arah jungle-nya. Dan Bigetron Beta mereka dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat tidak baik-baik saja, Lim.
Mungkin dimulai dari munculnya Chen di bagian bawah tadi membuat Bigetron Beta pede banget untuk setup ke arah turtle. Tapi jangan salah, Fanny dia hanya butuh kayak 2-3 detik aja nih untuk sampai ke arah turtle-nya tadi. Dan ya, Danielsa zoning out.
Wah, terima kasih We Happy gile 130 koin gak tuh?
Itu Danielsa.
Thank you.
Gak nggak bakal bisa langsung di commit ya karena kayak
Banyak nih koin kita hari ini guys. Yuk kita koleksi koinnya.
Memang kena
Satu orang satu koin biar jadi 1000 gitu.
Sendirian dia ult ternyata langsung hilang.
Iya tertangkap ya langsung dengan 3 pemain.
Lumayan guys koleksi koin guys.
Agresif lagi nih. Recall-nya udah mulai kelihatan.
Kalau sekali live stream dapat 10.000 koin. Luar biasa kali itu streamer.
Dari Kingdom juga bagaimana Danielsa main agresif.
Oh,
Dari konsil dibuka juga, targeting ke arah Pin, maka dominator dibuka juga, tapi ternyata Pinnya.
Ya Chan. Gak lihat Chan, gak apa-apa Chan. Jalan kaki di jalan, dia jalan kaki guys.
Agak kelewat ya Chen. Gak apa-apa, tapi emang kejeduk juga dia sama Bone Single gak sih tadi?
Makanya dia tadi emang mau ngambil poin killnya aja sih buat Chapter Moskov, lumayan sekali. Dan ya masih berlanjut juga, jangan lupa nih 2 hero scaling Kari dan juga Sas. Cuman satu item nih yang cukup menarik dari Paul, Skypiercer. Di momen seperti ini apakah menjadi item yang tepat? Karena jujur dari poin killnya pun belum ada, potensi killnya bahkan menurutku itu nggak ada juga.
Ya kayak belum ada space, dia 2 kali tumbang loh di area turtle dan zoning out di Danielsa.
Gila tepat banget dari Stumpo dan juga dengan Way of Dragon terhadap Paul.
Ini final.
Tapi
Oh di sebelah ada 1-1 coy. 1-1 dipakai. Demi apa nih syaratnya 1-1 keluar gimana dah? Hero-nya beda lagi. Gila Marsinya. Sudah Marsi, sudah gak sih?
Karena revitalize-nya dibalas
Sudah
juga
gak sih Lins? Gak ada orang loh.
Ngelihat dari mungkin agak terburu-buru tadi The Way of Dragon dari Danielsa. Tapi
belum
tidak
masih
dimanfaatkan
draft,
juga nih sama Ararki untuk
nanggung nih lagi seru nih.
arah turtle-nya. Memilih untuk reset, memilih
Selamat
untuk
sore,
mundur
Sas.
lagi, tapi pressure.
SP udah gak counter POV udah enggak. Tuh buktinya Marsi enak-enak aja kan.
Dengan gameplay dari Danielsa dan
Kalau POV yang dulu meninggal tuh POV yang dulu.
Nggak sih, harusnya nggak berani ya.
Wah terima kasih loh We Happy gile menyumbangsihkan banyak koin ke sini. Hari gak tuh saya mas, tapi belum 30.000 koin.
Ada di snowball powernya. Hati-hati 1, 2 punishment.
Yuh tambah 20 lagi. Ini mewakili 20 orang ya dengan satu flower ya.
Banyak lah dia.
Ya sini kan ada 1.100 orang nih. Satu orang ke satu flower kayaknya mantep
tapi
deh.
untuk zona yang dikuasai Don, dia bisa
Iya tunggu in game. Memang gue tunggu in game kalau yang PH.
ke arah midnya dan membuat mid bisa
Esme revitalize, Poveus revitalize.
Ini udah mulai
Ini BTR kayaknya lebih ke kalah gak sih?
Juga 5.400 gold lead yang dipegang oleh Ararki.
Hawa-hawa 4-0 guys.
Dan bahkan ini juga perlahan harusnya tim fight akan bisa dibantu
Digantiin,
juga nih
Skap.
dengan hadirnya sosok dari Toy.
Abis ini sabar masih drafting.
Nggak cukup sih harusnya. Buat ngepanis Don dia butuh anti regen.
Wah, ini Don juga terlalu kuat banget.
Fanny sama Wan tuh di sebelah tuh.
Jadi secondary roamer juga kayak
PH enggak global
Danielsa. Bisa bikin momen dengan Polystar Moon ya, bahkan sekarang ada tiket untuk defensif aja mulai dilakukan. Tapi dengan Roberto masih cukup strong juga untuk melakukan hal tersebut. Tapi Polystar Moon sepertinya bukan menjadi satu teori ancaman kepada Big Roberta.
Iya, masih cukup tebal pastinya untuk Ararki juga, cukup sulit untuk ditumbangkan dan perlahan-lahan nih. Ini benar-benar digerogotin semua turretnya inisiasi.
Tapi Tyron Defender Race Connect menuju ke arah
kalau tim fight kumpul?
Tapi Riza terbuka space di tangan dan hilang.
Tim fight kumpul menang siapa nih? Ya.
Situation Toy. Damage-nya sudah tidak bisa dibendung lagi.
Memang bermain di zona yang
Toynya
sempit
jadi
dari
men.
Tyrant's Revenge emang kena, tapi sayangnya perbedaan
Ini yang ini
atribut
global
delivering
ban.
damage
Sabar,
yang
ini sebelah
dilakukan
masih
sama
ini.
Veteran Beta. Ini terasa banget
Masih
gapnya.
apa namanya?
Dan
Masih drafting.
Guntingan dari
Dih, Chen
masuk
awas
dari
Chen.
samping.
Buset Chen.
Dan akhirnya menjadi satu keuntungan lagi yang bisa disecure oleh RRQ.
Mau ngasih teori ancaman lagi tuh tadi Chen barusan tuh. Mau ngasih teori ke pin tuh.
Hati-hati ya.
Miss mekanik juga bisa jadi bahaya, ingat. Gangguan gold yang banyak sebenarnya dari RRQ. Ini sekalinya ada shutdown, itu bisa langsung swing banget. Tapi tempo masih di mereka. Bahkan Toy yang udah mulai jadi, tadi sempat buy one sama Marzi nggak berkutik sama sekali. Dan ya punishment karena Don ngebuang terlalu banyak sword.
Sabar banget ya, buset.
Harusnya Bigetron sekarang
Bucet guys, tembak sekali hilang.
boleh lagi. Inisiat duluan.
Tapi sepertinya dari arah Gisena makin menggila. Marzi udah dicicil habis. Speedy Light Wheel menjadi satu poin yang berharga untuk arah Gisena. Tapi tiba-tiba dengan kuat ada satu steel cable yang begitu kuat. Membuat Riza tumbang menjadi korban kedua.
Oke. Satu serangan kejut lagi ya. Gerakan-gerakan mematikan dari Chen. Yang memang membuat dari Veteran Beta tidak siap untuk menerima hal tersebut. Sampai akhirnya dua pemain yang hilang membuat RRQ Sena bisa secure Lord tanpa adanya gangguan.
Oke. Keunggulan masih ada di RRQ dan semakin naik juga dari goldnya. Bahkan untuk nge-secure buff. Tapi Don
Buset. Masih ada Falling Star Moon ya, momennya pas banget.
Belum mulai MPLP.
Ketiban
Masih
bulan
draft.
ya langsung ya.
Enggak nge-lag. Emang kalian nge-lag?
Tapi Bigetron Beta mereka defensifnya juga lumayan terbatas nih Lim, kayak bener-bener ngandelin Karamosov dan Bane-nya, di mana mereka harus punya posisi yang baik.
Sabar, abis ini
Karena
kita ke
kalau mau
PH.
delivering dia harus maju. Sedangkan kayak ngeliat dari
Luncur
arah
ke
sana
PH.
mereka bisa banget di dive in. Bahkan dikasih zoning dengan adanya Nightmare X-Spawn ataupun dari Dominator Descents.
Wah, tapi kalau ngeliat damage skill tadi Don yang paling gede loh.
Pok terus ya.
Dia ngepok terus.
Wah,
Dia
Arlotnya
nahan
dikasih
damage-nya
Kirk.
juga. Sandbag dan
Kecil
Victory.
oke lah.
Ini dua title yang sebenarnya susah didapetin. Tapi ya balik lagi defensifnya. Bane salah satu hero high ground. Salah masuk dari RRQ juga sangat-sangat bisa dipanis. Tapi perbedaan gold yang lumayan jauh ini. Gua
Udah ya,
rasa
guys ya.
1 atau 2 best start sih
2
boleh.
menit
lah
lagi kita pindah.
dipaksakan oleh RRQ.
Menit 15 kita pindah.
Lord
Menit
Jedi
15
udah
kita
mulai
pindah.
coba untuk masuk ke arah rumah
Bandel
Daniel.
selesai.
Bandel
Ketarik.
banget dengan sekarang. The Way of Dragon.
Ya
Tendangan
ampun.
umpan lambung menuju ke arah Marzi dan Marzi tumbang. Diselesaikan dengan sangat baik oleh RRQ Sena dan sekarang
Udah selesai
target
gak sih?
mereka makin lebih berbahaya lagi. Walaupun ada Spiro
Ada
Victory,
Link, cowok.
tapi
Link
tidak
lawan
bisa.
Fanny seberang,
Menuju
lucu.
ke arah
Seru.
belakang. Vidya! Nggak bisa berkutik, bahkan Wasipol juga tidak bisa berkebing. Dan yang bagaimana di arah atas, best turret bakal dihabiskan.
Oke, satu persatu base turret bakal didobrak. Tapi lihat bagaimana Danielsa lagi-lagi melakukan outplay. Satu montage dan sekarang Riza ditabrak.
Masalah besar
Selesai
terjadi sekarang Liza dalam bahaya dan Riza. Dan akhirnya dua player tersebut.
Gile.
2-0 untuk RRQ Sena.
Dan RRQ Sena kali ini kembali
Maksud gua
dengan 1 poin.
streamernya gile,
Bukan
Cok, ganti-ganti
comeback,
terus.
Tapi kemenangan solid.
Ini hawa-hawa
yang
menang,
didapatkan.
Cok.
Gameplay
And still not on the board as Fnatic Onic Philippines push
Mati
on
bentar lagi
the
streamernya,
match
gak ada napas.
point. Possibly after this.
Possibly. They got to get to that point. And you know what? So far, man, you know, even for our viewers that might have missed the previous 2 games.
Let's go. Ini yang PH ya. Ini streamer kalian doakan yang baik-baik aja dah pokoknya dah.
More than just
Eh,
King Kong needs to be controlled.
anjir,
They gotta make
uji
sure that
mental
whenever
tadi
King
gua,
Kong's
Cok.
planning for the comeback,
Tidak ada
it's a
nafasnya.
Make sure that after the 10
Ini ada
minutes
1-1 tadi gue liat
mark,
draftnya.
King Kong
Link lawan
remains
Fanny
under
yang
control.
terakhir.
Because remember,
Maraton cu streamer di sini.
they didn't even trade Turtle.
Disiksa streamernya. Ada match apa lagi nih? Nanti. Sambil saya pantau, tenang, saya akan memantau MDL guys, tenang aja. Guys, doakan komputer saya masih sehat
That's
ya.
a tailored pick.
Gue takut PC-nya meledak coy.
Only few
Jadi
mages
ya,
would
kalau
actually
bisa
want
tolonglah.
Warcry. So here,
Sumbangsihkan
telegraphing
sedikit
Super Prince,
dana-dana
wants to
kalian
fight,
gitu loh,
he
biar gue
wants
bisa
to
beli
deal a
PC
lot of
baru.
damage very fast and get in that
Belum
early
nafas,
game
belum nafas
advantage.
guys. Streamernya belum
Spike
nafas.
up in
Tahan
the
dulu,
mid to
tahan
late
dulu.
when he has items. Turn him into a right click and mate.
Streamer maraton anjir, disiksa netizen.
This has been the story in the gold lane. You know, throughout the series, these two just kind of duking it out. Domeng, you know, already had to use that Purify early on, then that's just what they want to do. Both of them want to get the upper hand earlier if they can.
Ini kalau sampai malam ada Mena lagi nih. Tapi Mena udah selesai kemarin. Wah, mati Kelra guys. Mati Kelra, pasti mati.
He's dead.
Masa nggak mati?
It's good by
kan?
Kelra. First blood in the hands of Demon Kite.
The smiling demon starting hot early on. Not even 2 minutes. Turtle still preparing to spawn lower.
Tapi ini hal yang biasa kita lihat dari FNOP. Kalah di early game, tapi mereka menangin nih mid game, late gamenya dipegang dengan mereka semuanya.
In his debut season with
Udah
Minana
2-0.
in season 12,
Back when Arlot fit all roles.
season
almost.
13.
Yeah.
This was the one here that made us all just
Nih kasih dulu nih.
stand in awe. It's like,
Buat
wow,
teman-teman kita
Kirk know how
semuanya.
to play Arlot.
And he showcased it. What was it, game 1, right? Game
Gue
1
mau
he
habisin
knocked out
code-nya
and,
guys, biar kita ganti
made
code
it
guys.
work here, so he's pretty
Claim
close
aja
to that
tuh yang
level
belum
4
claim
should
tuh.
have it by the time they actually commit to this turtle. Super Prince grabbing his own Primal Wrath.
Oh,
So work through it.
the perfect ulta steal. Some would argue, yeah, maybe you should steal the Eternal Guard. No, Super Prince wants this. This is the perfect pickup for the ult since he has Warcry. It's so good.
Which is funny because remember before...
Bisa 2 kali, setauku nggak bisa 2 kali setauku.
Yep.
Right? So like...
Well, the many different flavors.
Kalau ini
of
4-0,
Super
4-1,
Prince and
41.
Valentina.
60% lah mereka juara M Series.
likes to
50%
kind of approach
lah.
that way, and it looks like, you know, for now,
50%-nya ada
they'll
buat tim
just kind of
Indo.
ignore the turtle while they go ahead and look for something else.
Yeah, yeah.
Part of this also is just,
Thank you,
again,
thank you.
having those level 4s available. Demon Kai on the top.
Ah!
That implosion's not going to catch him.
Sayang banget Bruce.
From a different angle,
Wow!
Demon Kite forced to use Tempest of Blades. From a different angle, an implosion would actually catch a Ling mid-air. You did this earlier today.
I did this earlier, yeah, when we were playing. it works pretty good. And I think that's why when we were in the draft, you saw the facial expression of Demon Kite, you know, as they were trying to work through it and figure out, like, yeah, what are they going to take? They know that Tigreal's over there, but you're more so just relying on that skill, that mechanics that Demon Kite has shown us before to have the upper hand.
Macam-macam dalamnya, dari skin epic sampai WDP, good luck lah.
Like he knows it's gonna suck when he comes into the range of the Brusco's Tigreal.
Tapi kalau apes dapat das. Dapat skin space ya kalau apes. Banyak apes ya ini.
Now the turtle started up once more. Lower quarter.
Kalau udah habis kasih tau saya ya, kalau sudah habis ya.
This is probably about as delayed as it gets because both junglers, they want to just make sure they have their purple buffs. You know, and both of them right now, they just like, all right, let's ignore it.
Shades of Demon Kite's old team, RSG. A rotation that they made popular in 2022-2023, the delayed Lord Turtle take, where they made sure that the buffs were secured first. And now
udah habis?
King Kong.
Serius lu udah habis?
That's enough damage to come through with the cutthroat as well.
King Kong ini apa ya? King Kong ya?
King Kong. Oh, does he get away? No.
Kena taunting.
Renegade will get him that one cable off, but still.
Coba dulu. Udah habis belum?
For King Kong.
The beast
habisin dulu.
But I think he's happy with what we got away with anyways. But I think he'd be happier if he survived. What was
bohong nih, bilang habis bohong banget.
Of one cable?
That's what it looked like.
King Kong Nile versi PH. Bah, ini sih udah the real Kang Gendong kalau yang ini.
Yeah, he would have ended up underneath the turret anyways.
Yeah, and Renegade was right there. Probably would have been able to get the unbreakable taunt off. I'm assuming.
Tulisannya apa coba? Kalau yang udah nyoba tulisannya apa?
You know, it gives a double to King Kong, and they're still
sesuai
no
namanya
turtle taken.
That's right. This might as well be the second turtle here.
Ntar gue tes lah nanti.
Yeah. They might start this one up. King Kong working on the orange buff.
Batas pendekaran habis. Gila ya. Yang sedot berapa orang tuh? Hoi.
Antique.
Itu kok bisa habis dah?
It should help in stopping King Kong from doing his thing. Even Kirk, like Kirk hurts.
Sidiki tidak tersedia itu Sidiki kan.
Clashing swords with him randomly, and then
nanti lagi ya
some way,
buat next watch party.
King Kong joins the fray, like that should help Edward stay tougher. Super Frizz though picking up the. How often do you're a mid laner? How often does a Valentina pick up a Starlium site?
Super Fritz is on, so he's let him cook, right?
What?
Oh, hold on!
Domeng!
Wow!
King Kong again. Cable's gonna come
ya,
through. Don't tell me.
Dia.
Domeng. Wow. He actually survived. I don't know how that happened, King Kong. Not to the angle he's looking for, but here's the final slash with Turtle Guard as well. Finally, a Turtle's going to be taken.
Rugi sih tadi.
Demon Kite will get
FNOP rugi tadi.
Now still looking for more.
Kayak trade-nya mereka itu harus trade-nya mereka harus dapetin Domeng. Soalnya mereka ngelepasin Turtle.
Finally, a Turtle goes to Aurora, and they get a turret here.
Terbatas dan melampauinya. Sabar bang ya. Follow aja dulu.
So that puts FNOP slightly up, because again, I think turrets are more valuable than turtles in the grander scheme of things. 6.5 minutes in, Fnatic Onic constantly playing the map. Aurora taking what fights come their way. Back to the man of the hour here, Super Prince.
Kirk itu dari Minana
Game 1, it was a Brave Smite. Yep. Game 3, now it's a Warcry. He's building Starlium sides. What's he on his way?
Katanya udah habis kodnya. Tanya teman-teman yang lain nih yang udah ngeklaim.
Super Prince, what he's up to with this Valentina is just pure anarchy.
It's gotta be a combination though.
1,5 juta bener juga ya.
That's what I'm assuming.
Nih, gue sampai pakai, gue bawa bolpen buat nyatet coba kalian semuanya nanti. Kalau teman-teman yang lain udah habis. Nanti lagi ya, nanti saya carikan ya.
Renegade gonna try to jump away, will escape, utilizing that Avatar of the Guardian. Meanwhile, purple buff work done by Demon Kite.
Ada trial epic, ada WDP.
Only one turtle gets to go to a team, as the Lord is coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Aurora scored more kills. Aurora took the first turtle, the only turtle in this game, and the rotation can actually, the lineup can actually rotate fast. They're capable of that, given the Ling, given the Thought, given the Moskov. But is this not such a far cry from their performance against Falcons AP Brand last night? They buried the defending world champions. Oh, King Kong in trouble. All right, it's fine. They buried. Come on, King Kong, let me finish.
King Kong doesn't want to let you finish. And look at the response here.
This is why.
He bought enough time. Renegade goes in with the Unbreakable. He jumps on out. And that'll be enough time
Menang kan FNOP
to allow
sekarang.
also
Tadi
Domain
early-nya
to get to safety.
B aja sih
Impressive
mereka.
work,
Early-nya tuh B
Aurora.
aja.
High game sense.
Tiba-tiba fly high
Fnatic Onic,
gitu.
they tried.
Yeah.
Good setup.
Good
It's
rotation.
just, again, a mobile lineup. Aurora can control the map, but what is it? Did King Kong get in their heads?
Whoa! The damage on the bottom.
Wow,
Domain.
solo kill.
That's what they have to watch out for from King Kong on the Fanny.
Is it gonna come down?
Nah,
to
kalau
Demon
WDP
Knight
ya
babysitting
banyak yang
Doming?
udah
'Cause
bilang
there's
dapat
nobody who
WDP.
can protect them.
And the panel
Yang
talked
hoki-hokian
about
lah.
this in the draft, that
Rezeki
the
Anda berarti
Moskov
ya.
was the option, but you're almost a sitting duck against a Fanny, and that's what
Ada yang dapat
happened
turret
there,
nggak?
so that's Lord secured as
Dapat
well
dapat turret.
for FNOP, and now this is where they put the pressure
Yang pertama
on the
hoki ya,
resources of Demon
nggak
Kai here.
jatuh.
Purple buff going to be worked
Oh,
on.
King Kong didn't retry.
They're going to rely on it. Implosion's going to be used. Spear Destruction as well. They're going to break
Ambil
out in
banget
the
apaan
fight.
nih?
Kirk could be in trouble. Final
Apaan nih?
slash. Demon
Aku nggak
Kai's
melihat
gone
apapun juga,
with the
guys.
clapping back here.
Si
King
King
Kong will cable
Kong,
on out
anak set.
after he takes out Renegade.
Masih sempet
Kelra,
nge-kill gak tuh?
Great, still in the mid lane. Kelra taking the spear. Has to be careful. Backs off, and Super
Tempat
Prince as well.
Fnatic
Kalau
Onic
Malmer
looking
Satria
for
lucu
more
kali ya.
after that pick off on Doming down bottom. Looking to capitalize, gets clapped backed on by Aurora, who have a respectable kit, mind you. They have great responses, and here in this
Lihat
fight,
tuh,
we
lihat
got
tuh, itu kan
solid
chaos banget kan.
AOG,
Beke-beke
a solid
udah ada kelihatan
PG,
apa-apa tuh. King
but
Kongnya
the
si
fact
paling
is,
King Kong nih, cuma
there
masuk
was way too
sat.
much CC in the paint
Keluar lagi.
for Fnatic Onic to let Demon Kite do his thing. Like, this is not an
Uh-oh,
ideal
King
situation.
Kong.
King Kong!
Oh, he is in
Basic
trouble.
attack!
That's a little basic attack, but it's going to fall off there. Able to
Gila.
escape, but as you were saying,
He's faster than a projectile!
Apaan nih orang nih?
he should be, right? I mean, you're cabling.
And-
You've seen that show. They're pretty fast.
Gile.
3D maneuver here. It's ridiculous. What I'm trying to say is Demon Kite has to go through so many layers. Has to go through a Tigreal, an Arlet, a Valentina that's turned into an Edith, and then the threat of a jump from Kelra. Like, he has to think of all of those things and allocate the Tempest of Blades in a beneficial way. Now, Kirk in trouble.
Renegade goes in with a taunt.
Mati dong Raiden J.
Not sure if
Wah!
this is the fight they're gonna want.
Selamat
Final
itu
slaps
meleset.
are gonna land as well. Renegade taking quite a few shots, and he'll disengage.
Lihat Kelranya
with the jump
nggak
again.
keluarin
Meanwhile,
crossbow
King
of
Kong
tanknya.
takes the purple buff,
Udah
waiting
tahu bakal
patiently
terbang.
to see who's gonna come here. He's gonna get spotted out though, so just takes the buff for now.
So far, I'm counting about 50-50.
Ada lagi nggak nanti ya?
Renegade casting a DAG, a
Next watch
defensive
party.
Avatar of the Guardian. Like, that's
Yeah.
mainly what he uses it for.
Waduh.
Doming
Wah!
in trouble here.
Kelar
Too
hidupnya.
much to handle.
Kelar hidupnya men. 4 orang nggak tuh di depan muka. Depan komuk.
Doming is down. This is not a drill. Doming died twice, yes, but in my head I can already see 3 or 4 more deaths in the very same way. Unless they figure something out, unless they find a way to give him space on the map. But that is easier said than done, especially if Fnatic ought to just pop all these holy shields, man.
Yeah, who do you send to protect Doming? Again, he even purified out of that. But you're just overloaded by so much that even so, you can't really escape that. So, is Doming just
Mulai
is
gak
his only
jernih.
option to just sit in the base?
Mulai tidak
Seems to be the
berpikir
story
rasional.
here. You can purify stacks on
FNOP
the
udah pernah
1-1.
juara MPL.
You can
Belum.
purify from the many setups from Kirk and
Juara 2
Brusco.
kalau nggak salah terakhir ya.
But at the end of the day,
Kok
King Kong
membosankan?
Purify what?
Ini seru tahu.
In the air,
Membosankan
Kelra
dari
does
mana?
fly.
Oh,
Woi!
Demon Kite, whoa.
Sakit banget itu dicolek di menkatnya.
Damage coming out. Again, another
Dikatrot
defensive
lehernya,
energy
men,
can
bukan
be used.
Pundaknya
And this
dikatrot
is
bukan
getting
lehernya.
a little dire here for Aurora as it looks like the lights are
Kenapa
really
orangnya
dimming
disuruh-suruh ini?
in this
Bocil-bocil
game
suruhan
number
kenapa
3
dah?
for them.
Sun's about to set.
4-1
12 and a
kalau
half
kata aku.
minutes in.
King Kong makan pisang.
And Fnatic Onic have scored the first Lord, yes. But they're taking the time with this one. They want to make sure that it's almost impossible for Aurora to contest. Or they have
Emang Pak Ape
a
sempat
clear
ada omongan mau beli King
take.
Kong?
And, oh, Demon Kite.
There we go
Ih,
again.
The flank
si
here.
Brusco ya, tapi
Gonna use it. They're gonna jump in. Super Prince as
Brusco-nya
well.
sesadis
Demon
itu
Kite
tahu
going in with Tempest
Brusco-nya.
of Blades.
Kelra
Will be able to find
dikejar,
Super Prince. Could be looking
Isi
for
darah
more.
dia.
They get the knock up here through
Ya.
as Kirk gonna fall. And they still
Kelranya
have
ngisi darah.
Kelra, King Kong, and Brusco to face off against the Lord.
Yue.
Well, I'll be damned. The
Yue,
first
kenapa
time in a
Yue?
while, Aurora
Terbang dong
has
itu,
gone
terbang dong.
3v5.
They're gonna jump in. Kelra He is gone.
Wow, satu tim fight.
And the light shines a little bit brighter at this point in the game.
There's an
Oh, sempat ada omongan.
ember of flickering. Aurora are back in this game.
Bisa gak nanti final MPL ini main siang gitu? Siang? Ya emang jam segini kan final, mau start jam berapa?
The output of Aurora, did they hedge on the fact that Demon Kite was not gonna catch King Kong?
Oh, I guess not, and with that too.
Oh, pas sebelum ambil irat ya.
Take the purple buff from King Kong, so they have a massive swing now in their favor here, Leo, for this Lord push in.
Usually, it's at this precipice, this crossroads that Fnatic Onic
One-one-nya udah mau terbang tadi.
snap
Tapi terlalu rame,
into
gak jadi
killer
terbang.
mode, into end game.
Buru.
But now it's Aurora who's in that position. 1,000 gold ahead, the map turning red, and for the first time in a while, King Kong has to play defensive again. Aurora looking to clear up these lanes, and they're hunting. I think they're looking for King Kong.
They're trying to find him right here. King Kong, is he going to be able to escape?
Spotted.
He gets stopped for now. And they
Sih,
won't be
gila
able to
banget.
catch him any further.
Dia cuma datang-datang cuman buat ini doang, apa namanya? Buat rusuh.
These turrets down to get some space to work with, because remember, Domeng has had a hell of a time
Nah, intinya satu tim
trying to
jangan
push
ada.
the side lanes in because of King Kong.
And now, I think
Amin
Domeng has gone
favorit,
through
semoga ya.
the tough part. I think
Semoga
Domeng is in a better
keterima di
place right now.
kerjaan. Ya
There's an
apapun
SOD
itulah.
thrown in.
Kalau yang back-back mah Om Wawa selalu mendoakan yang back-back untuk penduduk-penduduknya.
Aurora's gonna choke out.
Ada chance buat Aurora ambil game ini nggak? Ada banget. Gara-gara mereka menang tim fight sekali tadi. Ini udah mulai comeback nih Auroranya.
As well as he did get that wind of nature. So even if King Kong shows up, at least he has an option to play into it.
That's right. Safe from King Kong, safe from Kelra. He only really has to worry about a rogue final slash from Kirk, or like Super Prince coming in from a weird angle. Those are the only real threats, the only natural predators to Doming's Moscow right now. The purple in jeopardy. Aurora choking out King Kong. There's a final slash. Failed.
Wow.
DOG going to be used, not going to be able to find the connection. Internal guard drop down to Kirk, in trouble, as Domeng will get that one.
Isinya gede juga ya.
And again, Aurora will find another pickoff, and they force it down right now through the mid lane. SOD going to be dropped down. They just want this mid turret. It's one hit away. It finally drops down, and that looks like what Aurora's going to get.
Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Say the Auroras. Slowly but surely, there's a Lord spawning in 30 seconds. They'd rather play for that than force anything that may be a regrettable
Bilang
call.
aja gajinya menyesuaikan gitu dengan tempat yang Bapak berikan.
Doming up by about 1,000 gold, so he's
Bilang aja
a
menyesuaikan
fully built
gitu.
Moscow.
Nanti kalau
Honestly, to being a barefoot
udah lihat
Moscow.
kemampuan aslinya baru lu naikin gitu.
Do they know? They don't hear this, no?
Yeah, they don't hear. They don't see the thunder.
Menyesuaikan sesuai dengan kebijakan perusahaan. Nah itu kalau lo pengen keterima ya. Lo ajarin tuh. Jangan jadi anak baru minta 100 juta gila. Ada Rafa, ada. Kirk ini dari Minan Evos.
Early to mid for Aurora. And now that they're in control, they gotta do this right. Brusco coming in. King Kong from the east. Going for the flank. So is Kelra. They spot him.
Nah.
King Kong taking a ton of
Wah.
hits. Spear destruction won't land. Demon Kite jumping back towards the Lord. They just want to be able to secure the objective. And DK will get it. And they'll get Kirk as
Gila
well.
si Yue.
And now FNOP once again backs against the wall on the defense.
The Northern Lights are now up 5,000 gold. 17 minutes in. King Kong starving, struggling to take his purple. Fails.
Kadang jawab gitu keterimanya lama. Ya kalau lu pede, bilang aja ada pengalaman kerja di tempat lain nggak? Bilang aja saya berharap ada peningkatan dari gaji saya dari tempat sebelumnya. Nah, sebelumnya itu segini, saya berharap ada peningkatan senilai 20% atau 50% atau 1000% gitu ya, jawab gitu aja. Nah itu lebih cepat lagi kalau ada pengalaman kerja ya.
It's impressive because it's without a Raphael they had the last game with the movement speed.
It's as if they still do.
2-1 kah?
And there's the SOD and the Lord.
Cepet banget, Prince sudah keluar.
Gonna jump in. Kirk already using the final slash. Comes to Blaze as well.
Wah, motionnya ke-cancel. Tapi ada yang terbang guys, ada yang terbang. Ada yang terbang.
It's not enough as Aurora finally gets on the board for the series. Now 2-1.
Gile. Tidak jadi kalah ngebalikin. Itu susahnya PH guys. Satu momen,
And
satu
how
team fight
perfect
kalah
is
pun
that?
ya, kalau mereka dapat mereka masih
It
bisa balikin.
happened after the 13-minute mark. They held on, Joseph. They held on.
It
King
was
Kong
a
kemarin
long
dari
ride, and I
TNC.
feel like especially for Domeng, man, that finally he's like, all right, I can finally fire back at King Kong. Great
Bisa
response.
jadi sampai game 7.
It's Championship Sunday here. in
Ini
the
tinggal
MPL
satu padahal
Arena.
tadi.
Let's see what our analysts as the Infinix game
Tapi kayaknya ya kalau buat gue ya, King Kong itu jangan kasih Fanny gak sih? Kurang.
You know what? I got me some doubts earlier on, but I didn't know we'd get Championship Sunday like this. We got a ball game.
Yep, ball game indeed, and coming off of the back of Aurora being able to punish a Fnatic Onic Philippines overheat. Strong punish, and Renegade coming in the clutch with clutch taunts. That two-man taunt that he got, that was the turnaround.
Yeah, during that Lord. Prior to that, they were able to take down King Kong and Kelra, I believe, because King Kong wasn't there during that fight. But clutch to the hitman. It's hard to pull off a taunt CC onto highly mobile heroes for the side of Fnatic Onic. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be this man, Renegade.
It was funny because I could have sworn they got the early game there, especially with Super Friends going full-on Edith mode, locked in the Starlium Scythe. And there you go. These late-game team fights are all what it's all about Aurora.
That was a turnaround moment. The moment that Fnatic Onic Philippines whiffed their initiation there with Aurora starting things off. And that two-man taunt by Renegade coming in the clutch to catch off the 1-1 and the Fanny. Those were the two main team fights that really turned things around for Aurora. And since they were playing from an uncomfortable position where it's harder for them to initiate, where they were playing back, it was harder for the 1-1.
Yeah. And it's not just to commend Renegade, there was a stellar performance also for Edward. There were a lot of times wherein Kirk's Final Slash was hitting, and whenever the Flicker Final Slash was going to be casted, it was a go signal for Edward to go in with the Earth Shatter Flicker combination. So it was a whole team effort for the side of Aurora, not to mention Demon Kite's huge plays, huge solo kills.
Honestly, up until the very end as well. Like, they were like forcing it to the victory.
Yeah, after the first jungle rotation, Fnatic Onic Philippines needed to take control of the game and dominate because they have abysmal wave clear. Kirk has a concussive blast. Brusco as well. They needed a little bit more utility to help themselves clear the waves. When it got to the point where it was just a full-on push, you saw it was so difficult for Fnatic Onic Philippines to clear out all the minions.
Yeah, and this was coming from the fact that Fnatic had a good start. Who could forget, after Demon Kite picked off Keller for the first blood, there was an evade coming in from King Kong
MPL
and
masih
Brusco.
iklan.
With the implosion play, they got 2 kills plus denying the orange buff. But despite all that, I think you said it during the lineup, that Fnatic Onyx lineup was kind of too
harus
greedy.
meyakinkan.
So when it comes to the macro
harus
gameplay, I think they were focused more on kills instead of the objectives that Aurora was clearly dominating during the whole game.
And to be
ketika
fair,
semuanya sudah
Fnatic
meyakinkan,
Onyx
jangan lupa
has
buat
won
follow.
with those kills.
Betul,
Previously,
follow Wawa dulu yuk.
like just to overload them with all the damage.
Katanya
Sometimes
anak-anak udah
even the
habis,
opponent
mau
gets
dicoba.
real
Kalian mau
dizzy,
coba
stunned up.
klaim.
That didn't happen that much here.
Kata anak-anak udah habis.
I feel like with Fnatic Onic Philippines making bolder draft decisions, Aurora is getting to read them just a little bit more. Even though you saw the hesitation on their end to pick that Ling, after they survived the onslaught of Fnatic Onic Philippines having a 5k gold lead, once they were starting to punish, it proved yet again the statement of many professional players in the Philippines that this meta, it's the meta where you cannot make mistakes. You commit an error and it's so punishing.
Permisi,
Fnatic Onic Philippines
waktunya
committed
ngeklaim
2 big
adik-adik.
errors and Aurora punished them.
And not just errors, there were also missed chances for King Kong to actually have solo kills.
Yeah.
I think there were 2 instances, even with Doming. So I know a lot of people have a lot to say for this game.
Well, 2 people who have a lot to say. My bros there on the solo analyst, dual analyst. Throw it over.
Timing has never been more crucial for Aurora MLBB as they take game number 3. Magandang buhay, welcome to the Analyst Stand. My name is Antinara. I am joined here by my idol, Wolf, as we try to explain what happened in game number 3 between both of these teams. And as we see, it was Fnatic Onic Philippines that took control of the earlier stages of the match. What was the turning point for you, Wolf?
So that was the second Lord timing where we saw that the Fanny, which was King Kong, tried to poke the Moskov in the bottom lane. So for Fanny, for all of those who are that familiar about the Fanny, when you are that deep, it's difficult for you to get into the Lord area. So when King Kong did that play against the Moscow, probably he could have taken down the Moscow, but then again, it's Dominic, so he survived. And the thing is, the punish was very instantaneous coming out from Aurora. They bursted down the Lord. They took 2 heroes with the combination of Edward and Renegades crowd control.
Udah habis.
They took the Lord.
Sudah habis kawan-kawan semuanya.
When we see there, it was the combination
Sudah
of
tidak ada lagi ya.
Stunt and
Udah nggak ada, ntar lagi.
Earth Shatter that made it possible for them to be able to look at the Lord.
Indo ada malah nonton negara lain. Waduh, otak-otak begini nih. Ini otak yang perlu disentil gak sih? Ini otak lo nih.
Crowd control here by the 16th minute mark.
Yeah, if you're gonna be looking at that's even the Moscow had a lot of crowd control.
Skornya masih
There was a time
2-1.
where he was landing the stuns, which is by the way very difficult. There was a time where we utilized the Moscow against the Fanny. Like if you recall, like, around season 9, season 10, that is the pocket pick. Now
Habis
standard.
kodenya habis.
However, if you're a Fanny user, because you're so used to facing the Moscow, you know how to outplay it. So Doming
pengen gue bilang kayak pakai mata gitu di sebelah lagi iklan. Dan orangnya juga cuma ngetik gitu kadang-kadang terus langsung pergi.
Yeah, and we were talking about how timing has been crucial for Aurora MLBB, and you've been talking about timing all across the games that we've had, Wolf. So this Wind of Nature pick up 13 minutes into the match, and then later on, the
1-1
immortality
Haskell.
from Doming ensured that he
1-1
will survive.
Which was also the timing that the
Haskell,
Fanny went
okay.
to the bottom lane around the 14-minute.
Cuman nggak terlalu
Maybe,
kepake
I
Haskell.
mean, we didn't really actually
Lebih
see
ke
what
itu,
was
Wind of Nature.
happening there. Like the micro that
Di
happened
Ice Corrosion
between
kan
King
3
Kong as
item
well
awal.
as Doming, but the
Terus
fact
biasanya
that he
dia ke
has
Malfix si
Wind
Halberd
of
baru ke
Nature at
Cross
30 minutes 44 seconds kind of meant that King Kong may have
Sebelah,
overcalculated
sebelah
the
tambah
strength of the
waktu
Fanny.
guys.
We know for sure that he's
Tadi
a
tuh kurang
masterful Fanny
tadi
player,
kurang 2 menit.
but
Ya
Doming,
jadi 6 menit lagi ya,
surviving
udah
in
dengerin
that
ini
bottom
aja.
lane meant the world for Aurora.
Yeah, and that
Pak Ape, lihat King Kong, Pak Ape.
moment for Aurora MLBB that later on enabled them to secure this win against Fnatic.
Intern ya, intern kadang-kadang ada Raka. Kalau buat ini kan e-sport ya, MPL ya.
That was interesting.
Pantengin aja tuh story-storynya. Kalian follow itu. Kalian kalau follow kalian follow siapa sih? Jangan follow yang artis-artis Korea-Korea gitu lah. Boleh sih ngefans ya. Tapi kalau butuh kerjaan, follow lah orang-orang yang sekiranya ada di industri sana. Biasanya mereka nge-share lowongan kerja.
Wind of
Gitu.
Nature did save Doming. Yeah, a lot there. And again, King Kong, rare time that he overcalculated the Fanny.
Talent MPL
That
ID
decision
ada
to go for
suntik
the
vitamin
Wind of
kayak
Nature
player.
instead of the
Emang ada?
Malefic Roar first was so
Siapa
crucial
nggak tahu gue.
for that game.
That's right. And you know what? We haven't really mentioned that much. Look at these Minana boys. Look at where the Minana boys, the NXP boys are right now. It can't really help but look back sometimes and see how far they've come.
Yeah, the former
Beda-beda
members of
semua
Next
ya.
Play EVOS, Minana EVOS, headlining in the grand final. Miles, Kirk, Brusco, Coach Hayes, Doming, and of course Renegade had a long time stint with
Dari
Next Play
Minana
/
FS diambil.
EVOS.
So you know these guys are cut from the same cloth and now gonna represent the Philippines for
Bukan,
M6.
bukan.
Well
Renegade
deserved,
udah
and
punya
their
anak,
journey,
kalau
of
nggak
course,
salah.
is of course
Ya enggak?
call this truth that
Nomor apa
perseverance
Kolius?
and commitment to your passion can bring you anywhere.
That's right.
Nobar sama Kolius. Skip Kolius, skip.
I just gotta say, like they're cut from the same underdog
Jangan.
cloth, but wait, I think we have a
Aku
friend
sama
joining
MDL
us.
ini bukan MDL lagi
Oh, we got
beneran.
just in. We got a friend here, international,
4 menit lagi.
and we're gonna talk to this guy. You know who
Gue
it
bilang
is. You
sama
all
kalian
love
ya,
this
jangan
guy.
pernah bermain-main
He
dengan
happens to
otak
have
kalian
their
sendiri,
every
men.
M-series. Gideon!
Bisa bilang orang kayak Sly itu
Gideon,
gimana
what's up, and also
itu
to the English
gimana
panel,
coba
that's
ceritanya.
Rockhart, that's Redmar,
Gak
and
manusiawi
that's
men
Ian over
kalian
there
men.
who's not bald, by the way. Too
Namanya
bad.
kalian memberikan sebuah false excuse ya, tuduhan palsu.
Man,
Kalau orangnya nggak gitu
so
gimana?
nice to see you. I
Benar
just
gak?
want to know, all right? I know the playoffs are still about to happen in your region. Who is your pick to represent Malaysia in the M6 World Championship?
Oh, I think this one's going to be pretty easy. I think, SRG is going to be an easy favorite to lead into this time for M6. We're pretty confident with our representative. In terms of our second seed, I honestly have no clue. I wish I could give you a clearer answer, but our regular season has told us otherwise.
You know what? SRG is deservedly, right, your top pick. But what makes SRG like so good right now? I mean, we saw them in MSC, but right now, how are they?
As of right now, it feels like they're holding back, which is
bagus.
I don't know whether
Bagus.
some people are gonna feel like it's
Buset,
they are overachieving, or whether they really are worried about other teams outside in the world. Personally, for me, I think they haven't reached their full stride just yet, and I think no team has really pushed them into that corner as well.
So for the first time, Gideon, in 6 years, the World Championship will
Tahunnya masih
implement the
21.
Swiss format for the group stage. How do you think this will affect the competitiveness of the competition?
I think that realistically, this just means that a lot of organizations are going to have to invest more in their, especially their coaching staff at this point. I think it's a good and bad thing, right? Because you don't really know who your next opponent is going to be, so you're very dependent on your pre-preparation for these games. You're also really dependent on your coach and analysts to do their job. So as much as you're going to need them, they're also going to take the blame for a lot of it in this Swiss format.
yang skornya seri itu 2-1.
Gideon, I just want to say it's an honor to talk to someone who should be nominated for a Best Actor award after what you showed in the group format reveal for the M6 World Championship. But gotta ask you, based on the MPL PH Grand Final so far, and I know you've been keeping tabs all throughout the season, Fnatic Onic PH, Aurora MLBB, how do you like Selangor Red Giants' chances against those two teams?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like we've got slightly better odds against Aurora. I think that Fnatic right now looks kind of disgusting. I do think that generally people are going to be keeping a very close eye towards them.
Betul tuh.
I think we have a chance. I just don't know what the percentile is. I just know that at the very least we'll do slightly better against Aurora. It's very small margins.
I see it. That is valid. Midnight, you have a question there.
All right, this is not a question. My idol, my friend, my sensei. I don't want to put you in a spot, but I kind of have to. It's tradition, you know. Have you been watching, our segments with Mara?
The face-off. The face-off. Are you aware of the face-off?
With the fans, yes, I am aware.
All right, good. Now, it's time for you to shine. As a representative of Malaysia against all the world, specifically Philippines, Gideon, ano ang palag mo?
Oh, this one's rough. Ah, man, I hate this part. Okay. I'll tell you what. I will say they've got the chemistry with them. They've got everything they need to be the best, of course. Everybody's going to doubt them. But at the end of the day, even if they have a Malaysian flag on that stage, I still believe the minds behind it. And a couple of players too. Still Filipino blood.
He's right though, right?
Yeah, he's right.
Where's the lie?
Gideon, I have a question, Gideon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gideon, am I welcome in Malaysia for M6? And if so, what food are you gonna let us try out there in Malaysia?
Oh boy, there's a lot of good ones. Okay, yes, you are absolutely invited. You are absolutely allowed to come along to Malaysia. We can house you, no problem. That shouldn't be an issue, for the tournament. In terms of food, it depends whether it's non-halal or halal stuff. We're a very diverse country.
Yeah.
We got plenty of options. Maybe if you are lucky, we could get you a good old lamb curry, the good old classic.
Love it.
Great, Gideon. It was nice speaking with you, and hopefully we see you soon again. Last year you were here. Hopefully next year we'll be there. This year. Yeah. So now, any final messages to everyone, and you can invite to Filipino fans to watch MPL Myanmar Malaysia playoffs.
Mick.
Has been working really hard this year for M6. Good job to all the teams. Good luck to both Fnatic as well as Aurora. You guys are putting one hell of a show here today for everybody as well as the audience. To the Filipino fans, go easy on us. Keep it chill. Our chat is, still young. We would love your viewership, especially if you want to watch a Malaysian MLBB. Maybe get a little bit of a taste of something else, something different. We're entertaining for a good reason. And honestly, thank you so much for having me on board. My name is Gideon Q, and shout out to both the Filipino desk and as well as the English desk.
Yo, Gideon, it is so nice to have you here, man. I'm sure the English panel shared the same sentiments. We kind of missed the fact that the times where you were wearing like 10 jerseys and you were taking them off one by one. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that right now. But Yeah, hopefully
Nobody
next time,
donated.
man. Hopefully next time. We'll see you again. Also, you guys in the English panel, all right? Bye.
See ya, bye-bye.
Kocak Gideon.
I miss Gideon.
Yeah,
I want to
miss
see
him
this.
too.
I want to hang out with that guy again.
Yeah, for a second I thought he was gonna do something absolutely crazy for his balag, like start taking off like all multiple jerseys.
Maybe
have
the
a,
pants this time.
Yeah, have a cutout of Cram or Innocent. I don't know, or the with the pants.
Right?
Did you just say the pants?
Yeah, he did the jerseys already. Do the pants next.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of teams have their own personal joggers, so
Right?
sure. Yeah.
Joggers. There you go. So, again, so fun to have Gideon Q always there in the M series. And again, just so
Mafia lawan
much
King Kong.
action,
Wah, bisa,
so
bisa,
much to
bisa.
watch out for. Silang are a giant similar to Onic right now,
Artinya
guys,
apa?
right?
Artinya
And
lawan yang susah buat
for
SRG
Gideon,
nanti tuh
even
FNOP.
if they're
Tadi ya. Bahas
they're
jelas.
representing Malaysia.
Aurora masih
Nine
bisa lah
players
SRG
are
katanya
still
menang.
Filipino blooded.
He admitted it. They're not shy about that. They're very open with that, right? So again, all of that just makes it so much more exciting for M6, especially since they will be hosting the whole tournament.
Yeah.
So right now, throwing it over to the MPL arena, of course they are looking for the smart gameplay pose, and the guy who won, one of the guys who won the previous game, game number 3,
Kan harus ini kan,
J
harus
copy
ambil-
that, guys.
Hey!
This
ambil
guy also
gayanya
has
kan.
the right jersey for it. But again, maybe just a little bit more. The camera's looking for a little bit more.
Needs more
there.
fire. Needs
This
more
guy's
excitement,
got
like this
fire.
guy.
Look at this guy.
If the kid doesn't win, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but no, of course, this is Renegades' dad.
Has to be right. Come
Yeah.
on. You're
The creator. Yeah, he doesn't need
creator.
There we go. There we go.
creator.
Give it to Renegade's dad, y'all.
there. Look at that.
Yeah,
of course.
Mr. Barcase, good job.
Let's win it. Right? Come on. Smart gameplay post. There
There
you
we
go. All right. Who better, right? And we're gonna add in the
Mirip Pak
Index
Dehelos,
Salon
woy.
precious look as well. Why not give it to him as well?
Same.
He looks pretty hot. He's pretty fire. He's on fire, man. And look at that. Guys, men can be hot.
Yeah, I know.
What are you guys talking about?
Okay.
Why are you guys laughing?
Right now we're looking for the freshest face among the fans.
What? Is there anything wrong with what I
Rockstar,
said?
take a minute and just rewind what you said.
He looks pretty hot.
And what the screen was showing.
I will say
during
that again. Renegade's dad's pretty hot, man.
And I agree with you. A lot are agreeing with you. And of course, if Renegade is hot, the creator must
Where
be
did
hot
he get it
also.
from?
Exactly.
Where did he get those jeans from?
Right? The hole that you guys are just digging is getting deeper and deeper. I'm crying.
Where did he get the jeans? There is nothing wrong with my statement. All right? And Index agrees as well.
Oh, dude.
Bro,
The last time I cried like this on broadcast was in M2.
bro, nothing can change my mind. You guys can snigger all you want.
Yeah, man.
Right now,
the man
we
is
are going
a
to.
good-looking
Yeah?
dude. He's a good-looking dude.
Stop laughing.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
The look Renmar gave me when you said that.
You guys are so bad, you know? Anyway, we are getting to it. We're getting into the match. Aurora's side selection priority, by the way, is 57.69%. Very nice. And, of course, for Aurora, they got 64%. A big bump up from 50-something before the playoffs started.
Yeah. It has balanced it out.
King Kong memang penggendong handal kalau King
Aurora
Kong.
so far this playoffs. So
Skor
it's
berapa
not.
ya?
I believe
2-0.
since we are already in the
2-1.
grand final, so we're at the point we're already in the 4th game.
Nah,
plans
gitu
are out
udah
the
mulai
window.
dong.
I agree with what
Bayangkan
those
kita udah
fans
mulai ya,
said.
MPL udah
After
mulai.
game 3, your plans gone. Silch. It's all about adjustment. It's all about at this point. What's that word? What's that thing that we use? Improvisation.
Improvisationism.
You gotta improvise now.
You gotta get more theatrical here.
Yeah, and look at that improvisation by Aurora banning out the Edith, a similar thing that they did in game number 2. And this is actually the same banning pattern that we see from Aurora from game number 2 with the Loyi, Vanny, Edith ban. And it's a similar banning pattern as well from Fnatic Onic Philippines with the Chip Matilda Jushin.
I just really love that at least Aurora is sticking with the Loyi permaban
Gatot kaca.
on their side.
Otot kawat
I said this
tulang
last night,
besi.
I completely have to reinforce it. Keep that Loyi at bay.
Yeah, especially
Stres
for
kan
Super
menjawabkan
Friends.
tanggalnya.
And so far, Super Friends
Bayangkan,
has been
saya udah
using,
ditanya dari
two
bulan
heroes.
kemarin.
I believe it's Valentina.
Tidak ada berhentinya tuh
and,
pertanyaan.
The Evo. What did Super Friends use for game number 3, it was
the Valentina.
Valentina, yeah. So still same, sticking. And now Doming, his most winningest gold laner, has been selected.
Thank you
for
guys, jangan lupa buat
Aurora.
di-follow ya.
Again, if you didn't catch game number 3, one of the crucial things that Aurora did for that game win was the Wind of Nature play that Doming did in order to stop King Kong from wreaking havoc from that game.
I like this high loss pickup by
Dikasih
Aurora.
lagi
Knowing
ya.
that they're gonna be
Mau
playing
main
into the
siapa?
Salmon Force
Nolan.
of the Harith instead of having to
Skornya
face off
2-1.
against a combo of a high loss Gatot and then a Harith. They went ahead and take one of those pieces away. At the same time, sort of like cancels out what the Salmon Force can do. So Fnatic Onic Philippines, knowing that they're gonna be fighting under ultimates,
Oke,
again,
If-nya
it's the
diambil,
super
Rafaelanya
prince
di-ban.
of Eve.
I personally love it.
I'm gonna stand with that. The
Rafaelanya
super prince
di-ban.
of Eve.
The Super
Undefeated.
Friends of Eve. You know what? This is a great pick. Not just because he played it to perfection in the past 2 games, but also because it cancels out the high loss completely.
Ya lah gitu Gana.
Now, I
Masa
mean, if
nobody
they want to
tempat
go for an
yang
engagement, they
sedikit,
better be
awas ya.
ready to pay the price.
Yeah, especially if ever Fnatic
Onic
Onic
yang ini
does
gak suka
perform well in the
seblak,
early game and
astaga.
forces out the glorious pathway to be used defensively. The real world manipulation will be
Rusuh ya kalau
coming
banyak
in
ya.
handy for Fnatic.
I think Fnatic Onic Philippines needs to respect the Zask here.
Link or Angel lah. Bentar. Dia kemungkinan bandnya itu Rafaela sih
It could be
kemungkinan.
a Zask. The Zask high loss
Pokoknya
will
Rafaela
mess
high
up the
loss.
formation around Fnatic Onic Philippines enter Starfield off the Eve.
Sehat.
So that would be great. I would still understand if they pick up a Valentina so that they can take away the real world manipulation. And hey, that's not me. That's my cousin. No, we're
It
not
looks
really
like
cousins.
you.
What do you mean it?
I mean,
He looks like you.
I mean, the cover, you know, the hat.
Yeah.
The hat looks like you, bro.
Oh, the hat looks like me.
Yeah.
All right. Now, but that's one of my idols.
mereka
That's
streaming
Fuego.
sana, coy.
Fuego.
Hogan, Elgin are some of my favorite MLBB creators, by the way.
That's right. They're on site.
Live in the streaming
Hopefully,
area.
they're doing a vertical stream.
Yeah.
I am getting our vertical streams on
guys.
TikTok ready.
Okay, so last ban for Aurora. A while ago, they did go
Concept
target
test.
for King Kong here. So right now, what else do you target for King Kong? I mean, you have the Fanny gone. You took away the Soyo. What's left?
Rafanya
The
di-ban.
Julian, the Hayabusa.
Funny thing is, the Hayabusa will struggle against this lineup.
Ya
of
beda
Aurora.
dong, main ML siapa mau liat
Looks
om-om main
it would, though. We
ML.
still don't
Gue
see
sih
the
bersyukur
rumor
banget
from
ada yang mau
Bruce
nonton
Cole.
ya,
Chonky.
nemenin ngobrol gitu.
Yeah, I think they could actually take out the... They usually put the Gacha on the roam. They might consider taking out the Cho or the Tig from Brusco.
Tigreal.
Still respectable in this scenario.
You called it. And this lineup is really chunky for a reason. Not just because of the high loss, but also because
Skornya
Suyo,
2-1
you forget,
buat
in the Mortal
FNOP.
form, gets 20%
Ini udah enak nih
damage
jadi
reduction.
FNOP.
So the Hayabusa is basically tickling him.
Zask Valentina perfect right now.
Alpha's great.
Yeah. For the EXP lane, I think this is actually an EXP
If Harit
lane.
Gatot.
Oh no, we don't see the EXP lane matchup just yet. That's a problem.
Yeah.
They can still default and go.
Gua sih kalau
Drizzt
dari
up,
3-4 ini ya
for
kanan
the
sih gua.
chonks.
For the chunks.
Yeah, for the chonks, bro.
Bukan, Rafaela ini bisa
Gotta
nahan
go
If,
chunky,
jadi
bro.
di-ban. If-nya itu pasti di-ban.
You're already
Bukan.
up against
If-nya kan
Slow
slow efeknya itu dinetralin dengan Holy Heal.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Kenapa
is
tim Blacklist
great,
pindah ke
actually.
Aurora?
Yeah,
Dibeli
because of the
dong.
Cho pickup for Brusco,
Dibeli.
or that would actually make the Cho pickup much more difficult.
So, you're broken.
Maybe Arlon. Oh, there.
Arlot. All right.
Still a valid. Okay.
It's the purple lineup. Hylos just didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
He didn't get dyed up.
Yeah.
Look at that. Very powerful lineup here for Aurora. Lots of comfort.
Not the only one bound by these chains.
There's the Phobius.
That was a purple guy we were looking for. It didn't appear here. But then again, Fnatic Onic says, you know what, this guy's good. We're gonna use
What
it.
an adjustment by Fnatic, man, to pick up the focus that was eventually left
Bos, juga
open.
pindah-pindah.
Again, folks, Arlot in 5 games this season is winless against Phobius.
Straight?
Yep.
Really?
Arlot has never won against Phobius this season.
This season, including... Oh, okay.
I mean, it's just mechanics. They just counter. It just counters, right? It's a counter. Straight up. So I wonder what they're going to do about it, especially for FNOP, who are really mechanically gifted as well. My goodness. All right, this is going to be a banger here. Throw it over to our casters, Leo and Naisu, to give us the action on the field.
Many gratitude, gentlemen. Nice one, Leo, at your service. Call in the bout, game number 4. Something dawned on me.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Enggak usah lah, saya begini aja zaman channel.
Fnatic Onic.
Mau cepet-cepet juga secepat apa sih?
In their career.
Ngapain buru-buru gitu loh.
And that loss in game 3, which looked like a win in, you know, a portion of it, suddenly they have to deal with that reset.
I feel like that was, I don't know, in a way, like, it's a good check for them, like a reality check throughout this series in the best of 7, because, like you mentioned, this is also a mental test, you know, for the lineup. I mean, on both sides, too. I know there's obviously some experience over here for Aurora individually, but essentially that's what a best of 7 is. I mean, we saw a glimpse of this yesterday in our first best of 7 for the lower
kalah
lower
YM.
finals. That's right. And you can really see how things adjust.
Guys, tolong bantu jawab ya buat pertanyaan-pertanyaan konyol ya. Makasih.
You're gonna see that adjust, but I love what Renmar has pointed out.
KPH lebih stronger dari ID. Segi gameplay enggak. Mekanik wise Indonesia di atas rata-rata.
Now, for a couple of times this playoffs, it was alluded to, but eventually it would have switched out. But here for sure, it's Edward versus Kirk.
Mati itu Renegade.
Go for this again. Revitalize might not be enough. No,
karena nggak ada Rafael, slownya masuk semua.
In that first blood,
Moskov yang sekarang ya, jangankan Moskov ya, gue nontonnya kemarin-kemarin tuh Cloud pun pakai basic Emblem. Kalau makro beda, nggak terlalu jauh sekarang, serius.
For Fnatic Onic, putting them about 500, 600 gold here before the turtle spawns, but you also got to consider this is Asuyo. So again, the whole Sever plus Retribution combo,
gold laner paling kuat sekarang sih.
Yeah, it's deadly. You know what? I'm just going to throw this out there too. They want to play in the back, they just want to go in mid. Actually, Infernal Pursuit going to be dropped down. Queller fired off as well, but Renegade falls for the second time at the 2-minute mark here. Now, this is the clear sign
CL apa
for
CL?
FNOP to take this turtle here, unless Edward tries to do something.
2-1.
Take a couple shots once again.
Gila, lihat Kirknya sih bantai-bantai orang ya.
Ultimately securing this
lompat
first turtle
dengan
of the
gaya.
game.
Amazing how this 4-man rotation from Fnatic Onic Philippines are able to just control this.
Wah, ada Freya coy di MDL coy. Bentar, nonton MDL dulu guys, sikit-sikit guys ya.
That will allow for them to
Freya gold lane, Alpha, Fredrin tuh. Banyak-banyakin lah BTR lah.
It's Doming's turn for a little bit
ya,
of
basic
attention. Let's talk about that matchup right now. Doming versus Kelra, the Moscow versus the Harith. This is a matchup that was actually switcheroo, right? It was the Harith on Doming more often.
Renegade bakal jadi makanan nih. Udah 2 kali tumbang di awal.
That Moskov,
tidak setebal yang diharapkan.
A tempo swing for sure for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, and I think it's funny how this series alone, it's been. Oh, hold on. Jumping in once again. Infernal Pursuit, but yeah. So going
M6
back
nanti
to
di
it, I
Malaysia.
think, you know, the gold laners themselves, man, here, Leo, have been really, in a way, like low key, where they've dealt with a lot of pressure because of the way the junglers on both teams play. But then they also shine when they're supposed to, which is that mid to late game when we've seen these games get to that point. And I would honestly say that Doming and Kelro both have had great games when they finally get there. I mean, think about...
King Kong bukan mekanik biasa, di atas rata-rata.
It's an ult for an ult.
Think about what Doming did last game. How he adjusted after getting constantly killed from King Kong solo.
On that same hero.
Yeah.
On that Moskov. And he's taking that same momentum, that same experience and wisdom from that tempo break against Fnatic Onic, from that first game they scored in the series. And they should be off to a good start, but so far, Fnatic Onic are choking down on every single lane they have their eyes on. Again, for the first 2 minutes, it was top. Now it's down bottom, and Renegade is forced to play babysitter.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Malaysia.
At this point, just with the way that
XP ya.
FNOP's moving around the map, you don't want, again, the
Waduh,
same course
RRQ
of
pakai
action
Aladdin
for Doming
Roamer,
in the
guys.
early game. You want to have him have a better time, I would say.
Semoga menang ya, semoga menang.
Getting to where he needs to be. Second
Jungle
turtle is up here,
Indovavian
though.
sama inilah.
They'll go ahead and start this one up.
Fnatic scored the last one. Renegade dropping the Glorious Pathway into the back.
Already dropped down, still going for it. Spear Destruction gonna land Renegade there. Amidst it all, still the turtle though goes in the hands of King Kong.
Kalau main rapat gini enaknya ada gatot kasih sama Alpha.
And now looking for more here in the mid lane. UA will slide on through and get out. Good push though up top from Doming to get some extra gold.
All of the
nanti kalau nggak didengerin, nggak dijawab, dibilangin streamer sombong.
Aurora to keep that gold lead down despite losing out on both.
Kalau dijawab pertanyaannya,
Whoa, that is a whole lot of damage. Good thing
Pertanyaannya pertanyaan basi gitu kan. Emang sudah salah sih. Pertanyaan yang kalau dijawab menurunkan IQ 1 per dijawab.
That does allow for Doming to push in. I think that's why Edward was just really throwing himself and just saying, no, look at me. Psych.
It's all part of the plan.
Psych.
Iya, gue suka Impure. Kalau jujur aku suka Impure. Lebih ngeburst dia kalau pakai Impure.
Aurora, which should open up the map, giving Doming the green light to switch up down bottom, but too little too late. Already traded for by Fnatic.
Waduh. Wih, gila, King Kong mulus banget.
Glorious pathway drop down again, but they want King Kong this time.
Despair of Alpha ke belakang, men. Saking banyak aja tuh orang.
Wants to get that orange buff. Doesn't get it.
Orange masih diambil ya.
Kirk super prints now on the counter play. There's the jump in from Brusco as well.
Brusco.
Edward the first to fall.
Brusco gatot nih, bro.
Has to flicker out. And it's Fnop looking to
Kontornya Suyo hero tebal.
back on this side of the map. Yue dropping down the RWM, gets taken down onto the turret with Kirk. An infernal pursuit between Tier 1 and Tier 2.
And this hole started in the Tier 2 up top for Fnatic Onic, and they ran down Aurora. By hook or by crook, they were going to get something out of that exchange, and it eventually converted into a turret down mid. Final turtle spawning.
Gila, itu Freya-nya dapat turret banyak banget, coy. Lihat tuh.
Doming, how you gonna get out of this?
Freya-nya di bawah menit 4 dapat.
Oh, he goes over! Great use of the flicker to dodge the unbreakable taunt.
And the dash.
Persentase
He layered
masing-masing
both.
tim. Aduh, sulit.
Amazing work by the next standard. He straight up changed the zip code. Hand this man a new passport. Oh, SOD.
No, he doesn't take that.
Not gonna happen.
Bakal bisa di-stop.
Would have been amazing if somehow that spear also got the turtle. Talk about a moment.
Was along the way.
Snowball.
Kesara, Aurora happy with the exchange, happy with keeping Doming alive and keeping this gold lead to a manageable 2,000, 3,000 AOG.
Gonna jump in once again. Renegade, the target, using the revitalized, the glorious pathway won't be enough. Man, Renegade's having a hard time on this Hylos pick. He's just, I mean, most of the glorious pathways have been all defensive.
That is an understatement. His Hylos suffered a first
snowball.
blood
Sama-sama snowball nih.
He's been putting up glorious pathways to eventually just still die anyways.
Udah perebutan juara 1 Grandfinal.
It's not very glorious, and in front of his dad too. Mr.
OV
Bahar says
emblemnya
here supporting
fighter
his son,
biasanya.
and I'm pretty sure he understands that his son is doing his best, but Renegade, he said in an interview, I'm going to give it my all. In that grand finals tomorrow, I'm going to give it my all. And if by giving his all, he has to die along the way, then so be it. I'd rather see Renegade at 0-4 than Doming at 0-4 too.
Final slash going to be used. Demon Kite there to try to help them out, turn this tide around. Yue still holding on to the RWM, and it looks like they'll just back off. Not a fight that they want to take here. They know they're outgunned from Fnatic on
Lihat menit berapa. Kalau kalian XP, kalian mid laner mau beli ROM, belinya di menit 8 ya. Benchmarknya di menit 8 kalau mau beli. Biar dia bisa aktif masih ada dikit-dikit.
Look at this gold lead on the XP lane. Kirk up by about 1,500. That's huge.
It's a massive game.
How many stacks on that Thunderbelt?
Does this not pay true to the stat that Redmar's talking about?
You just can't win.
The R-Lot is winless against the Phoveus. The stats don't lie, and now the gold lead is showing just how much use and value a Phoveus can bring to this game, especially with a lead like that.
Almost half of the gold lead is on Kirk alone. And he's a frontliner. He's a peeler for Fnatic Onic Philippines, and that's going to allow them to bully Renegade out of position. Demon Kite struggling to score anything major here in this 10-minute game. Lord spawning here, lower quarter, it's a shuffle.
Shuffle once again. Still going to keep it together here. Super Prince looking for his positioning. Demon Kite just firing off the Queller, waiting for his moment. Spirit Destruction is going to come in. There's the glorious pathway on the Grestion. Kelra goes in. They're caught in a bad position as Domang goes down. Once again, Kirk dunking on him. Renegade falls. Edward on the run. And with 2 members down of Aurora, this is a clear sign for the Lord.
Hero scaling itu hero yang butuh item, dan kalau ada item baru dia kuat. Kayak contoh-contohnya itu Cloud, Alice,
the sheer
Terus
numbers don't
rata-rata sih
add
gold
up.
trainer ya.
That's what's gonna allow Fnatic
Cloud,
to take
Alice,
this clean.
siapa lagi
And look at
Wan,
Demon Kite.
Moskov,
Just taking what he can on the
Nathan.
map.
Nah itu
Trading up
hero-hero
with
butuh
Orange.
farming tuh.
King Kong a step ahead, does the same.
I'm wondering, Leo, if
Meninggal dia.
maybe with this game, maybe the way that we saw
Serem
King
Dindo tuh
Kong do
mainnya.
this back in game 2, maybe Demon Kite can play the map. Maybe work
Untuk buy one sama
enough
Poveus ya.
around the map to
Ali.
try to keep them in the game here for Aurora. I think
Gatot.
part of that is, again, do you let Domeng push those side lanes? Do you let Demon Kite do it?
Here's the thing. You want both of them to get some level of farm. You want both of them to somehow affect the map. But you can't do 4 in 1. So you have a paradox. You have a little pickle, if you will.
Yeah.
So I would suggest you keep Doming with the group. Let King Kong go hunt for Demon Kite, much like this. Because Demon Kite can actually
Go
duo.
1-on-1?
Yeah,
Oh, they're going to
no,
duo
no,
here.
not like
Spear
this.
out, that's too much! I guess DK can't go 1v1.
Alpha emang
I
sekuat
mean,
itu sih.
he thought, and he learned the hard way, stepped into the lair of the beast, and found himself belly up.
Oh, this is trouble, because right now, the focus here, the base of Aurora, without Demon Kite, they'll clear out the Lord. The jump's coming through from Brusco. The setup from Super Prince with the RWM and the response from UA as well. Brusco finally going down. That might be what they look for again. King Kong taking a couple shots, working on that tier 2 in the mid. Right now, that's all they get. Looking to pop the Holy Shields. They do on the top and the mid. Lorcan on this bottom side. Fnatic, though, getting what they can off that first Lord.
This gold lead is going to get out of hand. No more outer turrets for Aurora. So from about 5,000 expected in the next minute to go up to 6. Next Lord spawning here, lower quarter, same spot. 70 seconds. Okay, change of plans. Maybe it's got to be Doming. Maybe you let Demon Kite kind of roam around with the group and then have Doming not exactly cross the river and just farm up.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, wow, Renegades been a punching bag. You know, this is another way to say the Hitman right here. He's taking the damage.
He's getting hit, man.
He's getting hit.
It's what he needs to do. And the fact that he's stopped at 0 and 5 means he's kind of put it under control. I mean, at the cost of their turrets.
Yeah.
But as the minutes pass by, all the more the reality of a comeback can happen. Yue, Demon Kite holding this bush, spotted by Brusco.
Brusco taking a couple shots.
Jungler paling meta, hampir semua jungler meta, tapi Suyo paling meta.
Domeng push some of those side lanes if he can, but still he has to take a foot of caution when he does it because of the fact that there's the initiation even from Brusco to cut him off.
15 sama 15 kan. Tuh lihat Suyonya aja keep up loh.
Fnatic Onic.
Timnya lagi kalah tapi masih bisa keep up.
You know, like you know that an octopus is distracted because it's playing with this little Rubik's Cube over here.
So we evolved from Sonics. Oh, hold on. Kirk still going to be going. Kirk in trouble. They're clapping down Brusco, front of it all. Renegade cutting him off with the glorious pathway. And that's a defensive jump with the Avatar of the Guardian. Keeping them together. They're going to reset.
Could it be?
Lord still worked on here. Is this a moment for Aurora to secure an objective?
Gak bisa gak sih Aurora baru deket.
For Aurora. And Renegade is very low.
Renegade in trouble. He was actually committing to it.
Oh, di start. Lordnya diambil. Lordnya diambil King Kong.
On Edward. He'll get a double kill. And that was all once again started from Aurora when maybe they didn't
Cuman
have
2
to do
orang
that,
aja tuh ya.
because now
Bisa
the
pegangin
Lord goes
4
in the
orang
hands
tadi.
of
Renegade
Fnatic
Edward
Onic.
malah hilang
No
loh.
ults. Fnatic Onic technically were just down on TKOs, but they were chunky enough to force fights. And the fact that Kelra never left the scene, that changes the landscape, the face of this fight, and now Fnatic Onic inside the base.
They're already inside the base. A jump through UA, trying to buy some time, keep the
Langsung
turret
Wih,
alive.
apaan tuh damage
Goes
Kelra?
down, they hold on to that base turret. They still have to worry about this Lord push though. So maybe that bought them a few minutes here or a minute at best, but they're gonna have to get ready. They're gonna have to buckle in for this massive push from Fnatic with a massive lead on top
Susah
of
kalau Aurora Gamers gak ada badan.
And I
Kalau
got
main
some bad
tim
news for all
kayak
the
gini
Auroras
harus ada
watching
badan.
all around the world. Aurora has a less than ideal clearing lineup. Their wave clear is on the lower scale. They only have Yue. Yue is the only one who can really clear these waves quick. Maybe Demon Kite if you consider it, but all of them have to kind of punch these waves manually.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
And they might even have to use like a final slash in a certain situation to help clear them or manage them the way they want
That too.
against this Lord push.
Kena Freya-nya tadi kan yang gue bilang di bawah menit.
You
Di bawah
gotta
menit 4
consider,
udah
do I
hilang turret
use the
1.
ult for the fight to deter a push, or do I use it against the wave? Lord, knock it on top lane. In comes Brusco.
Jump in from Brusco into the final slash. Double reward. Manipulation drop down, and Edward already gone out of the picture. They gonna be next.
Damage-nya bertubi-tubi banget, gila ini Kelra nih.
Wah,
rontok guys, Aurora.
For Kelra, and Domeng tries his best, but it's not gonna be enough. As he goes down, it's the wipeout. Fnatic, Onic, Philippines cleans up the game.
Ini final, ini final.
Point.
All 5 get flatlined as they witness their base get broken down. 3-1. 3-1. Fnatic.
Kasih Justin di sana. Lah.
1 game away from taking home the title.
Have many weak points. They're able to go ahead game, and that's what's dealing. Aurora has to deal with here as they get ready for another game.
They're a freak of nature. Let's hear.
Brand kalah deh Aurora ini, kenapa nge-lag dah?
Sonics do feel like they do have it all covered. Very unlikely here. They're gonna lose
Track
out.
recordnya sana berarti
What a beautiful
Arlot belum pernah menang dari Povius 6 kali.
You could already see who's standing on the on the stage. The clear MVP. Is that King Kong?
That does look like it. And let's double check that later on.
Let's double check. Okay, now the MVP. No, it's Kelra. They all have the same look with the haircut, Rock.
That's right. That's Kelra, who is going to be the MVP here. Nigh unstoppable on that Harif. We're looking for him. And you know what? This Harif actually did so much, especially comboed with Super Friends on the real world. Doesn't even need to be a real world. Just slow him down. And it does feel like Kelra can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, speaking of Kelra, again, the immense positioning that he displayed all throughout the game. A lot of credit also goes to Kirk and Brusco for setting up Kelra because of the first kills, actually, that Brusco picked up onto Renegade. Mind you, Brusco is a roam Gatotkacha, picking up 2 kills. And of course, the swerve into the Phobius pick for Kirk worked wonders for them. All throughout the game, Kirk was very present. Even the panels, even the desk casters, Leo said this, that Kirk was supposed to be the frontliner, but he became a peel for Fnatic Onic during crucial moments, really disrupting the position of Aurora here. And even Yue had a hard time stealing the real world manipulation, and when those moments came wherein he casted the real world manipulation, he was literally out of position because of the threat of the dive coming in from Fnatic Onic.
It must have been really painful for Leo to say that, you know what, the hitman, you got hit, man.
Yeah,
he became a
hitman.
punching bag there. And again, you can't really blame him too much.
It's his job.
Yeah, that's the job of a high loss, especially for that last one, where these guys are supposed, they're built to slow you down, stun you up, and whittle you down so hard. And there's very little that actually can save Renegade this time around. Again, so much power here that was exhibited by Fnatic on the Philippines. Not much of a wiggle room left for Aurora.
Looking at the emblems of Kirk, he was really quite tanky, but again, he was still able to dish out a lot of damage. There even came a time that the Renegade was really soaking up a lot of damage coming in, not just from Kelra and King Kong. The thing is, he was there were times wherein he was taken down just by the 3 of Brusco, Kirk, and Super Prince, and it was more than enough to take down the tankiest hero for the side of Aurora, making quick work of game number 4, 15 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Could have sworn Kirk could have been the MVP
Sumpah
there
ngantuk,
as
man.
well.
Kenaon ya?
I feel like, you know what, they probably could have picked up the Phobius instead, so that we can maybe just do better in terms of that last one. Because, yeah, the high loss really did suffer so much. Maybe they could have swapped out, you know, a few heroes here and there, maybe made it a lot better for him to actually survive.
Udah habis guys, terlalu brutal yang ngambil, terlalu banyak yang ngambil tadi, habis.
Mentioned this a while ago. Yeah. Arlot versus Phobius matchup. 0-5 prior to this match, now it's 0-6. And there was a clear lead when it comes to the XP laners. I believe it was 9 minutes. Kirk was already 2k ahead of Edward. Edward's Arlott, so it was really a dominating laning phase for Kirk.
It was also painful to watch that Moskov just try to scrap around the map for any source of gold that he can. And that's inherently the weakness of a Moskov lineup. You really have to wait for that big spike, which in this scenario didn't
Indo
really
tanggal 23
arrive.
mulai.
And while they were waiting for the spike, Fnatic Onic Philippines was taking all of these objectives,
Everything.
all of these Lord fights, the turtle fights. It went to their favor. It was very hard to climb out of it.
And there was a moment wherein you thought Aurora's window was really quite opening, wherein they were able to force out a lot of ultimates for the side of Fnatic Onic. Even the AOG was used defensively, but the problem was, but the problem was the slows coming in from Super Friends plus Kelra's dominance again. They were able to take down Renegade and eventually Edward. Then they got the second Lord. After that, you know that it was just time standing between Fnatic, Onic, and winning game number 4.
Yeah, it was so simple for FNOP. All they needed to do was Void Crystal and maybe another
kita
layer of
refresh
protection
dulu,
there
guys.
with the real world. It felt so easy for them to activate Kelra this time around. And when Kelra gets activated, you saw how deadly it could be.
Yeah, really, again, the gold standard
Suaranya
performing
aja
at the
tadi udah
highest
nggak
level.
sinkron.
That's right. Throw it over to our analyst. I think Renmar's there as well. Take us through it.
Thank you so much, panels. Renmar here, still joined with Wolf for a very special live episode of the Ocho Kahatang podcast.
Oh,
Little thing for you there. So I asked you this before we went into here, the burning question. Why pick the Arlott over the Phobius in the last 2 picks for Aurora?
Maybe they're afraid of the fact that they'll have Phobius and Hylos, 2 high HP heroes that kind of want to stand in front of the Alpha, a box type hero that also deals true damage,
Aurora bisa pegang game 5 ya.
true and HP-based damage. It's probably why they wanted Arlott's display.
Draftnya bener gak lihat nih.
Alright, yeah, that makes
Kalau
a
kita
lot of
lihat ya
sense.
dari draftnya
Because,
sendiri nih, lihat dari sini
Phobius goes in there,
ke
will be
bawah,
susceptible to
ke
the
bawah.
alpha, but
Kayak
then, again, the
ya mereka
burning stat is
kena dari
that
awal. Ini
Phobius
kan setahu yang di
has
sini ya.
dominated Arlott all
Itu
throughout the
putusnya
season.
itu waktu
6 and
si
looking at the goal
siapa?
difference, it was
Renegade
just
kena first blood. Ini di
tough.
sini, Renegade first blood.
There could be a
Set masuk ke
scenario
sini.
where
Ini
the goal
Renegade kena
difference wouldn't have been just
second
so
kill
dire.
tadi. Udah. Turtle-nya keambil, turtle keambil, turtle keambil. Wah, udah berat
Draft-wise
sih.
for Fnatic Onic, their
peluang mereka buat
composition
naik.
is tailored to win the early game. And if you saw how FNOP played it, they played so perfectly that they kind of accelerated the game to a point where they're in the mid game, but Aurora's still in the early game. That's what I felt like. And also, it's difficult to deal the damage when you look at the composition of Aurora, because it is Valentina against Alpha. Even in the draft, I was saying that you don't pick up Valentina when going up against Alpha. Typically, you pick up Alpha after the Valentina.
Yeah.
But this time, they picked Valentina after the Alpha, which kind of made it so that if you're looking at the early game, it was Suyu, there was Valentina, and then they have Arlott. They have a lot of stuns. They have Terrifies, they have crowd control. They don't have the damage.
Yeah, they don't have the damage, and they didn't have that stopper for the Phobius. Real quick, I just gotta ask you, you've gone up against Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Yeah.
There was a past where you were a coach for Onic Philippines, but that was way back.
That was
what's the best
3-1,
quality of
3-1.
Fnatic Onic Philippines this season in your book?
Oh yeah, very quickly, and this will be very long, but I'll just sum it up very quickly. Their map reading is superb. It's unlike any other. If you face them in the battlefield, maybe you're not seeing them through the broadcast, but if you're playing up against them, you're gonna be so frustrated on how well they read the map.
Yeah, it feels like they have vision everywhere. But right now, it's time to see what else we have in store for you here. Again, Renmar here, but now we're gonna toss you over to Mara.
Pero syempre, bago ang lahat, baka naman, Fuego Gaming, welcome!
Hello po.
O, kamusta naman ang vibe dito sa MPL Arena?
Ito sobrang solid ng mga nandito ngayon at sobrang energetic nila.
So you're
Sobrang energetic
streaming,
nila.
nagre-restream ka right now. What's happening here?
Nag-stream ako ngayon, nagla-live ako ngayon sa live venue. Ganun.
Imbitahan naman natin lahat ng mga
So
manonood.
sa mga nanonood dyan, ayan, pwede kayong manood sa iba't ibang mga restreamers natin. Ako po, nakalive ako. Thank you po,
So
thank
ano
you.
masasabi mo tungkol sa mga pick and bans na
Tumben banget nih nge-lag di sana nih.
May, nakakatuwa yung ginagawa ng Aurora ngayon. Kasi, nung game 1 and game 2, sila yung nakakakuha ng early game. As in, sila yung dominant sa early game. Pero pagdating sa
Ganti siaran guys. Ngelek dia ngelek.
Onic. So, itong game 3, nakabawi naman, baliktad naman nangyari. Early game naman ng ang Onic, nakabawi naman ang Aurora. Parang ganun yung mga nangyari ngayon. So, dito sa pinaka-last match na nangyari, isa sa mga naging magandang pick ng Onic kaya sila nanalo sa game na yun ay yung Phobius. Na talagang nagbigay ng malaking space and maraming crowd control at damage sa kanilang team.
So kung magpe-predict tayo ngayon, predict time, ano ang prediction mo? Score.
Score?
At sino?
Hirap eh. Tropa ko yun lahat sila.
Pero kung prediction based on what you're seeing, dun sa analysis, may facts tayo dito.
Feeling ko nandyan ba si Chantel? Siya ba yung
Nandito si Chantel, yes.
Siya ba yung nagkakas?
Siya yung nagkakas.
Yung Wolfcast ni beda lah, jauh lah gila lu.
Last round eh.
7.
Game 7 eh.
Oh, kaninong team?
Feeling ko ito ay 4-3.
Makanya ini parah sih guys.
Kanino?
Kenapa sedemikian tidak percaya gitu loh.
Sa ngayon, lamang yung
Indonesia. Berantem aja belum.
Okay, so feeling mo,
Udah ngaku kalah.
Okay.
Itu namanya apa
Ano naman
coba?
ang masasabi mo sa ating mga grand finalists? Mensahe naman dyan.
Karena buat gua tahun ini, season ini.
Galing nyo.
Player-player Indo tuh lagi jago-jago.
Ginagawa nyo. At syempre, alam ko sa M6, mas lalo pa nilang gagalingan at itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas.
That's right, M6! At kung hindi nyo pa siya napafollow, baka naman. Now we're gonna head back to our panel.
Yes,
Pasok.
thank you.
Baka naman means maybe, yes.
Yeah,
I thought that was the correct translation.
No, but then
it just
that's
says
right.
maybe, right?
Maybe.
It means maybe. And a big friend of MLBB, that's Fuego. He gives a lot of analysis, a lot of tutorials over on his, I think, YouTube and TikTok. So do check him out. No joke, you'll learn a lot about MLBB if you watch him. So big shout outs to him and everyone watching and all the restreamers. You know what? MLBB would be nowhere near as big as it is without all of our restreamers who make this game what it is right now. The passion we can
Raja terakhir gak ada nih yang pertama. Tim baru juga. Terus mereka karena tim baru kayak harusnya masih belum terlalu matang ya buat internasional.
Adds a lot to our community.
Dua raja terakhirnya punah.
Every time a new patch drops, I always watch your videos.
Yeah, and they're the reason why PH server is one of the hardest servers. In the whole world. And you guys are also part of the reason why ML is one of the biggest esports games. Again, 1.3 billion views.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I mean, if you want a shortcut, you don't want to read the patch notes, they'll do it for you. Even we use it. Sometimes it's so easy if someone's already working around the clock to research, and then you...
Udah gak usah lah ya, tanggung guys,
And look at this, global kills per game leaders. We got
tanggung.
Kyrie, another guy clad in yellow.
Yeah.
Right up there. And alongside Max. And of course, King Kong is joining them as well. Beautiful stats here from globally recognized players.
Yeah, if
Kabar baik.
If I'm not mistaken, if Andorio made it to the grand finals, he'd be in the
Udah 3 menit
stat
lagi
line.
nih, draft 5 menit, mulai 3 menit kita pindah sini kayak nanggung banget.
Just been an absolute killer. Again, you know, revisiting the stats, preparing for this
tapi
day,
boleh sih.
I was reminded that King Kong is undefeated as a Roger. 7-0 this season.
Oh, that was when? Until what week?
Until Roger started disappearing, like
week
around week
4,
4, week 5. Yeah, exactly.
And again, these are very respectable numbers.
Gila, yang nonton KB banyak banget ya. Serem juga. Ada Johet coy.
Tadi aku kepikiran karena Chow diambil kayaknya sebelum ban pick dia harus udah ngambil kombonya sih sebelum makin hilang. Walaupun memang masih banyak ya. Ada ban pick mungkin tapi Lunox akan langsung diamankan oleh teman-teman tadi pilih kombo.
Terbaca kayaknya ya. Untuk teman-teman dari Anarki sadar, export bisa di jungle, bahkan cowoknya masih bisa
Nanti. Berarti yang ininya kita nunggu ya.
Ini menutup lagi magical damage yang mungkin memang bisa menutup juga kekurangan dari Anarki Sena. Ben terakhir itu loh. Gue penasaran banget bakal ke mana.
Oke. Tapi terlihat dari matchup kedua belah mid laner ya, antara Riza dan juga Rexlona. Secara statistik memang keunggulan dipegang oleh Rex
MPL udah terlalu
Lorna
sering
ya.
gagal, iya makanya.
Iya, terlihat
Juara bisa
sekarang
sih mereka.
Moskov yang di ban dan ban terakhir dari RRQ.
Parah.
Wah, ini udah targeting banget sih. Mereka sadar kalau Lunox sangat berpotensi di gold lane. Dan ngelihat dari adanya Matilda yang ditutup juga, memang konsep dari RRQ ini dia nggak mau ada continuous team fight.
Ya.
Dia nggak mau ada team fight jangka panjang yang bisa dimunculin oleh teman-teman Bigetron.
Oke.
Angela.
Dan pick 4 dulu dari Bigetron Beta nih ya.
Kalau Xbox-nya jadi jungler,
Ambil ke arah
cowoknya
hero
jadi roamer.
yang jungle-nya
Karena
dulu
kita nggak
berarti
nonton
sekarang.
nih di awal di Berlisnya udah sampai mana nih. Khalid.
Buka mid lane gak sih?
Iya, bukan
Khalid
mid lane
Poveus,
dulu. Karena
Khalid
kemungkinan
Poveus.
besar harusnya nih Lunox akan kita asumsikan ada di gold lane
Iya.
dulu ya.
Masih ada Vexana
Khalid
sebenarnya.
Poveus, Hylos.
Cari utility berarti.
Cari utility.
Ya, cancellation Vexana yang paling enak sebetulnya ketika berhadapan dengan Link. Tapi ya,
Enggak.
Lunox mid, itu yang gue bilang.
Atau Lunox-nya?
Bisa jadi Lunox-nya ke arah mid.
Ya. Atau ke arah jungle enggak ya?
Minggu depan.
Agak lama ya, tapi ketemu Link juga ya. Tapi untuk defensif masih cukup aman, dia punya brand of order.
Tapi agak susah
bahaya.
Susah di jauh head paling. Ditabrakin jauh head terus di awal, jungle-nya lumayan lama, dia nggak bisa ngelawan balik.
Ya.
Kalau X-Borg yang di jungle, ya X-Borgnya bisa ngebakar terus lah intinya. Last pick masih belum ketahuan, tapi Bruno, hero yang safety lah ya.
Ya.
Langsung diambil juga, menang match up sebenarnya dia ada di posisi belakang. Cloud nggak gampang nih untuk nabrak ke bagian belakang.
Oke, Lunox mid berarti harusnya
Iya, gue lihat tadi Aris.
Xbox EXP atau kita akan dikejutkan lagi nih dengan sesuatu yang lain dari Bigetron Beta.
Oke, ini bakal seru banget nih kalau ada kejutan nih.
Iya.
Bisa roamer, bisa jungle juga.
Iya.
Last picknya. Coba masih bisa X-Borg kayak dilempar ke jungle soalnya.
Iya. Banyak banget proyeksi yang bisa
Udahlah,
dilakukan
barat saja udah.
Beta sebenarnya. Bahkan kalau ngambil Tiger pun sekarang juga masih cukup oke kok buat roamernya.
Ya.
Karena perkumpulan dari arah kesana
Barat
ini
saja
cukup
udah.
bakal
Bigetron B-nya barat.
Atau Grok ya kan kalau main agresif juga. Tapi ternyata yang diamankan adalah Benedetta.
Ternyata Bigetron B-nya Benedetta coy. Salah coy.
Jungle kah? Versus
Cara telur jalan di lane mana gimana? Yang paling besar turretnya hilang, HP-nya. Nah
Tanpa
itu.
support berarti ya?
Misalnya yang turret atas gundul.
Ada support mungkin dari
Turret tengah masih ada turret satu turret bawah masih ada dua. Dia masih di atas.
Dua pasti.
Benar. Supportnya
salah.
Yang
dari
paling
luar.
lemah.
Ya. Tapi ngeliat dari hero, gue ngeliat untuk X-Borg itu di awal memang kayak udah ada sinyal sih. Karena X-Borg juga yang muncul. Tapi gimana dengan Cloud?
Ya belum mulai, masih
Cloud
ngobrol-ngobrol.
bisa dapetin farming yang dibutuhkan. Front line-nya juga
Nanti kita pas
mengandalkan dari jungle.
masuk ke
Apakah
PH
Shadow
aja baru kita lihat ya.
Push, jelas ada match up. Champ
Mereka
kali
udah
ini
mulai.
akan
Mereka masih belum
ekspansi.
draft juga tuh.
Benedetta gue bisa bilang lumayan unggul loh ketika lawan Link.
Oke. Dan untuk ekspor
Sama-sama
sendiri
profit.
jelas pengguna Last Insanity harus dengan kebijaksanaan yang sangat tinggi.
Ya.
Karena dia nggak punya escape mechanism dengan flicker.
3-1
Tapi kita bakal
kalau
lihat
yang
untuk
di
duel
PH.
di
Kalau yang ini masih
game
2-1.
Yang keempat. Duel yang makin panas. Bigetron penuh semangat untuk bisa mengejar. Tapi Aratu Sena ingin memastikan 3 poin untuk mereka. Dan gemuruh akan membawa kita masuk ke dalam Land of Down.
Kecil-kecil suaranya paling kencang nih.
Iya.
Lihat nih ya, paling depan nih.
Kita pantengin nih.
Kita pantengin ya. Pulang-pulang besok suara hilang ya. Tapi ya itulah sebuah support. Bener-bener supporter sejati.
Betul.
Bener-bener support fans yang bener gitu loh. Yang ada di sini, yang dukung secara langsung juga.
Yap.
Secara positif tentunya. Tapi kembali kalau kita ngelihat dari set emblem. Buset 4 tank. Bigetron Beta Lim.
Ya, ini dari tadi gue lagi ngeliatin Citril untuk talent pertamanya.
Waduh.
Biar ada damage juga. Tapi
Emblem
mereka
tank
sadar
semua
memang Link ini punya potensi untuk ngambil kiri ataupun kanannya. Belum lagi dengan
Tapi bisa
jauh
jadi
awal pressure-nya bakal
bisa jadi loh kalau moral. Tapi nggak sih, ini draftnya harusnya mereka lebih oke.
Dari Lins, Gadget Kundo ya bahkan Daniel Smart Missile-nya cukup lumayan sakit untuk mencicil.
Ya, tapi ini juga ketemunya masalahnya sama Riza sih yang ya dia nggak perlu banyak-banyak waktu untuk pulang ya. Dia ada sedikit lifesteal juga dari Starlight Pulse-nya. Namun harusnya kalau ngelihat dari kombinasi mid lane-nya nih antara Jawhead dan
seberang draft
Vexana,
mau mulai,
clear
biarin
cepat,
dulu ya.
rotasi cepat bisa jadi power buat RRQ sana ya.
Menit 7, menit
bisa
7.
banget. Mereka jalan berdua, mereka coba cari pressure ke jungle, invade juga bisa kok. Kayak Wasipol defensifnya nggak terlalu kuat di awal. Viraganya bakal bisa pecah dengan DPS Rexona, tapi Toy.
Kalau seorang mantul kamu jangan pakai
permainan
speaker
dari Toy dan
dengernya.
Lins ya hampir saja bisa mendapatkan, tapi masih aman. Bahkan dia juga masih punya flicker juga.
Oke, bermain dengan ya ini harus manfaatin pasifnya ya dari volley shotnya dia juga, main 2 bola critical yang akan diincar. Tapi ya kalau bicara tentang adanya EXP laner, harusnya ya menang jalan sih jauh dari Benedetta.
Makanya setup juga bakal cepet. Tapi ngomongin setup, invade-nya ini counter setup dari Chen, Tempest of Blood Retry mungkin bisa jadi
Ini
harapan
Grandfinal,
RRQ
yes,
juga selama
ini
vision yang
Grandfinal.
masih ada. Dan menurutku jangan sampai si RRQ yang setup itu bakal bonyok soalnya.
Iyalah, depannya fighter-fighter yang udah siap berkumpul pula, apalagi Wasipol. Masih terbalut dengan adanya satu Praga Armor.
PH baru mau mulai draft.
Ya,
Udah draft.
sebenarnya
Belum, baru mau
ya,
mulai
lumayan
draft.
lah PR untuk numbangin ke
Belum.
arah
Oh ya udah sih.
explode-nya juga. Sementara kali ini dari
Siapa
RRQ
tuh?
udah mulai
Cusin
masuk
di
nih,
ban,
mengintip
Matilda
ke
di
area
ban,
turtle-nya.
Gatot Kaca di
Oke, ada
ban.
The Way of Dragon yang connect.
Alpha lagi. Ntar. Kalau pas mulai aja baru kita masuk set.
Dan Chen yang masih bisa selamat karena ada satu asap force. Bahkan dengan ada yang satu
mati.
mati, tapi Riza lah yang berhasil
Kok
mendapatkan
kayak dua
first
sama
blood-nya.
ya kira-kira
Dan
ini ya.
Don.
Hawa-hawa gak bagus nih guys buat
Dari
RRQ
Beta
Sena.
ya, karena Chen juga terpaksa untuk mundur. Bakal coba untuk dikontes kah? Sepertinya tidak sih. Tapi Danielsa mencoba untuk
Bentar,
maju
kita nanti pas mereka masuk in game baru kita pindah ya.
nih. Diselamatin Rexlon.
Ini hawa-hawa gak bagus nih buat Sena nih.
Cepet pulang ya.
Pulang. Udah maghrib.
Dan itu dia impact dari Marzi, Revitalize. Benedetta Attack.
Tapi The Way of Dragon dan Tonya dalam masalah. Gak bisa kemana-mana sekarang dia.
Dan ini dia, tanpa adanya Purify.
Ini gimana ya kalau yang ini ya?
Targeting dari cowoknya Lynch ini tinggal cap-cip-cup aja siapa nih.
Oh sebentar di amuk udah biasa gak sih di amuk.
Iya.
Kayak kehilangan.
Layoutnya sebelah
Dan
error,
game
give.
pertama dan game keduanya loh itu
Give
bagus banget.
Alpha,
Tapi mulai ada satu
edit.
Lins juga.
Awan
Dan ada Stop Force.
Rafaela.
Danielsa dalam masalah besar. Bahkan Fire Missile.
Gue sih Fnatic Onic PH. Wah ini.
Mengeliminasi ke tangan Danielsa.
Wah
Tapi
Sena
Toy
sih
kali
udah.
ini mencoba untuk
Udah
pegang
boleh
ke
siap-siap
Riza.
gak sih 2 sama.
Ranking yang berbahaya.
Lihat linknya guys, lihat linknya.
Bahkan ada pertarungan antara Chen dan juga Marzi yang masih bisa dihindari.
Setidaknya ya mencari keunggulan lagi untuk
Nah begini
Chen
loh
ya.
guys.
Walaupun memang
Mana nih, gue paling
tumbang,
suka baca nih,
sebenarnya
bosen
tadi
draft
ada
itu mulu PH. Gue nanya nih
dicuri
sama
oleh
kalian.
Chen. Dan sementara
Kalian
Double Blade,
ganti-ganti
ini
draft,
gold yang harusnya
itu aja nggak bisa
match-up
menang.
sama Bruno.
Apalagi pakai draft yang itu-itu aja. Bilang draft itu-itu aja ya, tapi mereka tuh selalu menang.
Enakin juga sampai
Paham nggak sih?
akhirnya. Platingan full.
Bukan
Owner
masalah
sudah
bosen,
hancur,
masalah
jadi
apakah mereka
fokus
bisa menang
untuk
dengan
kita
draft yang
terus.
itu-itu aja
Ya,
yang
mereka
katanya
udah
tadi
kuat
kamu
loh.
seperti
Jangan
itu.
lupakan itu. Ya RRQ mereka punya Bruno, memang defensif lumayan enak.
Belum mulai sebelah sabar.
Stabil, ada Vexana. Tapi dari item itu udah jadi Bloodwing nih. Sementara Bennett
Marsinya.
Thunderbird di first item.
Ini mungkin impact dari
Itu Vexana mau kemana tuh first item COD itu? Legend Cem, mau ke COD?
That's why makanya bisa untuk ngebantuin pin terus-terusan. Bahkan jangan lupakan Riza yang
Kenapa
selalu
junglernya Xbox?
mencoba
Sustain,
untuk
tebel.
ngebantuin juga Karato.
Mau diadu retry juga ayo gitu. Wah gila Sits. Gila Sits, belum ada damage ya karena itu tadi di emblem tank deh.
Tapi ngebuang flicker artinya bisa jadi nih move dari Bigetron nanti lebih luas. Opsi mereka
Iya
lebih
PH udah
banyak.
pasti udah juara. Kalau lihat draftnya, belum sih.
Terdengar suara
Gue
flicker.
baru lihat 3 draft.
Dari Daniel
Kita lihat
itu
draft yang
sendiri.
keempatnya.
Bahkan lihat bagaimana Bigetron Beta
Sebenarnya ini yang gue
sekarang
gak suka ya
mengamuk.
kayak
Ketinggalan 2 poin mereka perlahan
mereka terlalu
mulai
fokus
bangkit
buat
dari
recall, guys.
kerugian yang dirasakan. Tapi sekarang
Really?
Lihat PH tadi ada nggak mereka recall? Nggak ada mereka recall.
Menumpaskan
coy.
dari Praga Armor. Tapi dari belakangnya Chen masih fokus ke Raptor Doll. Bahkan Riza masih ada flicker untuk mundur. Tempest of Blade. Riza live jadi target operasi. Tapi Riza masih bisa survive dari adegan buruk yang hampir saja melumat nyawanya. Tapi tiba-tiba Marzi, dia masih nyimpan dari segi adanya an eye for an eye. Tapi stroke dari Turtle
Ya.
didapatkan. Leeds, The Way of Dragon.
Mushipolnya
Tidak
nggak
ada
mau
follow-up.
ngambil guys.
Fightnya panjang dan lumayan chaotic ya. Ada yang ngejar, ada yang selamat.
Bisa PLPH
ada yang
lanjut
tumbang,
MDL
ada yang
gak?
mundur.
Tidur ah.
Tapi ya Bigetron Beta
Nonton dari kamar aja
mereka
menikmati
benar-benar
hari.
bisa manfaatin Marzinya nih untuk ngasih dobrakan dari belakang atau nge-trigger. Karena ejector bakal susah banget untuk target ke arah Marzi.
Makanya Jauheadnya bener-bener tercounter sih bisa dibilang.
Wow. Unstoppable Force dibuka, tapi belum ada follow up juga. Tapi purple buff mungkin yang akan menjadi
Pasif Sena
target
bisa
dari
di
Washipol.
game kelima. Ini tumben-tumben nih bisa dikejar begini.
Chen dan juga Washipol.
Ya ini purple buff-nya bisa dikantongi oleh Washipol.
Di draft MPL ya. Layoutnya error.
Kayaknya harus tahan dulu nggak sih? Jangan terlalu terbawa adrenalin untuk ladenin team fight-nya.
Harusnya gitu sih.
Karena mereka bisa split push nih kayak sekarang yang dilakukan sama Chen.
Ya, tapi
match-up-nya Bennett.
Benar juga, langsung ada Rector Final Go juga, clear-nya langsung cepet.
Itu dia, Revitalize memang dari spellnya mungkin nggak bisa agresif dan build-nya juga memang defensif. Tapi jangan salah, skill dari Benedetta
Itu chip
damage-nya
di
tuh
second
dari
band phase
dasar
baru di
skillnya
ban.
udah besar.
Ya.
Makanya kayak match up sama Assassin tetap akan bisa juga.
Masih error,
Bahkan sekarang karena memang
LPH.
unggul nih dari kondisi keuangan, harusnya pressure dari Bennett bisa lebih menang dari Farlane ya.
Yep, Fortfill.
Bahaya, mulai ada tragedi-tragedi yang bakal menyeramkan untuk teman-teman Arkesena, tapi ternyata nggak jadi. Konsil, dibalas Konsil, dan Don udah join bersama dengan Resona pula. Theater onward, tapi inner turret berhasil dirontokkan. Eternal Guard mencoba untuk mengusir Wosipol.
Nah, itu yang menjengkelkan ya. Ketika kalian pakai export, dia punya Immortal, dia punya Viraga Armor. Itu kayak hero yang nggak mati-mati, men.
Waktu untuk trappingnya, tapi memang dicek langsung. Dan Arkesena
Betul
masih
sekali.
memanfaatkan waktu adanya Chen yang mendorong ke arah bawah karena ada informasi juga Marzinya tadi ada di dalam satu buat team fight. Dan walaupun tertinggal Arkesena 2.500 sebenarnya nggak terlalu jauh
Jangan
sih.
meremehkan wanita ini ya.
Masih ada waktu, tapi kayak tadi Lim bilang sebenarnya.
Belum,
Late game,
guys. Oh, Brusco pakai
itu
Chow
juga
nih.
Masalah juga nih.
Brusco dan Chow.
Mungkin ngeliat dari Cloud match up-nya adalah Bruno, ini tipikal yang berbeda. Sama-sama bisa front to back, tapi Pin lebih fleksibel. Dia bisa lompat ke belakang. Dan Turtle ini diamankan lagi menjadi Turtle kedua untuk Bigetron. Memantapkan mungkin 3.000 gold yang bisa mereka ambil
Gile,
setelah
nih
beli.
beta asik banget ya mereka ya.
Karena outer turret juga.
Ya udah guys, sebelah udah mulai.
Tangan Pin.
Yap,
Kita pindah ke
walaupun
sebelah
Boy
ya.
Sekarang udah punya Berserker Fury. Damage-nya harusnya udah lumayan kerasa.
Mana
Tapi
ya?
apakah ada space untuk Toy bisa memberikan damage tersebut? Karena Bigetron Beta mereka bakal paksa inner turret di arah bottom lane tanpa ada penjagaan yang bisa dilakukan.
Ya, dan Donnya benar-benar di pressure ya. Cuman mau mirongin di arah top lane sepertinya. Bahkan dengan ada sekarang injek.
Bye. Harusnya sih itu menang. Menang ini sih. Menang BTR kalau ada kecelakaan tuh game kedua tuh. Kalau kecelakaan ya udah.
She called glulets?
Glulings.
Glulings, so,
I
hey,
think.
Today I learned, right? Whatever they're called, little glues. That's something that can be said. I didn't expect to see UA on the Sicilian either, but maybe there's a master plan here for Aurora to go ahead and utilize the tools they have. We're talking about sustainability, maneuverability, and also they can build up here.
Oh,
all right, I had to double check.
We're fine. Action continues. Brusco on his signature Cho, aka Bruce Lee, the Bruiser, coming in looking for kicks, baiting out responses. I think that's what he wants to do. Our panel mentioned the possibility
Jangan
of
serang
the
saya ya, Bang, ya.
the glulets from
banget.
Edward just melting down on his attempt to penetrate through the lineup.
Yeah.
There is some truth to that, but I've seen worse. There are worse lineups that try and break through. Talk about lineups with the Faramis. Talk about lineups with a Valentina.
Yang di sebelah udah
Right,
sama.
this is-
Sabar aja. Ini selesai kita bisa nonton sebelah.
Where she puts her spells.
Yeah, you got to do that. This is also the first time that we haven't seen a Valentina at least come through, so there's that dynamic change as well.
Cecilion,
Part
man.
of this also is the fact that, you know, I don't know if Clint has done very well, like overall, throughout the playoffs alone, but Kelra confident enough to pick it up. You know, we heard the bands break down too from the panel, so maybe this was just the option.
The gold standard is
Layoutnya lagi error. Tadi kan gua udah bilang.
He was the first one we doubted, and the first one to prove us wrong.
Guys,
So
RRQ
here,
belum ada poin
this is
kill,
a-
coy.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw, Kelra.
Howdy. This is indeed the right pickup, especially since you want a mid-game scaling marksman that can definitely threaten you as Sicilian, which makes sense because the story of the series is Aurora in control constantly, and then they lose
Rafaela buat
in the
lawan
late game,
Giv.
but they're
Kalau ada
gonna do
Giv
it
ada
now.
Rafaela.
Fight
Wah,
through it.
mati.
Spirit Valve
Mati
already
itu,
dropped down. Edward getting
Mati
melted
di
down the
mentednya.
glulets and
Mati di
all. And
mentednya.
there's Bruce Klee coming in and gets Demon
Gila.
Kite. Gets the turtle as well. Man, they just got everything.
All right, well, to get to a good late game and gain control of that, you gotta survive the early. And not with a lineup like this, not with how aggressive Fnatic Onic are. Look at this, the purple
Gila,
just
sudah kecolong udah.
disappears.
It's gone.
Kalah
That's
level.
highway
Jungler
robbery.
udah kalah level.
At that point, and
Stres Cierin udah mulai stres.
it's the pacing
Kalah level guys,
that's
jauh
being
guys.
set here early on from
Gak
F-Pop.
bosan itu
I'm
Suoyi.
wondering like how long
Suoyi,
do you
Suyo,
need if you have this
Suoyi,
lineup of
Suoyi,
Aurora
mate, lu
to be able to
Suoyi.
catch up if you
Ngetik
fall
aja gak
behind,
bener,
right? Because
nanya-nanya
we're
bosan
talking about a
enggak.
lineup that does
Lu bisa
take
pakai
time
gak
to
sih?
build up, especially with
Suyo?
the Sicilian.
Kalau bisa pakai pasti bilangnya gak bosan.
Right now, they're trying to catch up.
What's the harsh reality right now?
Iya,
I'd
kemungkinan.
say
Wow.
third turtle. If my third turtle you don't find a way to recover, then you
no.
gotta have a plan B. You gotta have a plan Z. Because look at this King Kong coming in.
Valor again. Renegade just getting melted himself.
And there it is.
Purify gonna be used. Domeng will
Bruce
live.
Lee, man, ini bukan Brusco lagi, man.
Look for a counterplay.
Bruce
Lee.
Lee.
This is looking already dire. Almost at the 4-minute
Pasti
mark.
laku. Suyo ini pasti hero pick order.
Taken care of by Kelra.
The Sheriff's gotten good time. A full minute and 10
Sudah
seconds
comeback
before
RRQ.
the shield goes
Bapakmu
away.
comeback dari mana belum?
Demolishes it. And now, Demon Kai's
Buset, ditabrak balik.
Man, no wonder the Alpha is just such a top pick right now. It's so hard to deal with the fact that you can just get thrown in the air and then obviously the true damage just early on, it hurts. How do you play against it?
They're making good time. Kirk just picked up the Thunder Belt about 20 seconds, 15 seconds ago.
Suyonya lagi mau masuk langsung mati tadi.
And now he's gonna steal away the purple.
Habis purple hilang,
the
orange
beast is
hilang.
eating good. And suddenly the map has shrunk. I don't think I've seen a map this small in under 5 minutes.
Habis tuh, mappingnya Aurora habis sudah. 4.000 gold difference. Wah, stres level 6 sama level 9 bentar lagi.
So far, right? That was what 9:34, I think it was. They played like this. Now
Di playoff Indo udah bisa dipakai Suyo. Nah itu udah keluar tuh, jangan takut ya.
But with the way things are going and the fact that this lineup needs that time to build up, they're falling so behind so quickly. It's a little concerning here, Leo.
It feels like you're fighting gravity.
Look at Brusco.
Like you're going down 9.8 m per second squared. That's the actual speed of gravity. And Fnatic Onic are just pushing them down. Look, we haven't even seen a single real world manipulation.
Yeah,
and it
match
feels
point,
like
match
these
point.
fights are non-starters.
Yeah, it kind of is. And it makes you wonder, like, for Demon Kai in his situation, when you have this Suyo, and we know it's Suyo as a hero, it's picked up all the time, it does so well, but when you fall behind like this against an Alpha, that's...
Ini final. Suyo di Indo baru dipakai pas playoff gara-gara apa? Ya karena udah baru 2 minggu persyaratan hero baru bisa dipakai ya, hero baru keluar ya, official launching. Itu adalah 14 hari setelah dia launching. Paham.
To this Cho. I mean, what are you gonna do? Try to hit him with a sanguine claws?
Full protein, coy.
Try to ride on him with
Yang bilang comeback tadi siapa tadi? Yang bilang RRQ comeback?
You're not gonna spend your ult as the Rafael. Renegade can't afford to do that. So with that said, Aurora have to just really sit back, relax, and somehow hope that Fnatic don't pick up the pace. But that's asking a predator to not eat its prey.
Yeah, pretty much. You're asking a lot here at this point. And you're seeing it right here, right now. Fnatic Onic Philippines, 5,000
ya nggak siapa aja mungkin
ahead.
AP Brand.
Continuing to put pressure here on the mid lane, trying to get that tier 1 down. Look at the amount of damage already coming out.
Tapi ya, Aurora kalau mau menang nih, itu kan ada Cecilion tuh. Main pelan aja, ya nggak jadi. Auroranya lama-lama sakit, karena yang target Aurora di belakang kayak nggak ada, men.
Going to be worked on here, and FNOP looking to take a tier 2 turret this early on in the game.
Yang menang M6 tim Kamboja, buset, Indonesia lah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're going for the Holy Shield as well. They get that.
That's a massive resource that you need at what seemingly is 7-8 minutes into game 5. They can't just leave mid lane now.
Jelas gak dikasih pelan ya, digas lah biar gak ada ini lagi, gak ada kesempatan. Kelra punya BOD gila itu, sekali quick draw pedes tuh.
To the tier 2 on the top lane as well. So talking about the amount of macro value that FNOP has gotten themselves up to this point, it's insane. It's so hard to deal against if you're Aurora here.
And I'm guessing that Aurora understand now. They're playing hide and seek. You can't play tag with a lineup like Fnatic Onic.
Agak serem memang kalau PH. Tadi kita bilang pasti menang yang di game ketiga kalah. Salah satu white. Ini masih ada Yue. Yue belum tumbang kan? Selama dia masih ada kayak susah nih. Wah, ini King Kong ngapain sendirian Bang King Kong?
He might just go for it anyway. Demon Kite will get the turtle. Brusco now joining the fight alongside Calra and Super Prince. They set up the death box and Calra fires on off. King Kong waiting for the rest of the team, and Edward is a sacrifice. Aurora will get the turtle, but they lose 2 bodies.
Too much to ask to get away with the turtle, to get away with a couple of kills. And I think Aurora just rolled themselves back. That was less progress than what they could have gotten if they just
Oh, you
hunkered
gotta be
down.
joking me.
Oh, wow.
Look at Brusco.
He's making this Cho look like a Uranus.
Yep. It's the new version of it. They try to hold down the mid turret the best they can. Four still up here. They want to force the fight. Spirit of Alpha on the defense. Even the split committed, and that's going to be nearly everything thrown just to defend.
Not just, they also committed the
Ya,
flicker.
yang penting
Mr.
M6
Consistent
bener.
came in with the hopes of grabbing someone, anyone. to
Ada
throw
Cecil.
into the base.
Ini kalau aku selalu ngelihat ya, ada Cecil, itu ada harapan. Asal Cecilnya nggak bete duluan.
Power spike, but it's not just happening.
Again, Brusco jumping in the base. Just trying to base something
sakit
out. They're
kan?
still working on this base turret.
Soalnya kan dari tadi kan minionnya dianterin terus nih. Karena minionnya dianterin terus, itu stacknya lumayan banyak tuh si
And
Cecil.
so really it's just Fnatic Onic looking for if they can press the limit. the
Ada
line
Cecil,
so
bener deh.
far,
Percayalah kepada
to get a
Cecilion,
turret
guys.
before a Lord.
Selama ada Cecilion dan belum mati ya, belum ada tumbang sekali. Itu masih serem itu tim.
7,500 gold.
Gue setuju. Kalau gameplay lebih serem Indo kalau ketemu Aurora.
For dear life.
Kalau ketemu Fnatic kayaknya
It will be a
masih
miracle if
imbang-imbang,
they're
guys.
able to secure this orange, and they're buying time for Domeng. That's all they're hoping for. All right, they're able to push out Fnatic Onic. They're able to push out the Beast out of stealing one more buff. Fnatic Onic is setting up for the Lord.
The concerning thing to waiting for Domeng, and even UA to an extent, is once they get there, let's say once the stacks are there for UA on the Sicilian, you already got enough magic resistance here. There's the force again from Kirk, gonna flip him over the head. Edward in trouble. They want to fight it back. RWM dropped down too. Edward trying to run away, but Brusco will find him again. Super Prince does go down. Kirk popping the Primal Wrath. And right now,
Asal UA-nya nggak mati aja nih, main belakang aja.
King Kong will get the Lord, securing the objective.
1 for 1. Edward did what he could. Edward tried to find more than what they got. But so far, it's just Prince. And Prince was more than willing to be a sacrifice. Looking at the item game here. Oh man, that's about 2,000 between Kelra and Domeng. And Domeng has to consider, do I build physical defense? Fnatic Onic just hurt too much. I don't think he has it in his pocket. I don't think there's enough economy in this game for Aurora to give Domeng a defensive item. He needs more, they need more damage.
They need a whole lot more damage at this point. And Aurora's going to have to buckle in for this one, because this could be a victory. March in with this Lord. A mid-turret goes down. There's a flicker from Bruce. Go again. Gets the kickoff. Edward going to be in trouble. Flickers out on the defensive. They go in with the claws, and Kirk could be in trouble. Real-world manipulation going to be dropped down. But they clear out the
Ingat
Lord.
apa, selama masih ada Cecilion. Ada Cecilion masih bisa defend. Percayalah. Ya, kalau kalah ya udah ya. Tapi ada Cecilion yang ngerepotin. Kemungkinan besar menang FNOP. Ya, setuju. Ketemu TLID pun seru nih.
Few shots coming in from Kelra, and they clear the minions. Aurora still in this.
So is this what they need? Is this what they have to do? I mean, clear-wise, it looks like they can at least keep some of the clearing going. Even, let's say, the next Lord. What if it's forced from FNOP to just fight it out?
That's the problem. Counting their blessings, they have great wave clear. Amazing. Almost top of class. But if FNOP says it's go time and they fight, they best hope that they have more purifies than they have. 3 ain't enough, especially since Renegade is still on cooldown. I'm not so sure if they have 30 seconds to waste.
They might just lose all base turrets here. They still hold on to the top one for now.
Selama ada
But
Cecil.
FNOP, I think they're happy with the amount of damage they did.
Magic nggak juga.
Off that first Lord push. Might
Ya,
look
4
for
Magic
more.
sih. Tapi ya
Kirk
nggak
holding on
juga,
as a
karena
flicker.
damage
They
dari
want
mereka
to take
masih ada
this
si
last
Demon
base
Kite.
turret in. Kirk's gonna have to fight it out. Brusco
nonton
goes
si
in with
Yue
the
aja nih
kick.
nembak-nembak
They're gonna
nih.
go in. Edward gets the grab,
Gimana,
split.
Kirk
Kirk
mati.
does fall down. Still breaking out of the fight. Renegade goes down in
King
exchange.
Kong
King
mati.
Kong up in the front, taking a couple shots.
Ih,
Conceal's
nggak
gonna
mati
keep
dong.
him alive. With a 1-for-1 trade, Kirk for Renegade, and Aurora stays in the game.
A close call. If some way, somehow, Yue shut down King Kong, would have been a lot of gold swing over to Aurora. They're able to
Yue
kick
udah dikasih
out.
purple bar.
Fnatic on
Udah santai
Philippines,
aja, men.
keep this gold
Ntar Yue
lead
level
manageable.
15. Meriang itu
6,000,
FNOP.
7,000, I'm hoping that it claps
Udah mulai
back.
berasa guys, udah mulai berasa
Only
guys.
if they got the kill
Mereka
King
berpacu
Kong
dengan
right
waktu
now
juga
to
sebenarnya
maintain
FNOP.
an 8K gold
Soalnya ada
lead, still
Cecil,
that's a massive amount of firepower you're missing out on.
Jadi
It's a
berpacu
miracle
bersama
that Yue
dengan
hasn't
jam.
died. That's a testament to this young man's technical know-how and usage of space. And let's see, they're out of their base.
They might want to go ahead and fight this out.
Gila jauh banget ini tapi Aurora kayaknya out of position deh ini.
Right now.
Ini jauh banget tuh mereka. Kalau mereka ke gap kalah sekali, ini kan bawahnya Purify ya, bukan Flicker. Kalau sampai ke gap sekali, mati, selesai. Tamat. Purify. Dia pakai Purify jadi dia berani.
Demon Kite taking the wide brush. Oh no!
Brusco jumping in again. Play the dragon right on target, right on the mark. Edward split.
Gila Yue
gonna chase down Domeng, trying to find Kelra. Won't be able to get it as Kurt goes down, and they're turning the tides here. But King Kong will get taken out as a double. They got the Lord, but Aurora won the fight.
Percaya nggak tadi?
Onic
Cecilnya ini yang jadi PR dari tadi. Berpacu bersama dengan waktu guys. Kalau ada Cecil ya. Ticking time bomb.
And they took 3 out on the way.
Oh, they want to take the chance.
They are
Nah
on the
lo.
map. All 5 members
Nah
pushing in.
lo.
It's Brusco
Nah
and
lo.
Kelra. Can they stay in the game after
Whoa.
this turnaround? Kelra takes the claws, and Yue helps clean him up. A forced
merinding gua kalau lihat kayak beginian.
Aurora. Still a couple seconds away. Brusco tries to buy enough time, but the minions are there, and Aurora will be able to do it. They turn it around, and they stay in the series.
Not so fast. The lights may be dim, but they're not out just yet. Aurora MLBV, another one on the board. 3-2.
Ingat guys, selama kalian lawan Cecilion, lu jangan anggap remeh itu musuh kalian ya. Karena kalian berpacu bersama dengan waktu. Gak bisa naik, dan bisa masuk aja.
Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan and break down exactly what happened. It was very quick. Battle's turn.
I am so glad my mic was off for that. Because I was just saying no bleeping way that happened.
I wasn't even here.
You were getting ready.
I was there. I was yelling.
Ready.
Oh my goodness. Imagine Rockhart. High stakes. Grand finals. Match point for the opposing team. Make it or break it lineup for Aurora. The Sicilian of Yue.
3-2, boys. 3-2. Oh my goodness. Honestly, it felt like Fnatic Onic Philippines could have ended it at 9 minutes.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Right? I was getting my social media ready. I was getting ready to go to Edward. The guys are really, you know, they worked so hard and now they're on the receiving end of like a really fierce
kalau dia mau nangkap belakang itu harus nangkap si
They do the unthinkable.
Unbelievable.
Man, at this point, even if, you know, Fnatic wins or Aurora bites the short end of the stick, the things that they've done for the playoffs alone, beating TLPH, beating Falcons AP Brent, extending the game, and of course, one of the catalysts for that to happen is none other than this guy, Yue.
You gotta shout the name. You gotta do it 3 times. Yue, Yue, Yue. And right now, it does feel like this lineup from FNOP was one that was created to destroy. But somehow, somewhere, they were able to pick a team fight outside of the real world manipulation to get the game back in their favor.
Yeah, imagine, I don't
ya.
remember how many
Lihat
minutes, but
Kelranya
the Goldie
ke
was
gap
just
sekali langsung mati
immense.
nih, lihat.
They're just really saying
Lihat
that
Kelra guys, tebang.
Stats are lying.
Oh, di
The gold lead doesn't matter. It's all about perseverance, commitment,
Rakitan Mami Venus
dedication to their craft, and this guy, Yue, at the helm of everything. Literally the glue guy for Aurora's all-star team. Renmar's gonna have a hard time explaining what just happened, but even before the game started, Renmar was actually saying he thinks it's gonna go to Game 6.
He did.
He did.
That's interesting. All right, so we're gonna have to wait for that. Because right now,
MDL masih
the
ngobrol-ngobrol
gold
guys.
lead was, I think, around at 8,000, 9,000 almost.
You know,
at
the
some
gold
point.
lead wasn't
Kasi
high
sakit ang
enough,
Tuesday.
Rockhard.
Did they need 20k to do that? Because right now, the Sicilian, obviously, Fnatic Onic Philippines had a really good understanding of the win condition here of Aurora. They needed that Sicilian to ramp up over and over and over and over again, Bat's impact, to get to a point where it could hurt. But Fnatic Onic said, you know what, if we finish it at 9 minutes, 10 minutes, the Sicilian doesn't hurt. But no, for some reason, Aurora, with just pure sheer will, held on for dear life, and they were able to score another one against Fnatic.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why Cecilia and Yue had a good time, I believe prior to that game-ending clash, Yue was at 2-0-1 was because of the fact that Edward was doing his job, becoming
4
the
medic, 1
sandbag
physical.
for
Cukup.
the side of Aurora. Even if he dealt with a lot of deaths, it was okay. It was his job. They know their win condition. Focus up, group up on securing late-game Sicilian, and it did wonders for them. 14 minutes, 53 seconds in. You just don't want to deal with a Sicilian late game.
Sicilian, it wasn't even super late game yet. I think they didn't use pure firepower to get into this.
Ya, ini
Rather,
best of 7.
they just used the smarts,
Iya,
right?
emang.
The
Udah
smart,
main-main aman aja.
mechanical
Yang
movement,
di-stack. Karena kan tugasnya dia
avoiding
bukan buat
super
menangin
friends who,
simpati
by the
early
way,
sama
is
Cecilia.
a
Tugasnya dia
true
adalah
cap-
menjamin
a true
kemenangan
MVP here
waktu itemnya
for
jadi
Fnatic
ya.
Onic
Kita
Philippines.
nggak bisa bilang
He hit all the
menjamin
real
kemenangan
worlds
waktu di
except
late
for the
game.
last
Tapi
one.
waktu itemnya jadi,
And in that
itu baru
last
dia bisa
one
join
where
team fight.
the Aurora members were outside, that was the lord that, you know, they won. Aurora won.
You know, I honestly didn't see that because I was running all the way.
I know. I know
so
that.
Shocked. That's how shocked. And even the Green Sun Hotel.
Green Sun
Rockhard
Hotel was crazy. I mean, they were going nuts. Everyone was running everywhere. And that's just how insane it is right now here in the grand finals.
Mereka udah
of MPL
siap-siap tuh si
Philippines
Fnatic
Season
Onic PH
14.
menang.
Right now,
Tidak jadi ya,
there's-
3-2 ya.
I believe 100% win rate.
Cecilia, how many times was it picked?
Twice.
Orang-orang nggak sadar, saya
During the
sendiri
regular
OP
season,
coy.
right?
It's just second time
Lagi
the
bagus
Sicilian
di
has been
patch
picked multiple
sekarang.
times.
And it won again, but
I
one
hope
thing
I
Karena
said
banyak
right.
front to
One
back.
thing for
Musuh
sure,
kalau pakai
Skeler's
Alpha
claim
ambil
pick
Cecil.
isn't 100%
Musuh pakai
anymore.
Elis
That's
ambil
the thing,
Cecil.
right? The claim
Kalau
for
musuh pakai
Kelra
Isunshin jangan ambil
could
Elis.
have done,
Musuh pakai
could have been.
Assassin
No,
jangan
we'll have
ambil
to wait and
Elis.
see if our analysts can pick up
Elis
some
gak tuh.
other adjectives
Cecil.
for that game.
Sensa aja. Rebutan gak tuh?
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema by Aurora. You know, I was looking at that draft and going, Aurora, that glue's not gonna do much in the early game. That glue will struggle. Your lineup will struggle. You will lose the early. But apparently they had one idea going to this game. US, save us.
Yes, and Yue didn't save them.
Shit.
This
Goldnya
quote-unquote
itu masih
Harry Potter
unggul,
lineup,
masih
and you
unggul
can see
Fnatic
the
Onic PH
mountain.
tadi.
Let's call this what? Mount Aurora.
Mount Aurora, yeah.
And we're able to climb.
Over there at, no, they climbed Mount Onic.
They climbed Mount Onic, then went down to their valley, which eventually
Reverse sweep
found
Aurora
they,
nggak?
they didn't get
Kayaknya
anything
enggak
during
sih, kayaknya
stages. Let's just say it that way. And to be fair, with Cecilia, if
Harusnya
you
enggak.
play it correctly, yes, you can defend.
Si
But it will
Erindel
take a
lah.
lot of patience, a lot of good mechanics, good understanding of the game.
Itu
A
mod
lot of
paling
good,
rajin tuh,
maybe
dibantu
morale
lah
boost
Rio.
from your teammates
Royo
for you to
gimana
pull
sih
that
Royo?
off.
Filipino MLB
Penentang
is something
data
else.
betul.
And
Amen.
Ini saya suka
wasn't
nih tim-tim
just
penentang data.
as a
Guys,
Sicilian
kita
in this
pindah ke
level,
MDL,
you needed
oke?
to play a great game.
Anjir, hari ini gue
You
bener-bener
needed
jadi
to play
streamer
the
maraton,
perfect
cok.
game.
Tidak dibiarkan
Yes,
beristirahat
everybody
nih.
from Aurora played the perfect game. This is the part where when you're really down, you just tell your teammates, yeah, you can win, but you have to play it perfect.
Bigetronnya ya masih dengan Chip dan Woi.
Oke, selalu ya.
Selalu lo always. Habis ini Suyo.
Suyo.
Tapi kalau misalkan udah menginjak game-game akhir gini, bisa aja nggak sih ini Suyonya dilepas biar ya udah mereka lawan dan kalau misalkan mendapat kemenangan itu bagus banget dan ya udah nggak usah dibiarin lagi nanti nextnya.
Malah bisa dibeli sama lawannya abis itu.
Betul, buang slotin lagi.
Agak ngeri juga sih. Sebenarnya itu harus penuh pertimbangan ya. Dan harus komit loh. Ngomongin soal komit juga. Kalau seandainya konsep yang tadi kalian bilang kayak bisa dilepas biar nextnya nggak pakai lagi. Tapi kalau seandainya menang itu match point loh.
Iya.
Satu kali lagi tiba-tiba ada cheese pick malah RRQ yang munculin. Selesai.
Selesai itu. Yang selesai.
Nanti kita pindah ya kalau udah ini.
Tapi first pick dari
Kalau udah
Sena
mulai juga MPL PH-nya.
mengarah kemana nih? Dan ternyata
Onic
yang diambil adalah ayo Julian.
Julian.
Karena jungler-junglernya udah mulai dipersempit ya. Plus ngelihat dari tipikalnya Chen ya. Kan tadi 4 game mainnya full assassin.
Betul.
Ya Julian walaupun notabene dia adalah seorang fighter, tapi skill setnya tuh ya mirip assassin lah ya.
Gameplaynya juga,
Iya.
dia bakal main-main di rumput, ngasih kejutan dengan chainnya juga. Tapi dengan high loss yang terbuka Lim, dan juga Aul,
Iya, gila.
langsung didapatkan oleh teman-teman dari Bigetron.
Oke, high loss yang diambil ya. High loss saya tadi udah kena global juga nggak sih? Belum ya. Arca Sena belum pakai high loss juga nih. Dan sekarang kayak udah mulai harus itu dimunculkan. 1-1. Langsung dibuka.
Buset, yang kedua nih langsung banget. Tapi kalau ngeliat Bigetron kayak gini ya, gue malah berpikir bakal ada hero-hero lagi yang mungkin terbilang cheese pick nantinya. Untuk di last picknya ataupun di pick yang ketiga. Karena ketika mereka munculin gold lane, flexnya itu jadi jungle ataupun nanti ke arah XP-nya. Karena ya high loss masih terbuka juga kalau mau ada di roamer.
Ya. Atau mau main agresif aja kayak Kaja, itu kan belum kelihatan kan sama sekali ya main pick off. Itu bakal lumayan enak juga nih ngunci keberadaan dari Juliannya. Tapi ternyata Kajanya yang kita bahas pindah ke RRQ nih.
Baru gue mau bikin singkatan.
Apa?
Ada kawan.
Kaja One.
Iya. Ternyata nggak jadi kawan.
Beatrix sudah dipakai sama RRQ.
Apa nih?
Susah, Kaja Cloud susah.
Iya. Adanya ini.
KD. Kaja
Juka.
Cloud.
Julian.
Tapi Kaja sama Cloud bukan sinergi yang baik sih.
Mainnya sama mid atau jungle-nya berarti ya?
Iya, dan tapi karena memang dia
Halo,
tutup
Yoga.
juga fase yang pertama.
Ngeri RRQ cuma sampai
gitu loh.
final.
Mungkin bisa
Yang penting
mulai
M series.
ditutup juga. Walaupun yang salah satu yang gue suka adalah Valentina dan langsung pada intinya counter pick. Paramis.
Wah ini kuat sih dari Bigetron Beta. Paramis ini akan ngebuyarin inisiasi dari Kajanya.
Betul. Bahkan kalau dia sendiri tarik, dia juga masih bisa untuk melindungi dirinya sendiri habis itu.
Dan juga, kalaupun memang nantinya all in commit ke arah Paramis, ya kan dia punya pasif.
Ya ini MDL fine.
Waktu respawnnya cepet.
Makanya ketika Kaja diambil dan Faramis muncul, siapapun yang tumbang ketika 5 lawan 5, siapapun yang ditarik Kaja dan hilang, berarti salahnya salah Faramis. Kecuali Faramisnya yang tarik. Ataupun dengan pasif yang tadi udah dijelasin bakal cepat lagi dari respawnnya. Kayaknya solusi terbaik dari RRQ, counter lagi Faramisnya. Biarkanlah Kajanya ini sebagai bait aja.
Hilangkan kutukan runner up. Ya kita lihat di sini nih, kutukan runner up-nya bisa hilang nggak?
Tadi aku udah sempat terpikir sih untuk Yif. Ya kan ini enak juga buat megangin si Hylos dan Faramisnya. Sebentar kali ini dengan adanya Nolan yang di bait untuk RRQ. Karena assassinnya belum kelihatan lagi nih. Atau mau ya kalau ngeliat dari Washipo jujur lebih
Kalau dia runner up lagi 3 kali runner up. 3 kali.
Ada Alice.
Hayabusanya juga ada ya masih ya.
Angela Alice.
Angelanya udah di ban.
Wah, Yifnya di ban.
Itu langsung kebaca ya.
Terbaca ya.
Berarti dari 8, 9, 10 runner up
Gimana
terus
caranya
kalau
dijadikan
misalnya
bait aja nih. Jangan sampai
runner up
termakan
lagi ya.
dengan counter yang memang udah di setup. Atau kalau ngomongin soal
Kan dari
hero lain ya,
6 ya?
untuk lawan Faramis
Enggak dong,
sebenarnya
8,
ada
9, 10 dong.
Ya.
Ini ke 3 kali.
XP mungkin kalau memang konsepnya masuk ya.
Karena kan juga gini.
Ya halo
ketika
timnas Indo ya, Bu Tomo, Pak.
Faramis bukan Nether Realm dan ada satu player yang mungkin sedikit terlambat.
Ini kalau timnas lebih susah diatur nggak
masuk
sih?
ke dalam efek bosnya, itu dia nggak akan masuk tuh, nggak akan terselimuti dengan Nether Realm tersebut kan.
Oh,
Lebih tepatnya kalau keluar sih,
RUK
ketika dia
itu
udah keluar
akhirnya
efek ghostnya akan hilang.
Itu
Masuk lagi pun
second.
itu nggak bisa.
Akhirnya
Nggak
kemarin
bisa masuk
second.
ke mode
RU
ghost
yang
lagi.
mana RU?
Dan
RU siapa
last
RU?
band Hayabusa nggak mau ada pick off yang mengerikan ke arah Cloud-nya.
Satu kali runner up
Tapi
dapat
kalau
piring
ngeliat Cloud,
cantik.
ini matchup yang paling berat gua rasa buat one-one ya. Kayak, mungkin
Nah
hampir
ini
semua
menunjukkan
user
kalau
one-one akan
wanita
bete
pun bisa
berhadapan dengan
berpartisipasi
Cloud. BMI-nya itu loh.
di kancah
mantap banget pasti.
Tapi Pulung tiap hari bete, pakai one tiap hari bete dia.
Jadi mah lawan siapa juga susah.
Rora tim baru
Wah,
bener.
Akainya di-deny, Lim.
Wih.
Akainya di-deny.
Ini
gila.
Tapi gua pikir ini pemikirannya sama banget loh. Yif Akainya ini bener-bener terbaca. Ini gua rasa konstasi. Selain dia bisa ngedraft, dia bisa baca pikiran kayaknya. Asli dua pick bener-bener terbaca konsepnya loh.
Gak gitu, Lim.
Terit
Tapi
ya
emang,
pikirannya.
bukan maksudnya emang ya. Lu kan di sini gawenya analis nih. Nah kebetulan dia kuat juga kan. Ya 11-12 lah. Konsep-konsepnya ya udah mulai kebaca juga harusnya.
Dan ini harus lari lagi nih dari
Alpha
RRQ.
dilawan dengan Suyu.
Harus lari lagi.
Wah, Bennett pindah tangan tapi.
Bennett dan mid-nya ini loh. Lilia.
Oh, Lilia.
Pok damage ya.
Jujur gue suka
early-nya
kanan sih.
mau dipegang juga sama Rarki Sena.
Ini Akai jungler guys.
Tapi dengan 7 kali
Ini
pick
Akai
baru 14
jungler.
kali. 14% loh win rate-nya. Nggak
Akai
cukup
jungler.
bagus untuk Lilia.
Oke.
Last pick kemana Ul kira-kira Ul?
Nah ini masalahnya juga Akainya bisa tiba-tiba di
tank-tank
jungle
gitu.
kan.
Bisa.
Akai jungle.
Wow,
Bisa.
di roam. Tapi kemungkinan ya kalau misalkan momen adu objektif ya enak juga untuk ada di jungle. Tinggal berarti butuh damage sih kalau aku bilang. Kayaknya ngandelin one-one nggak cukup. Kayaknya butuh
Lagi
ya
ini
butuh
lagi
Lancelot
ngobrol-ngobrol.
karena belum ada stopper pasti kecuali memang
PH lagi
Kaja
ngobrol-ngobrol.
yang bisa punya suppress.
Akai nggak counter Faramis.
Menurut aku mendingan
Bisa menjauhkan ya. Tapi kalau dibilang direct counter lumayan
Ya.
sulit ya.
Ayabusanya kan tutup nih menolan.
Ya ngebubarin
Itu kan
aja.
Makin keluar kan. Banyak opsinya juga.
Paki.
Gitu.
Paki. Benar-benar pengen memainkan
Main tanker
metode
dia,
bagaimana
main yang
punya
tebel-tebel.
damage. Punya kekuatan di early juga.
Ya, Paki
Kalau
tuh
kata anti
yang
match
walaupun
kamu
sebenarnya
makan
secara,
tai, kamu makan tai.
Hero dia adalah fighter. Dia akan ada di depan yang mungkin escape toolsnya nggak terlalu banyak ya, nggak selincah assassin. Dan itu bakal jadi korban terus-terusan harusnya untuk Kajanya. Berarti
Jangan
PR
bawa
besar
ucapan orang lain ya.
seorang Hylos
Ngelawan saya
dan
gitu
juga
atau beradu
Faramis
argumen, kocak namanya.
beserta Akai
Namanya kamu
untuk
sedang
melakukan
mengadu domba.
penjagaan secara ketat.
Paham ya? Bawa argumen kamu sendiri karena yang ngetik kamu. Berarti itu keluar dari
Mungkin dari Washipol akan sedikit
otak
off
kamu
dari
gitu loh.
Mid to the late game.
Harusnya seperti itu.
Paham ya?
Yang penting
Tolong dipahamin dari
Kajanya
sapi
ini jadi
konsepnya.
nggak ada follow up ya bisa dibilang ya. Bahkan kayak Don pakai Bennett pun gua rasa
Akito
Bennett
jungle.
nggak bisa full damage deh karena frontliner agak kurang. Jadi the real Kajanya
Oh,
nggak ada follow up.
ada fits, ada fits. Lagi nyala kok sekarang.
Satu game lagi akan ada match point. Dan game siapapun yang memenangkan di game ini akan menjaga asa antara RRQ Sena dan juga Bigetron Beta.
Tapi nggak bisa sih, jangan.
Oke, tapi kita mau tanya dulu di FDL Arena. Apakah RRQ
PM
Sena
aja.
atau Bigetron
PM
Beta
aja,
yang dapetin best point? RRQ Sena atau Bigetron Beta? Oke, kalau gitu sekali lagi semangatnya FDL Arena berikan kepada kita.
Makin rame ya. Tapi Lim
RRQ nggak tahu sih mereka meta apa ya, tipis-tipis semua tuh. Mereka nggak bisa jadi badan nih. Kalau BTR sustain jelas ya, sustain. Akai Hylos sudah ya. HP-nya tebel banget.
Dan terbaca ya agresivitas dari Don juga. Mungkin ngeliat emblem dan juga spellnya.
Muter balik.
Buset.
Washipol?
Sama dengan Revitalize, makin sustain lagi dan Washipolnya bakal dikejar. Tapi Lin, masih ada flicker. Masuk satu persatu Rizanya. Hampir bisa menarik.
Tapi emang
Pakai
harus kayak
Benedetta
gitu
tank
dengan potensi
tank
hero yang dibawa
revitalize.
juga. Julian ajakin fight aja. Dan Marzi yang bertemu dengan Rexlona. Ini ya bakal main aman dulu sih Rexlonanya. Sambil clear-clear dulu di arah bottom lane-nya. Tapi kayak lagi-lagi nih, poros dari RRQ Sena memang terlihat kali ini di tangan dari Don lagi. Dengan gameplay dari Benedetta, tanknya, Revitalize konsep yang dibawakan seperti apa yang tadi terjadi juga di game keempat.
Kayak di game satu lagi ya, di tengah dulu nih Donnya.
Ya.
Waduh, tapi Rexona belum ada Black Fuse. Bakal coba untuk di-press habis-habisan sama Marzi.
Ya bahkan trigger ya sprint tadi untuk mundur dulu, menghindari cicilan dari Marzi yang cukup kuat pastinya. Tapi ya dari arah ke sana mereka
Gua
harus
juga sih.
lagi-lagi nih.
Gue suka
Gimana caranya
Akai jungler aja udah
kasih
tadi.
pressure yang lebih. Sayang power hero-nya soalnya. Mereka bawa Lilia sama Julian.
Bisa sih sama Julian dulu di awal ya.
Iya.
Jadi
Rexlona dari alter ego,
Tapi
yes.
kayak setupnya bakal cepat juga. Chen sadar mereka yang
Boleh,
harus pegang
Zarun.
tempo, bahkan Don yang
Tidak
bisa
ada larangan.
abrik bagian belakang. Bikin Washipol.
Ya biarin mereka
bisa
draft
bebas.
dulu ya. Lagi draft dulu kan?
Ketinggalan level
Ya masih
dibanding
draft.
Chen itu sendiri.
Suyo Gatot Kaca buat Fnatic Onic PH. Saya Fnatic Onic PH langsung
Enggak ya,
guys.
ternyata
Suyo
masih
jago
bisa
banget.
mundur dan ada usaha dari Chen. Tapi ya memang diusir oleh Lynch.
Tiap
jalan dari Donnya bakal ada Marzi dan juga Lins, tapi Revitalize-nya udah ke trigger.
Bawa kolam ya, sendiri.
Kayak konsep game satunya mirip banget ya. Start tower pertama selesai, pindah lagi Donnya ke XP.
Iya, persis banget.
Kalau final blow untuk clear tadi. Dan ya ngomongin soal poke damage Lilia, mungkin di awal belum cukup, makanya tadi high loss-nya masih unggul
draft
juga.
ya.
Masih
Nontonin
bisa
dulu 5 menit kan
dominasi dari
lumayan
laning-nya.
cari-cari ilmu di sini.
Mungkin Wishing Lantern nanti pilihan item yang cukup oke.
Mau ditarik dan bener aja nggak di adjustment. Dan juga Chainio masuk ke dalam tubuh Lins, hilang. Sudah
Udah
sang roamer.
standarnya segini
Iya,
men.
belum ada heavy spin ya. Ini bakal beda cerita sih kalau Bigetron Beta udah siap dengan Netherrealm dan heavy spinnya. Itu bakal bisa banget nge-counter inisiasi Divine Judgment dari Danielsa.
Oke, Ini tim fight 5 lawan 5-nya bakal seru banget sih harusnya.
Ya.
Tapi ya balik lagi Wosipo
telat,
dengan Pakitonya. Kemarin sempat kita lihat juga kan Pakitonya. Satu hal, Pakito itu bisa farlane. Dia bisa jaga Benedettanya mungkin nanti. Tapi jangan salah, Benedetta tank itu berat loh. Dilawan berat banget.
Kiri atau kanan ya?
Makanya dihindari aja gak sih?
Kiri menang damage karena menang badan dan ya damage-nya ada lah. Tapi mereka harus kompak.
Sebenarnya sama-sama kuat. Ada one-one.
Kalau aku sih kayaknya
yang mungkin akan
kalau late game ya kanan sih. Gue kanan sih kalau late game.
Yang akan membuat jadi beda. Dia bisa narik one-one.
Pitoynya mau jadi itu udah ada corrosion.
Berarti backup-annya nih dari Vegetarian Beta ya. Either dari Netherrealm, either itu bakal diusir sama Lynch-nya. Karena kalau dari itemization ya ini udah cukup sama sih.
Hari-hari comeback.
Diamankan.
Sakit juga itu.
Itu respect band Loi terus tuh.
Kena tuh ya.
Respect band Loi-nya siapa sih yang jago dari ini? Onic PH.
Soalnya ketumbuk udah langsung. Tapi turtle-nya udah
lagi
muncul.
draft sekarang.
Kembali dari kedua belah tim harusnya bisa melakukan setup duluan dari RRQ ternyata.
Yes, bersama dengan Glorious Fairway dari Marzi. Diusir dengan heavy speed dan Chen dalam masalah besar. Tapi dalam kesempatan, dalam kesempitan masih bisa untuk mendapatkan red ring yang dibuka. Dan diadai ketinggalan. Masih belum ada poin kill tercipta. Tapi Bin dengan crossbow of tank.
Ya, masih nyambung crossbow of tanknya, kasihan banget.
Dan bahkan Lynch gak tumbang, dia ngejar ke belakang. Chen memang dapetin turtle, tapi 2 damager dari RRQ Sena yang menghilang ini membuat harusnya menjadi netral lagi.
Iya, mereka butuh sekali down. Mereka sangat membutuhkan dari
Alpha Harit,
badannya.
edit. Gue kira 1-1 tadi.
Tadi split push dilakukan oleh
Suyo Gatot ya. Editnya prayo banget nih ngelepas Suyo.
Waktu yang diberikan oleh Begitu.
Really Aurora?
Walaupun memang sekarang RRQ unggul dari goldnya 1000 gold. Chen hampir selamat tadi. Tapi ya ketika di heavy spin tapi kok bisa retry bang? Ya itu mungkin masih ada 0, sekian lah, 0, sekian detik biasanya takut. Tapi seandainya enggak pun kalau untuk retry masih
sabar
bisa.
Owen, sabar.
Oke, tapi ya untuk sekarang bergerak ke arah top lane lagi. RRQ Sena memang unggul
Nanti pas mulai.
di early game ya dengan 1200 gold yang dipegang. Tapi ya masih belum bisa di-convert nih dengan objektif yang lainnya. Turret masih belum tersentuh, turtle juga jadi netral. Sementara dari Bigetron Beta mereka akan kembali melakukan satu buah counter initiate.
Ditarik lagi dengan Divine Jasmine List.
Dibalikin nggak tuh?
Bersama dengan Netherrealm yang masih belum ke-trigger, tapi lihat bagaimana Donnya mengincarkan Alias dengan high for an eye. Tapi Toy, cicilan demi cicilan yang masih belum memiliki damage maksimal. 2 player RRQ Sena tumbang.
Dan itu dia Divine Judgment yang tercounter. Heavy spin, Netherrealm. Jadi bahaya banget. Dan memang Wosipo damage-nya besar.
Tambah 1 nih kalau mau jadi 4 nih.
Ngejar langsung ke arah Toy
Guys.
via Battle Mirror Image. Dan RRQ Sena
Duluan unggul BTR gak sih ini? Ya gak kena.
Bisa langsung hilang.
Kena dikit.
Ini bakal bahaya.
Dan jangan lupakan tim fight tadi tanpa pin. Bayangkan kalau pin ada di bagian atas. Mungkin akan ada korban yang bisa didapatkan lebih banyak. Dan ya counter yang pasti. Makanya dari Netherrealm ini yang harus di-ban terlebih dahulu. Tapi apakah yang bisa
ini sebelah kayaknya udah menang Onic PH sih. Kayaknya draftnya menang Onic PH ya. Gue suka Onic PH punya draft. Bentar guys, lagi lihat nih. Goldnya masih unggul Sena tau? Goldnya masih ada di Sena.
Ada flicker yang dibuka bersama dengan Divine Jasmine. Tapi Netherrealm kembali menyelimuti teman-teman dari Bigetron Beta.
Secara endurance BTR lebih bagus. Secara damage RRQ lebih bagus.
Oke, Pin hadir
Gak ada badan
ya,
soalnya, betul. Sena gak punya badan sama sekali.
Juga, tapi belum mau bantuin ke arah fight-nya, lebih memilih untuk mundur dulu. Sementara
masih unggul tau, ini harapan cuma di Toy ini satu-satunya sekarang. Karena Toy yang paling bisa makan ya.
Lengah dikit bisa hancur.
Gak jadi guys, itu Marzi pakai Vengeance, bukan Revitalize. Kalau dia pakai Vengeance, terus dia bawa Blade Armor, diem tuh cloudnya tuh.
Kalau memang ada Winter Crown sih. Dari Blazing Duet.
Kita pindah sebelah ya guys ya, udah mulai ya.
Jelas 1-1 ataupun kayak dari Paramis itu bisa jadi targetin juga. Dan Farlane Wosipo
streamer maraton cok 2 ini.
Utus untuk match up bersama dengan Don.
Looked like at that point, but hey, that's not the case because now we're here in game 6 and you got to give it up for what they did. They dug down, made it work, and now with this lineup, Leo, I like both of them, and I have to agree with Remar. At this point, I'd say 50-50 because both of them have their strengths in the early game, and both of them have their strengths as the game scales up. Look at this too. I mean, even in essence, this is Renegade picking up the Cho, which he loves to use. Should be able to get out. Kirk charging up the Unbreakable, but won't find anyone.
I'll tell you now, even before that whole skirmish, I'm actually feeling Rora's draft, especially in the last pick where it looks like Brusco and Coach Wina.
Guys, doakan PC-nya masih sehat walafiat ya abis ini ya. Berat banget.
Yeah. So Coach There's a Cho over there. There's an Aurora. What do I do?
What do I do?
Do I take like no, BJ, you got a Ruby, and I think it's a solid compromise until we see it pay off. So right now, I'm feeling more Aurora, and maybe we do go to game number 7. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns, lower quarter of the map. So far,
yeah.
Is it just me or is it because of the back and forth nature of this?
Suyo. Gua tim Suyo,
that
guys.
we witnessed, but neither team crossing the river too much. Like neither swarming the opposing
Laut
jungle.
besi keteknya nggak sakit
It's a
kayak
little
dulu.
more like
Masih
interest,
sakit.
You know, it's except
Ya,
for that,
Edward.
Flickering on in, they want to lock him down. They're going to go for Brusco
Nah,
first.
Edward meleset tadi yang
Still
pertama
breaking
tuh.
out, keeping him. That's the soul sever
Dikejar
we've
semuanya.
seen before. This
Damage
time
Suyo
from
lihat gak tadi pas
King
dia
Kong,
set.
looking for more after that
Mati
double
berdua
here
gak tuh
from
langsung
the
Edward
turtle
sama
here.
Demon Kite.
Renegade just given the vision. I don't think they can do anything about it. Takes a shot from the Queller. Gonna get zoned out from Super Prince, and that's the objective secured for FNOP.
Nah, you let King Kong eat. He wants
Sena
the
lagi menang
turtle.
nih, Sena.
He
Boleh-boleh.
gets the turtle, and Renegade just confirmed the inevitable. Demon Kite now in recovery mode, just going for his own orange, and then for sure, what happened there, what elapsed in the first turtle, that fight will dictate the pace of the next one. So Fnatic Onic ahead now for sure. Looking at the gold, a good chunk of it on King Kong. He's now at
Sama-sama kuat
600,
draftnya,
700 up.
sama-sama bagus kok.
And Brusco, he's just happy to serve. He's just happy to help.
The problem with that too, there's the pull in. Renegade gonna
Bagus
flicker in, wave the
banget
dragon.
Renegade.
Right on Mark, right on Brusco, flickers in.
Wah,
Rely
gila
on the internal
combo-komboannya.
guard appeal for him, and Brusco will live. Going back to a 2 again.
Udah
with
nonton di
King
sini
Kong.
aja. Udah. Ntar saya akan
Hold on, there's
menginfokan
the
yang
jump.
terbaru ya.
Looking for more. Edwards in
Info terbaru
trouble.
ternyata
King Kong picking up another
Sena
kill.
dikejar
This
guys
is what I was
goldnya.
saying. He only had a Fury Hammer.
Awah gelap ah.
But because the Soul Sever does so much damage, even without items, you get a little extra penetration through. It doesn't matter if you're an Edith.
His kit is what makes up for it. And look at that. Demon Kite can't even mirror the invade. And already Kirk is wailing away at the energy shield. 1,000 gold up. Fnatic Onic. Just the hero itself. Some would argue that the Alpha is the perfect foil to these high damage, bursty heroes.
Yeah.
But when King Kong gets into a
Oh,
flow
no.
like this, oh man!
Domeo, just like that. Look at the damage. That's big damn. You can't stop that.
That is the image of Big Damn. You look at Big Damn in the dictionary.
It looks like that. Here's more. Looking for more, and Renegade feels it too. What's going on here for Aurora?
That's Exhibit B.
That's Exhibit B.
And the turtle hasn't even
Ya
spawned,
gua
so
Onic
this
lah
definitely
ya.
sets
Suyo
up Fnatic Onic
dilap.
for more wins on the map.
Sena nyaman
They're
sama
at
angka 2.
2,500 gold up already. 4 minutes in. Demon Kite just built his War Axe. Edwards in trouble. AOG!
AOG running the mark. Spear of Alpha to answer. Again, with
Kirknya
the Soul
sakit
Sever,
banget.
he's going to jump in under the turret. Kirk finally goes down. They're going to battle
kan
out. They lock down King Kong. Won't get away from the Hitman. Looking to turn the tide here, Aurora. They take a little bit of poke damage. Brusco and Super Prince here, but they might be able to take this turtle.
Huge bounty. Huge bounty on King Kong. And now suddenly Aurora in control. Second turtle
Look at
going over
Renegade.
the Northern Lights.
Renegade just doing work, keeping him at bay. Might be looking for more. Again with the kick, they go in. Demon Kite, who's he going to be able to get? Again, he gets pulled this time by Brusco. Could be in trouble. The Soul Sever going to be used.
Musuh
And Demon
banget
Kite
mainnya.
left to the
Musuh
winds,
banget
and
mainnya.
Renegade tries to help out. King Kong still alive. They lock down Kirk. Kirk looking for more, but they'll disengage. This is now a battle in Game 6.
It's a fight. Aurora may have overstayed their welcome. Maybe 5 seconds too long. A few feet too deep into Fnatic Onyx jungle. And what did that get him? Well, to be fair, Demon Kite is closer now to King Kong. What is that, like 600 gold in between?
Yeah,
It definitely was much worse like 2 minutes ago.
He made some big moves, and they had to. Like, that whole thing, the way they responded down at the bottom lane, kind of started them getting back into position. So this is exactly what Aurora needed, because, you know, just a little bit ago, the lead was already
Aurora atau
ballooning
Onic ya.
past
Gua
the
Onic
2K
sih,
mark.
Suyo.
Yep, approaching 3. And with Doming here, picking up the Starlium Scythe,
Ada gini di
I'd
mana?
reckon Renegade might want to start picking off random heroes hanging
Belum
out
nih
up
masih
top
menang
and
RRQ sih.
serving up a kill to
Goldnya
Doming so that they can make
3.500.
some leeway there. King Kong coming out of the
Darah
bush.
penuh sakit hold.
I'm not so sure if Fnatic
Darah
Onyx
sikit,
knows
sakitan.
that there's 4 members of FNOP on the upper quarter of the map. They make a concealed play. Is this wise to try and kill Kirk? He's a chunky boy.
They might try to trade around here. Kirk just going to AOG on out. The turret, though, is going to be taken. Meanwhile, up top, Domeng was forced out of lane, so it's going to be a trade across the
Tetep
map
kanan.
for tier 1.
Ya kok bisa kiri? Kanan guys.
Bottom goes over.
Kanan ada Suyo, kanan ada Moskov,
Fnatic.
Push, ada Gatot Kaca, ada
Top
apa?
lane to Aurora. And now they set up for the final turtle. Upper quarter.
FNOP ya,
Holding
full
this
PH.
bush. Renegade slowed down. I think Renegade has to start protecting himself and keeping that kick for when it actually matters.
I think he played the early portion really well. And now we'll see if he adjusts. He's looking to set up here in the mid lane again for the turtle. Edward goes down. There's the kick right on the mark. King Kong could be in trouble into the frigid glacier as well.
Kelra, lihat Kelranya guys.
Unleashed it on the backside.
Gila Kelra solo. Harus solo banget itu si Kelra.
Gak bisa.
Solo coy Kelranya.
But Aurora will win the turtle battle.
Ro rapet nih, kalau fight rapet menang Rora, soalnya ada Haris.
What did I say? The next standard is now.
Kok di Rora juga sekarang
And
nggak
that
main
gives
memang.
Aurora the final turtle of game number 6. Suddenly Fnatic Onyx lead. Kaput.
MP the King.
Nada. Zip.
MP the King kan nggak lolos.
And they're pushing up top. Bottom lane is still in control.
Yep.
And suddenly Fnatic Onyx.
Astaga, jangan dong, gue butuh mereka selesai.
It's clear that Aurora
Mereka selesai. Terus yang sebelah menang 4-2 udah selesai tamat juga gitu loh.
He's played a massive role in this, and what you're noticing is he's angling those kicks right on the mark towards UA. A lot of times if he's kicking one, it makes FNOP respond, and then they get set up into a frigid glacier. Like that is as choreographed as it gets. I mean, look at him right now. He's providing a ton of vision too.
He's fine.
Might actually go in for something, not committing to it. But this is
Udah
what
lolos
has to be
M-Series.
handled here. FNOP has to be able to go ahead and
Cuman kalau juara satu kan dapat
what Renegade's trying to set up.
kan.
He forces out so much for so little. It's economically
Udah menang
unfair
dong,
for
langsung menang dong
Fnatic
menit 12
Onyx to
mau ke WC,
respond
mau
to
ke WC.
Renegade, but that's what he does. That is what the Hitman does best. He did it yesterday against Falcons. He did it the other day against Blacklist International.
Yep.
8.5 minutes in. The Lord is spawning in the upper quarter, and they're making sure that the long lane is good.
Gonna get pulled. I'm offended. They're tired of Renegade dancing in front of him now. King Kong jumping towards UA, looking to crash him down. They'll take out UA in the exchange.
RRQ menang guys.
Domeng has to pop the Zaman force, but they'll back off after losing at 2. Demon Kite still in the mid lane, trying to keep things together.
And seemingly, Renegade is the anchor being of Aurora. He
What?
goes, Yue goes, and suddenly the offensive
Terus ini
maneuvers of
Kelranya
Aurora.
jadi.
All right, we're back in
Back
the
on
back
track ya.
seat. We're back in the ropes. And because of that sudden response by Fnatic Onic, they can't control the long lane
Tank ini
anymore.
meresahkan
The
ternyata.
lane is pushed in. Fnatic has 1,000 gold up. And they have to find a way to get Renegade back into that flow. They have to trick Fnatic Onic into thinking, we can't do this, not without killing Renegade.
I think this is where you really, again, have to be able to find the mark if you're Renegade. He's going to get spotted out of that bush, so won't be able to play from that angle like he did previously on that last turtle. So still the stalemate right now for this Lord take.
And what makes this such a difficult job for the Hitman is Brusco. I think you keep your eyes on Brusco, and you already know where Renegade has to go. And they can't be in the same spot. If Brusco gets his way and gets a good hook in, that ruins Aurora's entry point. See, look how Brusco's keeping that pixel brush. That's key for Fnatic Onic to keep this Lord dancing.
All he has to do is sit there too, you know? He's even got that flicker available, so it's a little bit, if he decides to, they want to go for it and go for that pull with the I'm offended flicker, they can. They can actually set it up, but they don't have to. They don't have to force it.
And the only one who can really afford
King Kong BOD nih, King Kong BOD.
check is Domeng. Because Domeng has a Purify.
Yeah.
But if you purify that hook, you're missing out on so many other things you need to purify. The AOG.
Tapi Renegade yang dari tadi buat menang ya, jangan salah ya kalian ya. Invite-nya bagus karena Renegade tendangnya pas tuh masuk ke dalam glacier.
So that's why Brusco single-handedly is also keeping Fnatic Onic in the game here, in the Lord Dance.
They'll still take the calm approach for it. Gonna go in. Actually, there's the pull.
Wah,
into the
kalah
Eternal
teamfight gak sih,
Guard.
Aurora?
The Spear of Alpha, though.
Oh, nggak jadi,
from
Cok.
Demon Kite. Will be able
Oh,
to
kira kalah
find two.
teamfight.
It's a double for him for now.
Ternyata
King
kena
Kong on the
sapuannya.
defense has to get out. This could be
Kena
a
sapuannya
Lord
Alpha.
take for Aurora now
Kena
after
Harit
a
lagi kan
great
teamfight kumpul.
setup.
Yue was just too much.
Tiga
He
sama
dropped
Isco
bombs,
kah?
ice bombs, blizzards
Serius kah
on
manis?
Fnatic Onic. And that led to a Lord score. Couple of kills too. And I thought it was a good engage. I could have sworn Brusco was going to change the tide of battle. I thought Super Prince was going to drop a good ult.
Yeah. This was, again, a showcase of the patience that Aurora has to play around with. Even if it's not Renegade
Si
starting
Kelra
those
masih menang
fights and
gol.
starting them up, if they just respond the correct way with the tools they have, with this lineup against Brusco pulling them, then they can win those fights because it's so devastating.
Si
No matter
siapa King Kong
where
masih
FNAP
bagus
goes with this
goldnya.
lineup, if they're bunched
Kayak
up,
ini
they get
masalahnya
frozen,
Gatot kaca
and
gak
then
sih?
a Spear of Alpha or vice
Gak
versa.
juga 237.
It's really difficult to escape that kind of setup. So how do they
Sebenarnya
approach
masih
that
sama-sama
fight?
What's
kuat.
worse for Fnatic Onic is they actually want to keep fighting. They actually want to keep playing footsies. But the fact that Aurora hide themselves so well makes it difficult for Kirk and Brusco to find a sure hit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Kirk's stacks on the Thunderbelt.
Oh, look at the junglers.
It's looking lethargic. I'm
Edit
pretty sure
ya.
that's at single digits right now.
Edit first pick
Junglers
tadi.
handling up that far lane up top. Lord slowly making its way down the bottom. We're going to have to keep an eye here on King Kong. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to look to actually sandwich off Aurora? Lord finally being worked on here by FNOP. Looks like he'll just get the call to go back to base. They defend for now for Fnatic
Kalau
on
kayak gini berlangganan gak sih
after
kau?
that Lord.
Despite this being a small lead at 1,000
Ricky ketemu
and a
Onic ya,
half,
ntar di M series ya.
I think
Semoga ada.
Aurora and Fnatic Onic PH knows that that's
Anu.
more than the true story.
Kok serem banget yang MPL gue gak salah lihat nih ada Kisena
And that's
dipukul-pukulin
allowing
begini.
them to actually just
Renegade.
make plays like this. Whoa!
They're going to go in. They dive on in. There's the Frigid Glacier again! Able to find two. Brusco and
Brusco,
King
King Kong
Kong
mati. Udah
out of the
selesai gak sih?
picture.
3 sama gak sih?
Renegade holding down the
3
front
sama kan?
side. Goes in
Wow,
for the
Purify,
dip.
Purify.
Gets the Purify out of the gate.
Wow,
Demon
gak
Knight
jadi Cok,
follows
Demon Cat
through.
lompat.
Rora's looking to cap this one out. They still have to wait for the minions, but Kelra will survive. Not enough minions to end the game, but Rora,
Selesai
do
gak
they
sih?
want to still go? It's all Kelra left alone here.
Wah.
Second, the minions marching in, and Rora sees Game 7
That's
in
it.
sight, and they'll take us to it. Game 7's upon us for the grand final.
We're going all the way, folks. We're going all the way. It's a new age. in
Gila,
MLBB.
gila.
It's a new
Iya kah
age
manis 4-3 kah?
for the Filipinos.
Gara-gara UN nih woi, gue mau ke toilet.
And it's these two
Guys,
teams
sebelah
leading
lagi seru
the
guys, sebelah lagi
charge, and
seru.
this is how closely
Nonton
matched
sebelah
they
kita
are.
sebelah. Anjir. Cepet.
Game 7 in the grand finals.
Game 7 gila.
Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to analyze what we just watched.
Jam kita 21 menit. RRQ ataupun Bigetron sama-sama mencari match point. Dari si tembakan ada jam
Ini aja belum selesai.
sampai menit 21. Bisa jadi kalau update sebetulnya. Tapi untuk
Ini belum
poin
selesai,
yang
Cok.
tanpa adanya defensif sama sekali. Partisan tadi Donnya masih agak bocor juga. Crossblock ini dia item yang mungkin membuat akhirnya Don bisa lari nanti dari tekaman ketika tidak ada an eye for eye. Dan gue lebih khawatir nih dengan damage dan juga Divine Glowing ada Wishing Lantern. Mungkin kalau ngomongin planet dari defense-nya udah cukup. Masalahnya dari HP yang terbakar Glowing plus dari Wishing Lantern ini cukup banget pastinya nih untuk membombardir darah dari Marzi. Tapi ya ini semua ada di tangan Pin dan juga Toy. Dari mereka yang misalkan ada satu yang ke pick off, mungkin team fight yang langsung jadi berat sebelah.
Oke. Tapi ya ini masih saling berhati-hati. Tapi Don.
Oh, Don.
Ngilu.
Ya.
Kita yang deg-degan ya di sini ya. Karena itu dari Cyclone AI-nya tadi udah kepake kan untuk maju tadi ya. Tapi ya lagi-lagi Bigetron Beta mereka juga harus memanage bagaimana lane atas dan bawahnya. Kebetulan lane atasnya adalah lane jauh. Apalagi Super Wave Minion akan terus mendorong. Dan ada sedikit freeze yang dilakukan nih.
Kayaknya nunggu Lord emang udah jadi pilihan terbaik.
Aha.
Tapi dari damage stack yang terbesar, Marzi ternyata yang lebih bonyok daripada Don. Mungkin karena Don tipikal yang hit and run juga ya. Dia bisa sambil lari-lari juga.
Unggul 7.000 tinggal 2.800.
Ya dia dengan regen HP yang tinggi juga, Vengeance
Kenapa
juga.
nih?
Ada Glorious Pathway, regennya, dan lihat Don mulai dipok. Bawa pin itu udah paling bener.
Iya. Tapi kayaknya nggak semudah itu.
Itu lordnya gratis tuh lihat tuh.
Lincah juga kali ini Donnya. Ditabrak balik lagi, HP-nya ngeregen lagi. Kuat banget. Sementara Marzinya udah mulai di zoning out nih sama Rexlona.
Ya, masalah banget ya Rexlona. Tapi Don kembali 1v1 situation dengan Lin Spin bakal segera hadir. Coba untuk dipotong jalan pulangnya. Tapi kecepatan Don susah banget dikejar.
Iya, kuat banget. Udah mulai terincar Glorious Pathway.
Yes, Marzi mengincar karena Toy kah? Tapi Toy juga punya BMI untuk mundur.
Oke, ini bakal jadi penentuan nih, Lord penentuan. Tarik ulur lagi. Sementara Bigetron Beta mereka juga harus aware sama poke damage yang bisa disumbangkan oleh Rexlona dan juga Toy.
Ya, Donnya udah mulai kelihatan. Dan besetan demi besetan mulai muncul. Nah sekarang diusir mundur teman-teman dari Bigetron Beta.
Lihat ini pressure dari far lane itu juga yang harus diperhatikan. Atasnya muncul, mungkin itu bisa jadi sinyal nantinya untuk RRQ. Entah dia ambil lordnya, entah dia tabrak mungkin Marzinya.
Karena Donnya juga udah zoning up
show.
ya.
Oh, dan akhirnya all in untuk kepada Lord Evolve. Bahkan Marzi di zoning out. Riza, Waterfall agaknya sedikit terlambat dan akhirnya Chen bisa mendapatkan ke arah Lord Evolve tersebut. Bahkan Marzi
Ngapain dia di kontes ya?
seperti harus mundur. Dia mau coba
cari orang.
untuk mengejar.
Ya Rexlona. Ya itu kena semua.
Bahkan dibalikan keadaannya. Dan Ram mencoba untuk membalas tapi crossbow Optek di-cancel dengan Winter Crown dan akhirnya pin.
Ngapain beta fight?
Juga gak selamat. Eye for an eye. Marzi sudah kehilangan dari Immortal.
Selesai guys. Yuk.
Ke mana-mana. Dan akhirnya Riza lah yang tidak selamat. Menuju ke arah wipe out.
Buset, imo-imo semua nih.
Menghilangkan 2 immortality tapi base turret
Mati
masih
Rexlona.
menjadi kawan bagi Hierarchy Sena.
Lah.
Dan akhirnya wipe out menjadi jawaban.
Yap, dan Riza tidak bisa dan RRQ Sena berhasil untuk bisa mendapatkan match point mereka.
Wih, match point.
Kesempatan yang lebih dekat lagi menuju gelar juara, tapi Bigetron Beta keputusan untuk fight back ini cukup beresiko karena heavy spin-nya itu kena
Damage
cancel
lawan ini ya.
dari
Damage lawan
Enhanced
badan
Ward
tadi.
dan juga crossbow of tank.
Gila, 10
Winter
banget di sini.
Crown adalah jawaban.
Wah itu benar-benar
Please dong, 3
kejadian
sama
yang
biar
buruk
seru.
banget ya. Sekalinya terbang kena Winter Crown, sekalinya turun langsung tumbang.
Itu dia, mungkin pilihan yang berat juga untuk Bigetron. Mereka terpaksa, mereka ada di waktu yang benar-benar gak bagus. Pilihan dari mereka.
Kalau
seandainya
Akai
tadi defense
jungler,
Lord Evolve pun,
gak sih?
itu bakal
Mereka
berat.
tinggal ambil
Itu
satu
bakal
lagi.
susah.
EXP.
Makanya mereka mencari keuntungan.
Cici kayak gitu.
Dapat 1 point kill ternyata gak bisa juga.
Cici ya
Dan
buat
jangan
lawan
lupa nih,
Benedetta.
Dengan
Itu masih
heavy
oke.
spin yang tadi jujur sebenarnya seandainya gak ke-cancel udah mau habis juga.
Iya.
Mereka pede sih, pede banget tadi dengan adanya NetherRealm. Mereka pede dengan adanya continuous damage dari 1-1. Makanya mereka coba paksa ambil at least 1 point kill.
Oke.
Lihat para Kingdom langsung bersemangat. Bahkan mereka sudah meneriakkan kepada para player pecinta mereka. Satu lagi. Benar-benar tinggal one moment. Mereka nggak mau ada mimpi buruk seperti di 2 season, bahkan season lalu juga untuk Hierarchy Sena.
Satu langkah lebih dekat. Tapi kemenangan yang memang tadi didapetin juga bukan kemenangan yang mudah.
Itu dia.
Don harus ekstra kerja keras. Dan Bigetron Beta ini akan menjadi tamparan yang berarti juga. Karena match point, bermain under pressure, atau benar-benar fokus dengan cheese pick-nya untuk cari poin lagi.
Konsep yang keluar sih tadi. Karena jujur dari hero, itu udah deny pick, counter set up, counter initiate, DPS pasti
Bisa
semua
lah
dipegang
itu lah.
oleh Bigetron. Tapi ya satu masalah, 3 huruf doang.
Apa tuh?
Belum Babin masih.
Ini masalah yang paling serius karena Kajanya udah benar-benar gak bisa ngapa-ngapain dari Danielsnya. Bahkan kayaknya Danielsnya pun bingung tadi di game tadi apa yang harus dilakukan.
Karena targetingnya susah kan. Pertama ke Akai gagal. Ke Hylos gagal juga.
Seandainya berhasil belum ada NetherRealm.
Iya.
Itu yang terlalu banyak lah, maksudnya kayak gangguannya tuh terlalu berat. Masalahnya setelah semua gangguan tersebut, Don masih bikin posisinya acak-acakan.
Dia kok ini kalau misalkan ada heat map-nya ya.
Wah, itu semua
Don nih gini nih, jalannya nih. Kesana kemari nih.
Wah, lukisan
Don,
abstrak tuh jadi.
The Explorer.
Iya.
Boleh ya?
Boleh.
Don the Explorer.
Apa jangan-jangan Don player of the game.
Bisa jadi. Tapi aku cukup setuju sih kalau ngeliat dari Don yang bener-bener make a play banget. Susah banget numbangin Don dengan item-item defense-nya juga, bahkan terselip satu rose gold aja. Kebetulan tadi stack dari Thunderbelt-nya udah menginjak ke angka 56. Revitalize, 0 death.
Skor 3 sama,
dari
PH.
tadi kayaknya harus keretak jempol nih Don, karena kan main
ditekan terus itu basic attack ya. Biar ngebeset, jadi kayak ditahan terus.
Belum lagi Knife for Nine-nya ngejar ke arah Mercy terus ya kan.
Wah.
Sama momen-momen attack final blow yang
quiet belum, baru mulai quiet.
Jadi Don ya. Gue sih pengen rehat dulu bentar.
Iya benar.
Kan
menit lah.
Ini lagi rehat dulu bentar.
Iya.
Kita bahas
sambil
itemnya
gini
Don
kan.
sih.
Iya, megangin
Murut. Oke, tapi sepatu nggak dilepas ya sama sekali. Dia sadar nih kalau dia nggak punya sepatu.
Over Aurora.
Mungkin bisa nangkap nantinya. Tapi kalau ngomongin soal Thunderbelt, itu tadi 50 di menit 11-an atau 12-an lah. Mungkin stacknya bakal lebih ekstrim lagi. Tapi gerakan early mungkin. Tadi kita bertanya-tanya follow up damage-nya ke arah mana.
Satu lagi nih, Sena menang nih.
Gold lane-nya bukan burst, mid-nya juga bukan burst. Di awal masih ketutup ternyata Chen yang tadi menjadi damage yang cukup untuk menutup siapapun yang di pick off oleh Danielsa. Tapi seiring berjalannya waktu, siapa yang di pick off ternyata adalah Akai. Lynch, ini adalah momen yang dimana pemilihan yang salah dari teman-teman Anarchy dan langsung dikembalikan juga keadaannya. Belum lagi dengan mispositioning masuknya, ya itu Don. Hadirnya Don langsung ngebelah nih tim fight-nya terbelah menjadi 2.
Yap, dan Toy-nya juga bagus banget ya. Dia langsung ngincar belakangnya. Dan ya, walaupun memang dari bagaimana Toy-nya pun free, tapi thanks to
Kenapa Pakito ya?
bisa ngebait. Dan akhirnya tugas dari siapa namanya? Danielsa udah bukan jadi initiator. Dia nungguin aja Woshipol-nya yang dikunci.
Ya, cover
Aritnya
aja.
lepas
cover aja.
Siapapun yang maju itu yang dimakan. Dan ini yang gue maksud. Sebenarnya mereka
ayo di follow dulu yuk.
Habis, dia paksa
biar
lagi tadi
ini
maju.
biar idola kalian juara.
Karena ya balik lagi dari
banyak
hitungan
dong
mereka
yang
pilihan
benefits,
defense
bisa
bukan hal yang
gitu.
bagus mungkin. Ini Lord Evolve.
Gak boleh milih
Seandainya mereka 5 lawan 5 plus Lord itu kayak jadi 5 lawan 6 juga. Ditambah aura-aura yang mungkin bikin damage jadi lebih sakit. Itu bakal bahaya, makanya mereka paksa dapetin at least 1 point kill yang gagal juga nggak bisa. Akhirnya tertembus sudah best dari Bigetron hampir 25 menit. Game berjalan, point kill nggak terlalu banyak. Karena dari mereka berdua hanya beradu damage saja.
Iya, adu sustain ya kan tentunya. Tapi ya ngelihat dari Don yang susah ditumbangkan, Toy-nya juga susah ditumbangkan. Karena lihat dia pakai emblem tank. Dia bawa tenacity juga, makanya Toy berani banget tadi buat tabrak-tabrak langsung.
Don emang calon
Klub
EXP.
zaman now ya. Karena kalau jawaban, wah basic common emblem masih bagus
EXP.
kok, regen darahnya ada.
Kuat Byron nggak sih?
Terus kayak lebih enak sustain juga di laningnya. Iya emblem tank juga sama. Bedanya ada di damage-nya aja. Basic common emblem dia punya tambahan damage, kalau emblem tank nggak punya. Tapi ngomongin damage, Cloud udah nutup banget nih damage dari Trinity item yang dibikin. Udah lepas sepatu juga, Malefic udah dipegang. Terus Gold Meteor udah lengkap lah. Mungkin udah sama kayak Pin, makanya tadi damage Pin juga agak bahaya ketika Don kena basic attack beberapa kali. Mungkin ya kalau seandainya mereka berani 3-2 nih komit gitu kan, cari kill ke arah Don, gua rasa Pin bisa nih jadi orang yang tepat daripada Woshipol. Yang jujur Woshipol masuk udah pasti akan selesai masalah.
FNOP tetap.
Susah banget ditumbangin.
Masa kalah mereka.
Sisi pastinya
sumpah kalau FNOP kalah guys, Indonesia juara coy M series.
Ya, ini dari Don yang benar-benar memimpin semuanya, diacak-acak. Memang butuh waktu yang cukup lama, tapi waktu yang lama ini worth it karena mereka akan melaju ke match point. Satu langkah lagi, dan Bigetron Beta mereka harus bisa menyamakan lagi nih setidaknya.
Wah, bikin gamenya sama dulu lah setidaknya.
Iya, kejar mengejarnya ini loh yang seru. Bahkan tadi Anarchy kan udah menang 2-0 dulu. Ya sekarang tiba-tiba Anarchy kembali.
Buka banyak nih, gue juga buka banyak tab. Semoga PC-nya nggak ini nggak error.
Ini hero udah pada tipis nih
sekarang. Bukanya udah berat
satu lagi aja, satu game lagi aja nih yang harus jadi concern mereka berdua.
Ya.
Karena game 7 udah reset. Ya kan, kalau memang seandainya di game kali ini ternyata hero dari Anarchy sudah habis in totalnya, itu bakal bahaya. Bigetron dengan cheese pick-nya atau dengan hero yang tersisa, jujur dari Anarchy dia punya power.
Boleh boleh banget. Gas.
Itu kayak
yang penting Indo juara apapun caranya.
Udah terakhir.
Tapi yang halal
tapi
ya.
kalau Rich Guy, by GoPay ternyata masih ada di Woshipol nih. Masuk di late game, akhirnya Farlane yang terus dipegang. membuat GPM-nya jadi paling tinggi. Sebenarnya udah nggak gimana-gimana sih ya, udah masuk menit 24 juga tadi, hampir 25. GPM nggak terlalu yang berdampak full lah buat teman-teman dari kedua tim. Karena perbedaannya paling cuma diganti Winter Imo aja. The carry-nya ada di
Gak kalah wasit nggak dong. Jangan pakai wasit Bahrain aja. Ada Lord Danang, Cok. Kita bawa Danang.
Paling bonyok.
Karena dari Don juga dia emang terima damage, bedanya ya
Yang sabar Ica, yang sabar. Tenang.
Kalau dari Marzi,
Daripada nanya jadwal, mending langsung follow dulu nih guys ya. Follow TikToknya Om Wawa.
persen ya dari magical damage yang bisa dipotong sama magical defense sebetulnya.
Oke, tapi apa ya yang tadi ada di call
Ya ini MDL.
ya, di saat kayak mereka udah
Nonton
kehilangan
MDL
bosnya,
dulu.
mereka tabrak paksa
Nanti
dengan
baru
keadaan
ganti
yang
lagi.
tidak baik-baik aja.
Grandfinal MDL.
Tapi simpelnya
season
gitu,
10.
hitungannya gini. Defense berlima, lawan 5 plus Lord Evolve. Landingnya juga tadi best turret, sisa di area mid lane. Kemungkinan terbaik untuk mereka adalah untuk balikin keadaan dan menang ya. Memang kalau kayak gitu juga ada nih chance-nya, tapi kecil. Tapi kalau seandainya 4 lawan 5 plus Lord, yang 4-nya ini plus Lord, mungkin masih ada chance yang lebih tinggi. Makanya mereka tuh paksa.
Coba ya.
Paksa dan jangan lupa tim fight mereka pede loh. Nether Ram, terus mereka ada heavy spin. Kayak areanya tuh besar.
Itu mungkin dia mau ngulang momen ketika tadi kan dapetin Lord Evolve juga kan dari RRQ Sena, tapi mereka bisa numbangin 2 orang. Mereka mau ngulang lagi mungkin kejadian kayak tadi. Ya akhirnya mereka mau coba untuk komit dari Marzinya juga. Sayangnya gagal.
Setidaknya diriku pernah berjuang ya.
Bener.
Wah, ya, namanya juga usaha ya kan. Tapi ya Beginner Beta mereka harus riset lagi nih ya. Karena waktunya gak banyak pastinya, dan waktunya gak banyak lagi karena kita akan menunggu untuk MPL Playoff juga. Nah, kalau yang gak kedapatan tiket gak usah khawatir karena di Eldorado nanti bakal ada MPL Festival.
Buktinya,
ada apa aja? Banyak
yang PH
banget.
ini hampir kalah
Ada
nih
booth
sekarang.
merchandise dari tim. Ada pastinya juga makanan-makanan ya, F&B. Terus juga ada panggung yang dimana tim-tim itu akan memberikan performance-nya. Dari brand ambassador-nya kah? Dari talent-nya kah? Karena juga ada MC-MC di sana. Banyak guest star. Nanti juga Bang Gio bakal ada host di sana ya.
Benar. Bang Gio apa stand up komedi?
Enggak dong. Saya sit down.
Oh gitu.
Sit down. Tapi nggak komedi.
Karena hidupnya udah komedi ya.
Yap, jadi langsung aja teman-teman datang ya Eldorado Dome ya, seru-seruan bareng di
Ada
sana.
ini kan nobar juga.
Ada.
Ya kemarin terakhir kan di Velodrome aja outdoor-nya rame banget tuh.
Ramean outdoor kemarin.
Ya, karena,
daripada di indoor karena memang ada kapasitas kan.
itu dia, nggak kebagian tiket juga kan kebetulan.
Nah, itu saya nge-host juga tuh kebetulan di situ.
Seru banget kan?
Meriah banget, seru banget.
Parah ya.
Ada fun match.
1 menit kita ganti layar guys.
Banyak lah pokoknya keseruan-keseruan yang bisa kalian dapatkan di
Ini gua
MPL
siapin yang
Festival.
MPL PH
Nggak
dulu
usah
ya.
khawatir, datang aja langsung.
Karena mereka
Siapa
udah
tahu
mau
ketemu
mulai.
sama idola kalian kan?
Iya, pasti nanti para player juga mungkin mampir ke sana. Siapa
Iya,
tahu kan.
tahu.
Pokoknya datang aja dulu lah intinya.
Ya.
Seru-seru pokoknya di sana semuanya.
Gak bohong deh. Janji gak bohong.
Udah mau meledak visi gua, cok.
But they look like they could have made a comeback with it. But they look like they could have made a comeback with it. With that Luna. So I wonder, because with how the drafts are going right now, it seems like if I'm Fnatic Onic, just go right out of the gate. You cannot allow Aurora to get a lineup that shines well in the early. You need a lineup that scales up fast and challenges their mid-game 8-minute, 7-minute power spike.
If that happens, that's long-term storytelling, man.
Absolute
Absolute cinema.
That's long-term storytelling, and it's also very ironic that you're gonna pick the guy with brilliance against a team that loves lights.
Yeah, that too.
And use it to beat them.
You couldn't have written it any other way. I feel like this is, again, the greatest season we've had in recent memory.
Ya,
And this
nyiapin
is
budget
looking
aja lah.
like it's gonna boil down to be our greatest grand finals
Ever. We're getting ready for it, guys. Here comes the draft for possibly one of the biggest games right here in MPL Philippines Season 14. And Fnatic Onic on blue side. What about it?
Well, the Suyo is a question. If picks such as the Low Yi, the Edith, will be taken away early or opened up for them, are they gonna change? I don't think they should go for a super drastic move in the draft. Chase the power, chase the Edith, or chase the Edith, Suyo, Phobius. Those have to be the first picks.
Yeah, for me, just give Kirk really a hard time. Don't give Kirk the Edith.
I actually want to see a 5-man mage ban on Super Friends.
Whoa. Just ban out the whole squad.
I'm that dumb.
Yang bagus.
But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 7 goes into a draft.
And FNOP will take away the Harith from Domain. Great respect. Great respect as well with the Fanith. And they go for the Edith. So this could be a Suyo. You're not going to rush the Phobius just yet if you're Aurora. I think they have to get the Suyo now.
Banget ya.
Suyo Gatot could be an option. Or steal the Eve from Super Friends.
At the same time, they still have a potential Valentina, so I think the Suyo Gatot would be a good option here for...
Yeah, so we were in agreement, yeah, Suyo Gatot.
Among the planes.
Oh, they steal the Eve.
Oh, that's the Eve.
Yeah, they steal the Eve. What a move, what a move by Aurora.
Wah, sebelah lagi mulai juga guys, kalau kita lihat ini dulu.
They said Suyo later.
No, I think that Demon Kai doesn't want to go for Suyo. I think he wants to go for Alpha.
Oh,
Antara
Gatot.
Alpha dan
Oh my
Suyo
goodness,
diadu
Gatot
di
Eve
MPL.
Alpha would be great. Suyo ends up with Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Oh. All right. So at this point, it does feel like the Edith is going to be so pivotal. Again, you can kind of stretch it out to whoever. But I don't... It's starting to look like Aurora might slide into a bit of a composition that relies so much on the death box.
Yeah.
And that might be a double-edged sword.
Do you get your mid right now? Do you just go Valen?
Time and tide wait for no one.
Beatrix so early on!
That's
okay.
A big power play, FNOP. But this is what we said. They needed a pick that shines at the 7th and 8th minute mark that counters the power spike of Aurora. But the difficult thing about this is you still have the Ling available and the Alpha for Aurora. Alpha might actually have a harder time. The Ling will be able to decimate.
Alpha.
But nope, they still fall with that.
Waktunya saya pakai
I think
Alpha
Alpha's a
nanti
good
malam.
answer because then you mentioned it again. A good power spike from
Tapi ada
Fnatic
Suyo,
would be
guys,
the 8
ya.
minutes, the mid game for specifically Keller with the Beatrix.
They
And
need
what
to
more to
balance that,
counter
yeah.
that with an Alpha pick?
You're right.
8 minute in, as soon as they get the third turtle, that's more than enough for Demon Kite. Eventually, they have a good chance of getting the Lord. But then again, we know the kit of Suyo when it comes to mutual objective.
Wah,
The Sever,
Suyo dipakai
Retribution
beta.
combination. It's gonna be hard for them. So they need something that could actually zone out King Kong in those crucial moments.
Capek banget. 3-1
You know, weirdly
jadi
enough with this lineup
sama.
here, the problem is they're going to be going up against
Biasa,
the
Bang.
Gatot
Santai aja, Bang.
which will probably pack a Revitalize. Aurora can go high loss. If they go high loss and Gacha, Fnatic Onic Philippines, one of their best picks that they can go for in the mid at this point will be the Sicilian.
Pertaruhan
If they go
Suyo
up against a high loss and the Gacha, that
Ya,
turns
inilah.
off the idea of the Sicilian, and they'll be forced to pick up something like maybe like a Vexana or the Valentina, of course, to steal away ultimates. But the fact that you're going up against the Eve Gatot Alpha, I would be terrified as a Valentina to play into that. You need a little bit more range.
Dari draftnya kayaknya Aurora win ya. Entah kenapa gue setuju sih dengan omongan kamu.
So deep. That's a deep ban, bro.
Literally thinking
My
about
God, man.
Lilia
Mereka
right
betul
now.
Lilia buat pegangin
Such a
Gatot
deep
sama
cut.
si
They
Alpha.
take away one of Super Friends' historically best heroes ever since his MPL Philippines Season 10 debut.
Especially against a death box.
Yeah.
Right? If everyone's grouping up together, Lilia would have been so great.
What is Domin gonna end
Dari
up
draftnya
here?
gue suka Aurora. Gue suka Aurora guys draftnya.
Claude, Luna,
3 awal ya.
But Tigreal, okay, Renegade secures his Tigreal.
Are they
Tiga
gonna do
awal,
something surprising for the gold lane? For
Kanan sih Aurora sih guys. Gua Aurora anjir. Itu Tigreal bisa pegang Suyo. Suyo gak imun.
Right now, the front line
Kena Yue tuh game kedua.
Grok, surprise mid lane Matilda, no Vexana, Aurora is what my head is going to.
Kalau mau ya kiri ambil Cecil.
Too soft.
Pernah buka Cecil guys kalau mau.
struggle here.
Ambil aja Cecilnya.
Still the Cho though.
Yeah,
Cecil
the Cho,
Purify.
but difficult. They need to go tanker. It can't be pick-off style.
Skill 1 imun kalau udah jalan.
And again,
Kalau
they're gonna
belum
have
jalan
to face
enggak.
against a lineup that is a big ball of... Oh my god,
Ambil aja
is this the Estes
Cecilnya.
lineup?
Vexana.
Is this the Estes lineup?
No, it's still the Cho.
Aurora, no way, right? No way. Oh, sorry, Tigreal.
Yeah.
Now, here for the gold lane,
1-1.
who is it? Alice?
1-1.
Are we thinking Alice here?
Weirdly enough, this has a lot of frontline for a Bruno to shine.
Bruno 1-1.
And Brody.
Moskov
those
or
kinds
Moskov
of
defend?
heroes.
Did he get picked
you still
at
have
all?
you still have like Melissa and Iksha
Iksha.
available. It's such a wide pool.
Clint.
Clint. Okay, they go for the
It's the more
backline burst.
stable guy, closer to your front line. right?
Gua Aurora
It's
guys,
mostly
lebih stabil
front line,
guys.
so they can respond faster if
Terus
someone
mereka
goes
ngambil
through.
Cecil nih, kenapa gak mau
So
ngambil
it's not
Cecil?
that bad, but the range is a
Ini udah
little
lanjut
less.
beresin MDL.
The lineup of
Kalau 3
Aurora
sama
can
ya,
reach the back line of Fnatic Onic
kalah lanjut
Philippines
MDL.
easier. This puts a lot of pressure onto Kirk and to Brusco
MDL kok
to
kayaknya
make
tidak
sure
sama
that
ya.
they
Ini
get
kanan
the
guys,
Eve,
Aurora guys.
they get the Clint.
Keras banget
They
Aurora.
cannot pour everything
Kalau kalah
onto the
Aurora
front
berarti
line of
mereka kalah
Aurora.
mekanik.
There it is.
Kalah pilot, kalah
You
pilot.
called it right there.
For me, if Aurora doesn't reach their mid game power spike, it's gonna be hard.
Aduh,
Especially
PC
if
gua,
Fnatic
please.
Onyx
Aduh.
snowballs with King Kong, Suyu, and Keller as well.
Sumpah cok, PC gua cok.
But still, for me, 50-50 like what you mentioned a while ago.
All right, everybody, throw out and get your coins ready. Here we go for game number 7 of the Grand Finals.
It's been years since we've gone this far. It's been months since anyone has ever made
Kakak mana Aurora kan friend. Bapakmu, Steve dari tadi lu dari tadi kayaknya lu ngajak berantem gua dah.
Unless they're both gods, one game away from winning the championship. Welcome to Game 7. It's
go.
Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Aurora MLBB.
Oh man, I had just realized that I have not been part of a 7-game series just yet since I started casting back in Season 8. And I'm so happy that we finally have it here with two amazing teams that have been defying odds all season.
Welcome to your first, Joseph, and this could also be the first for many here in this bout. Many athletes putting everything on the line. Brusco flickers away.
Again, look at that. Just how locked in both the teams are that even if you have to defensively flicker, Kirk was right there. The other thing that I'm excited to see and point out is as we get a glimpse right now of the gold lane, is it's a classic
Bojokin tank dari
matchup, right?
siapa
This
yang mau
isn't
bojokin tank dari
the
awal?
magic gold lane matchup we see a lot of times.
Both Marks people.
It's both Marks
Nice.
people. I love it.
Tinggal cloud
It's
gak
what
sih
they
buat
need to do. And
RRQ?
between them, they're both capable of playing these two marksmen, right? You've seen a Clint in Kelra and a Beatrix in Doming. Now Kirk gets pushed in deep. King Kong reciprocating the action, taking that small camp away. And Renegade just chasing. Renegade just clearing out. Brusco living in Demon Kite's face.
I wonder how this feels too for
Iya, bagus, ya.
Renegade. You know, just he got his hands finally on the Tigreal here, but Brusco is playing his signature hero on the other side. And you know that with that Tigreal, you have a couple options. Either you respond to when Brusco sets things up, or you can also be the guy on Tigreal and be a little aggressive. There's the flicker. Good dodge there coming out from Demon Kite. First turtle for the taking here. They're going to start it up.
AOG!
Getting in position. There's a jump. Not connecting, but Demon Kite will get the turtle. King Kong goes down first. And now looking for more. They're on the hunt. Brusco should be able to get away, but Aurora comes out with a win in that one.
2 minutes in, first turtle down. Brusco
Mulai gak sehat,
protecting King
men.
Kong's orange
Pegang
buff.
ini. Dia
It's
bisa
very
habisin nih
rare
buffnya
that
nih.
you see King Kong
Orange-nya diambil.
cornered
Wah!
like this. It's been a while since
Beneran,
we've seen
guys.
King
Draftnya
Kong
Alpha
get
lebih besar dari
deprived
Studio.
of his resources this early on. And Demon Kite commits Grand Theft Orange. 1,000 gold ahead now is Aurora. Joseph, I hate to say it, but is Fnatic Onic running out of tank in the gas right now?
I think it's more so this, Leo. They haven't been tested like this. Like you said in your intro in the game, when was the last time Fnatic Onic went through this kind of testament through a series, especially this long? That's where it really comes down to even the mental endurance of the players here.
Then this might be their true test. Look at King Kong, slow rolling his
Tuyul
theft
Alpha.
of the orange,
Tuyul Alpha.
taking a small camp along the way. Edward catches it.
Wah,
There's
kepegang.
still a little baby there.
Kepegang.
RWM.
Gonna be able to get out. Knock up through Kirk. Oh no, he's in trouble! King Kong gets punished again! And Demon Kite says, get out of my jungle!
They've cornered the beast.
Ya
and
kalau dari
slain
draft
him
kita sudah
twice
membayangkan
now.
tadi. Menang Aurora
Edward
draftnya.
canceling the AOG. Getting inside Fnatic Onyx head. And now Demon Kite's gonna clean up house. They're about 2,000 gold up now. And the second turtle hasn't even spawned.
This is pretty crazy because for a player that is so integral and part of the success of FNOP.
That's the regular season MVP.
That's the regular season MVP. He is now falling behind in terms of trying to keep up with the pacing being set. And Demon Kite has adjusted throughout the series, got his hands on this alpha and is just proving to be a nuisance. Sometimes he
Kasian
doesn't
nih
even get
Suyo
caught
ini.
because he defensively uses the Spear of Alpha.
And then re-engages. Turtles up and just as quickly taken down.
Polingnya
Aurora,
rapi
100% turtle take rate 4 minutes in.
4 orang tapi ngebelakangin turtle, bukan bantu pukul turtle.
They're going to have to go ahead and just kind of buckle up at this point. We know the statistic, 2 turtles back-to-back for a team, what they can do for the early game into the mid-game here. So they might try to, scrap up what they can. You can see the placements here for King Kong.
Tigrilnya yang jadi masalah sebenarnya.
Even though we got punished last time, he doesn't care. He's still going to be in the jungle of DK.
And that's what led
Kalau perang
him
5-0-5
to be
gue
such a
pegang Aurora.
successful jungler
Ada
in the regular
Tigril.
season. Continue playing the map. Continue finding resources until you can get there. And in this series alone, in this 7-game series, we've seen him do this with a Nolan. Now,
Bawahnya lihat platingan goldnya habis.
Looking at the item game,
Hampir
about
habis ya.
1,500 between Kelra and Domeng. Dear God.
Domeng menang lane jauh.
Domeng is on a gold mine. Where did he get all that money? Where is it from? Because everywhere else, it's equal down the middle. Aurora have successfully funneled everything to Domeng.
That was nearly just the farming and all that turret gold.
The shielding, and I guess he was double laning.
Double laning dia.
I don't know, man. That's a smart cowboy right there.
That's a rich cowboy.
That's a rich cowboy right now because they're going to have to deal with that. He's also now on the top side, so they're just going to leave him alone, let him do his thing. Domeng farming up. Fnatic will push that bottom turret themselves. They can't get it fully just yet because they can't overextend, and that's another turret.
Domengnya jadi.
Now in the hands here for Aurora.
Farming terus dia.
For Aurora. So far, top lane tier 1 taken down, bottom lane tier 1 taken down. The map is
Tapi
shrinking.
kalau kataku Aurora menang, kita juara M-Series coy.
And King Kong just struggling to keep anything and everything in his own jungle.
Berarti nggak stabil kan? FNOP juga nggak stabil. Aurora juga nggak stabil karena sempat turun ke lower bracket. Nah, harusnya gitu ya, secara teori ya.
I'd be surprised to see F-Not try to fight this, but they don't even get a chance. It's so quick to go down here. This is looking really good for Aurora right now. Nice, comfortable lead at 2.6, almost 3K up. Under the 7-minute mark, all 3 objectives in their favor, and they can play around the map now as they set their eyes on the tier 2 here in the top.
You mentioned earlier how Renegades Tigreal can actually play both offensively and defensively. I don't see him playing defensively or reactively at all. If anything, his mere presence is sending shivers down Brusco's spine. Brusco can't even cross the river right now. That's not what you want to see in a show.
It's not what you want to see, man. Maybe,
itu Blacklist kan? Oh iya, ini kan penerusnya Blacklist Aurora.
Kong to just play the map. He's going to have to do the best he can, but I'm worried for him because if he's pushing somewhere else, there's so many tools to go ahead and try to catch him. And that's exactly what they're looking to do now. Renegade.
Berubah gara-gara kena one strike push. Berubah semua dari sana. Gara-gara ditampar Cecilion, guys.
We saw Fnatic Onic do this even the previous game this early on. Mid lane, toss up from Kurt. From a Wrath going to be used. Demon Kite won't land the Spear of Alpha. They still want to fight. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down too. You're going to try to fight. There's the kick coming out from Brusco.
Renegade dapat banyak
goes in, finds the lockdown, and Demon Kite's taken out by
Kelra.
They're still hunting for more. Domeng falls. Kelra trying to buy time. UA and Edward chasing him down.
Kepancing Kelra coy, jago banget Kelranya flicker cari Demon Kite, gila.
Gets away with murder.
Atau
Fnatic
dia
Onic's first win in this 8-minute game. 2 kills, 1 on DK, another on Domeng. Those are the 2 perfect targets. Everyone else is just an accessory to Aurora's success right now. That is what Fnatic Onic needed.
kepancing Kelra tadi,
How did
pada
they
ngejar
set that
Kelra.
up? An amazing play. It started with Kirk playing
Kalau
footsies.
di
They
Aurora
didn't
ya,
make
gue
it
bilang
in
yang
time on
MVP
Wrath.
tuh
Alright,
Yue.
they engage.
Kalau
Pop into
di
rule
FNOP
regulation.
Kelra lah,
Next
atau
thing you
King Kong.
know, Kelra was in the back blasting him.
Oh, that's what you got to watch out for. I mean, he even used that flicker, right? So they're not going to have a couple of these battle spells now for this fight.
Not
so
for a
Aurora will go ahead and start things up. They know they have the advantage with the ultimates that they
Rapi ya
have.
Fanny.
They still have to respect
what
F-Not can do.
That's all of them in there. Lord now on a 10th of its
Hey.
health.
They're going to go for it. There's the jump on in. Renegade going to be in trouble. And David
Wah.
Kite gets the Lord. Spear of Alpha going to be in
Wah,
lockdown.
hilang
King
dua.
Kong and Brusco. Edward trying his best, but he falls next. The 2-for-2 trade, but Aurora gets the Lord.
Damn straight, Joseph. At the end of the day, Aurora win that trade. A roamer and an
Mahal. Ya elah, ada aja
XP
nih.
laner for a Lord, the opposing jungler, and the roamer. The math checks out. Aurora maintaining composure, recovering from that 2 free kills that Fnatic Onic scored about a minute ago. Looking at the items. Luckily, Kelra has been farming up. He didn't die in that exchange, so he's now just down about just under 1,000.
Yeah, he's still got some catching up to do.
I think there's a future here. I think if some way, somehow, the Sonics just pour everything on the gold standard, on the Filipino Savage, he can get over his trauma from losing to Edward. 3 years ago. He can get over his trauma losing to Demon Kite 2 years ago. It's got to come here, now, culminating in this moment.
They're all going to have to lock in here on the defense.
Jago banget Demon Kite sekarang.
Even if it's this first Lord
Udah
here.
jadi Dewa Baksia, balik lagi jadi Dewa Assassin.
Fnatic Onic holding on to what they can. Holy Shield still actually up here on the top side as they clear out the minions and keep the shields alive for now.
Even in mid, key use of the magic flare.
King
Kong in no man's land. He's in the pixel brush. Oh, he gets spotted.
Yue spots him out.
Aurora belakang siapa? Liquid.
A quick tap of the surge
Blacklist.
will get him out of there.
AP
But if
Brand.
it was any other position, if it was in the big river brush, they could have flickered in and caught him.
I guess King Kong is in a, in a way, if he's got to take a little bit of a risk, make some plays and move around the map, he's going to do it.
He's going to have to act as a threat magnet. If he's not in the base and he's not where Aurora can see him, that means he's up to shenanigans.
Wah, kalau nge-lag dari internet
Aurora has to
kalian.
clamp down on that. How much they give to stop that depends on Aurora, how much they're willing to. Because right now, that's all King Kong can do. He can't join fights. He can't front. He can deal some level of damage, but he's not as big a threat as Demon Kite. Demon Kite
Late game-nya
is
gua kanan.
a wall. Demon Kite is a house compared to King Kong.
I would say if they can dodge, like one of the biggest things obviously is the Avatar of the Guardian from Edward, but even the Spear of Alpha, man. The Spear of Alpha, if it catches multiple members from Fnatic Onic, they're in trouble. And that's why they have to almost utilize, like even the Eternal Guard, if it's dropped down at the right mark.
Gue yang deg-degan. Sabar. Namanya juga Grandfinal ya, wajar.
That's what's going to help them win the fights.
Oh, wow. Slow push up top. Couple of rogue minions left over by Fnatic Onic. Popping that Holy Shield too. There is some hope. Sonics all around the world watching. Fans in the Philippines. Fans in Indonesia. Fans all around the globe. Watch closely. This Lord Dance might be the last. Purple gets secured here by King Kong first. Lord here, down to 10.
Are they going to get there in time? Brusco jumping in the back. Demon Kite will get the Lord in the exchange. They're trying to run for it. They cover down the fire. Brusco flickers on out. No one goes down, but Demon Kite finally flickers forward and gets Kelra.
Wah, Kelra gak ada cuy. Kelra tidak ada. Slopus.
Situation. Deja vu. One might argue a 1-for-1, but Aurora walks away with a big one. The Lord, the enhanced
Bukan saya ini.
Lord marching through mid.
Si saya udah mau meledak, guys. Udah lemot,
They're going to be able to clear this out. Kelra will be back up in time. What does Aurora still want to look for? Or is that all they're going to get? Brusco
Makanya kalian sumbangsi lah, minta $1,000.
Wow,
Brusco.
Brusco's in trouble. Yue again, turning things around. And now without
MVP
Brusco,
harus.
they might lose the base turrets next.
It was too risky an angle. Not enough of a distance to come in and catch a good side. And now Aurora sending a wave down bottom. Fnatic Onic defending for their life. They need to hold out.
Mana ya bang ya? Cowoknya aja udah gak bisa kemana-mana tuh cowoknya tuh. Lihat tuh gamenya aja sampai langsung nge-freeze coy. Nge-freeze gamenya. Hari-hari. Ntar. Sampai tidak sanggup dia melihat semuanya.
He's young, he's scrappy, and just like everyone else in his team, he's hungry for this victory. Grand Theft Purple by Demon Kite. slowly but surely ballooning this lead up to 1,000, approaching 1,500, 14 minutes in. About a minute until the next Lord spawns lower corner. Luckily for Fnatic Onic, that is the long lane for them, wherein it's the softer side of the inhibitor. So, you know what? Maybe Brusco should save those big ticket kicks for the Lord fight.
Mau meledak guys PC gue guys. Tolong ya didoakan yang baik-baik ya. Dikasih sajen kalau perlu nih PC-nya.
But if we saw a preview of the Lord fights like the last one,
PC enak hal itu mulut ya gampang ya. Mahal.
Before the Lord begins. I think Fnatic Onic have been relying on the turn a little too much, and Aurora have smarted up to it. Aurora said, enough is enough. You've turned on too many people in the regular season already.
They just press the gas.
Tapi fun fact buat kalian semua, yang RRQ lagi seru banget tuh ternyata dikejar.
So good at the turn.
BTR
so good at welcoming Fnatic Onic into their own.
Guys, bagi singa 10 dong.
Into their own ring.
Mau upgrade VG ah.
That's what this lineup was made to do.
Mulutnya ringan banget tuh mulut tuh.
The Gatot. The Alpha, dude. All Doming needs to do is clean up all these criminals.
Yeah.
all these rogues.
If-nya nggak bisa ditangkap di
It's about to
belakang.
be high noon. Actually, it's past the high noon to this point. Game 7. Past 15 minutes. This Lord going to be crucial for either team. It's a half health. Brusco and Kirk
now a third.
going down the front. Kelra not going to find the Renner shot. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. They get that out. There's the implosion coming out from Renegade. Brusco could be in trouble. They're trying to get the zone.
No,
but
King Kongnya mati coy.
Prince gets the Lord. Fnatic on a
Nah, udah Demon Kite,
backside. Brusco will kick him in the face. And Edward's still alive until Kirk takes him out. It's a battle in the mid lane.
Kelra is real MVP kak si Kelra.
And they're on the run to the defense. What a turnaround.
Starting with the Monster Mage, the Lunatic Prince. Total anarchy in the Lord pit. He took advantage of that. He had eyes on the prize. And the Enhanced Lord walked for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Back to back.
Untung Super Prince dapat tadi.
Instincts on Kelra. He had eyes on the perfect target. He knew King Kong was gone. So he protected himself, kept himself scarce, and then started shooting for the high heavens.
Edward and Domeng will be back up here to try to stay in this game. Lord still has to be worked on, and it looks like they're only going to get the base turrets. Talk about the poetry of securing that Lord with the Eternal Guard from Super Prince.
The back and forth, the ebb and flow.
If-nya belum mati loh itu.
The beautiful and brutal exchange between these two world-class athlete teams.
PC-nya udah mau meledak guys, doain aja yang bagus-bagus ya.
You're missing out. This is what
If-nya
you pay
belum mati.
attention to if you want to see peak MLBB. And the only thing between them is an inhibitor and 2,000 gold. How is it that close? Yet still seemingly both teams engage as if their lives depended on it.
Leo, I'm not even complaining. We are here on the desk and I am entertained. I wouldn't want Game 7 to be any other way than how this has been for the past 18 minutes. And it brings us back to that.
18
The
menit.
Lord coming up in a minute. Are they going to try to make a play? Are they trying to get a numbers advantage? Because now the defensive items come into play with this.
Now they start juggling. Demon Kite just picked up his immortality. Demon Kite also has a winner crown, so he can jump in. Spear of Alpha, front, and then come back, deal extra true damage. Fnatic Onic have to accept that fact that the box does not belong to them. They have to play outside the box. They have to bait the box. They have to live in the box to be able to understand how Aurora do it. And look at the damage dealt by Yue. It's just so sticky. A box, the real world manipulation, but Super Prince is a one-of-a-kind mage. Super Prince comes from the same DNA that few, Sanji, Yue, Sans, they're all the same breed.
They are, man, and they come in clutch when it's needed most. And that is a huge factor for
Kelra lawan Domeng.
these teams here.
Gak si Kelra lawan Yue.
Lord has already spawned.
Kelra lawan Yue.
This is an evolved
Ini udah,
Lord.
ini penentuan guys. Ini Lord
Dare I
penentuan.
say, whoever scores this might as well
Lord
take
penentuan
home the
sekarang.
championship. River Control going over to Aurora first to the scene. They do take the Little Wanderer. Renegade still has His flicker still has his immortality, so there's a lot of engage on Aurora. How does Fnatic Onic juggle all of those factors?
Ini penentuan nih, penentuan.
Really be either team here that decides to start things up.
Suyunya jauh banget, Suyunya
King
jauh
Kong
banget.
will make his way to the fight.
Suyunya jauh
Or
banget.
is he gonna try to push and play something else here?
Lord might get soft reset here.
Where's King Kong going?
King Kong,
There
King
it
Kong,
is,
King Kong, King Kong.
taking the long way around.
King Kong di
Flanking
belakang, coy.
from the east. Doming can't see.
Gas mata di King Kong,
either.
mata di King Kong.
Renegade pushing them back in. Lord down to a 10th.
It's down to the 10th. He
Ya
might be too
elah
late.
King Kong. Domeng.
Lord already secured the jump
Lihat
in
Domeng,
from
lihat Domeng,
Edward. They
Domeng,
might
Domeng.
call the fight.
King
King
Kong.
Kong. Is he gonna go for Domeng?
Gas.
Takes
Ya
off a couple shots. He
elah.
gets the wind of nature out. But he'll disengage.
Gak seru King Kong gak berani ambil resiko.
Fnatic took a second too long. They had the set up. King Kong couldn't get there safely and fast enough to be able to get the pincer. Aurora scoring the Lord. No casualties either side.
Main aman dia.
Not even a flicker spent by Aurora. There was one on Kirk in trying to jockey for position. Looking at the items.
Bad decision gak sih tadi yang terakhir? Evolve Lord
Both
ya.
marksmen understand that rotation
Evolve
is the
Lord
name of
ini.
the game. It's the map. And what's King Kong doing?
King Kong kenapa di
What is
atas?
this? Joseph, is he back? Is he going for the back door?
He looks
Gak
like
bisa.
he might be.
Oh,
He's
no.
actually just gonna handle that wave, even
He sees
using
it.
retry.
He sees it. They see it. He has to go home.
they
He has to
can.
go home.
He's gonna go home. They
Now!
gotta defend here. Lord's gonna be worked on. Eternal Guard already dropped down. There's the box once again. The AOG is gonna be used to clear out the minions. Edward trying to get out and Spear of Alpha coming out.
Dibalikin cok, terlalu dalam, terlalu dalam, terlalu dalam, tidak, wah, selesai,
Are down.
selesai,
We'll try to go to base, but
selesai,
after a decisive team fight
selesai,
victory,
ya,
will
barang,
prep up to
selesai.
march in. And Domeng, he can't even get back to base in time.
It's all on him.
It's all on him. From a dominating regular season to a hard-fought grand finals, the Sonics will not be dimmed by the lights of Aurora.
Gila, congratulations.
They stand unbreakable.
Congratulations.
And new MPL Philippines champions, Fnatic
Yang di sebelah lagi
Onic
seru guys.
Philippines.
Congratulations.
MPL.
Spear of Alpha tapi Walter dimakan dengan detonas welcome bagaimana Toy. Heavy crossbow yang membuat dia akhirnya memilih untuk mundur.
Dan Daniel tanya selamat loh. Dia trigger juga dari satu
Ini belum
buah
selesai dari tadi kita nonton dari tadi belum
Road
selesai.
juga masih penuh kali bergerak ke arah top lane. Walaupun Big Beta sudah siap defense dengan kelima pemainnya.
Yap, pinnya sudah hadir, pin siap defense, entropy udah dibuka, memukul mundur teman-teman dari arah sana.
Yap, dan itu dia defensif yang kuat, damage yang besar juga. Kalau misalkan memang benar-benar mau ngandelin ke arah Lordnya, ini pin harus dihilangin. Dan tadi
Congratulations ya, FNOP ya.
waktunya nih untuk waktu spawn. Dan juga waktu Lordnya sampai ke arah base turret, ini cukup untuk pinnya hadir untuk defense. Karena waktunya juga masih belum terlalu yang lama-lama banget kan. Kalau tadi kan 24 menit, waktu spawn udah 70 detik.
Wah, itu udah bisa makan KFC tuh.
Waduh, iya juga ya.
2 immortal yang masih ada dari Anarchy Sena. Tapi ngeliat dari immortal
FNOP juga,
yang
FNOP
Veteran
juga.
ada di Marzi doang, itu pun masih cooldown. Belum ada sayapnya nih, belum kelihatan. Damage dari Wosipol full tanpa basa-basi. Ini yang harus dipikirkan juga nih, bukan cuma magical damage dari pinnya doang. Tapi ada Marzi yang bisa makan bagian belakang kayak ancaman Karatoy. Jujur bukan di pin, jujurnya ada di Wosipol.
Ya, dan ini
Aurora blunder terakhir itu tadi mau naik udah mati semua di
karena
atas.
memang akan sinergi ya, karena mereka minim juga dari magic damage, plus akan semakin tinggi healing efeknya nanti. Regennya juga ya dari based on magic power, makanya Rexlona build-nya ke arah Holy Crystal dan juga Blood Wings tadi terakhir.
Ada absorb-nya juga nanti bisa untuk melindungi ke arah Toy. Bakal enak lagi nantinya untuk nyerang ke arah belakang.
Tapi masih adem ayem lagi di Lane of Dawn. Masih terlihat cukup sunyi, tenang, tidak ada inisiasi berlebih karena harusnya team fight besar nanti akan terjadi di area Lord. Karena chance untuk Bigetron Beta bisa kontes itu cukup besar. Mereka nggak ke distract dengan adanya lane jauh karena kebetulan base turretnya pun masih kokoh berdiri.
Jujurnya mereka harus kontes sih. Yang ngomongin Farlane, ya tadi gue udah bahas juga Wosipol harusnya. Yang bakal lebih bisa memegang lah. Tapi ya langsung swiping area juga dia cari dulu posisinya. Dan ini informasi yang mahal nih. Kalau ada satu pick off aja yang terjadi dari teman-teman Bigetron Beta.
Wah, bener aja dia telah soal karena masih masalah. Tapi tiba-tiba ada satu saja yang
Kalau Pin nggak mati menang BTR sih. Kok posisinya Pin gitu ya? Lah.
Ada Pin ya. Pin gak selamat tapi dia ada top lane. Possible masih berusaha. Masih ada Rex London dan hilangnya Pin menjadi pukulan
Anjir.
bagi Bigetron Beta.
Posisinya Nathan lihat nggak tadi?
Tidaknya dapetin satu base turret di arah top lane. Dan Worshipo masih siap. Worshipo sang jungler akan bisa harusnya kalau misalkan mau kontes. Tapi masalahnya hanya tersisa 3 pemain saja sekarang dari Bigetron Beta. Yang membuat dari Anarchy Sena mereka langsung eksekusi.
Komit gak tuh?
Waduh.
Nggak bisa lah, udah pasti.
Bawahnya
Udah pasti harus defend.
masih aman. Masih Rex London tapi untuk Lord Evolve berikutnya akan disediakan untuk
Pinnya di
Anarchy
tengah-tengah
Sena.
4 orang tadi.
Lordnya memang bisa didapetin. Tapi di saat nantinya Lord masuk ke area defense.
Selama masih ada Pin nanti kayaknya masih aman.
Pinnya juga udah siap lagi. Pinnya akan siap untuk bisa melumat habis Lord tersebut.
Sama ya.
Anarchy Sena tinggal cari gimana caranya ngunci keberadaan dari Pinnya.
Kondisinya akan sama sih kurang lebihnya. Pin akan menjadi high ground defender terkuat dari teman-teman Bigetron juga. Tapi ancamannya menurut gue sekarang lebih banyak. Karena hard guard yang siapapun nantilah yang kena hard guardnya. Damage dari Rex Londonnya ini loh yang bisa menembus Wind of Nature dari Pinnya. Dan jangan lupakan true damage alpha. Gue rasa ya kalau memang RRQ cukup percaya diri, tuker Chen dan juga Pin. Kayaknya itu bisa. Jadi solusi udah ketangkep.
Wah, Worshipo di belakang Rex Londonnya bakal coba untuk di defense tapi ternyata harga.
Nggak gitu kelakuannya.
Hilang kuda Worshipo.
Apaan sih?
Lihat saatnya
Apaan sih?
Bahkan Toy kali ini walaupun tidak ada hard guard yang masih coba untuk fokus menghancurkan base turret dari top lane.
Oke, bakal ditabrak lagi.
Wah,
Apa?
Wapinnya udah bener-bener sekarang.
Wah, akhirnya juara MPL juga. Akhirnya.
Sudah dibuka trofi untuk defensif. Bahkan sekarang
Itu kena semua. Itu kena semua.
Tapi yang akhirnya membuat
Worshipo kenapa tuh?
menjadi
Sehat bang.
MPL ID season yang ke-10.
Dan please welcome the new champion. Kutukan berakhir. Kutukan runner-up tidak mempan di season ini. Dan juara baru di MPL Indonesia season yang ke-10. Please give it up to RRQ Sena.
Akhirnya setelah melewati banyaknya Grand Final, RRQ Sena membuktikan kalau mereka layak, mereka pantas disebut dan
Kayaknya kalau mundur tadi masih bisa defend gak sih guys?
RRQ Sena.
Kayak lu udah gak bisa dapat kill kan, cabut aja tadi gitu loh.
Mereka dapatkan kesabaran dari yang mereka rasakan. 3 kali masuk final, tidak pernah juara.
Down gak sih
Tapi
MVP?
rezeki akan datang tepat pada waktunya dan hari inilah.
Tapi dia sendirian yang lain udah revive.
RRQ
Iya nggak?
Sena.
Yes. Penantian panjang. Finish di posisi kedua. Jadi hantu untuk mereka. Jadi satu pressure juga.
Gue baru
pastinya,
login,
tapi
baru lihat.
Pembuktian mereka
Lagi baru
lakukan.
jalan.
Ini dia.
Nathan di tengah 4 orang. Oke lah kita reset. Ada Worshipo lagi begitu. Wah sudahlah. Tapi kan Angela late game udah tidak segampang itu bisa di burst ya.
Di MPL Indonesia season 10.
Salah, miskom sih kayak miskom.
Regum Keon Sena.
Congratulations. Selamat RRQ Sena.
Ya udah, terima kasih semuanya. Dengan demikian Watch Party kita juga udah berakhir ya. Kita akan start minggu depan hari Rabu sampai hari Minggu MPL ID Indonesia. Ini yang kalian nantikan, semua region nunggu juga. Kita mainin yang terakhir regionnya kita. Mari kita berikan yang terbaik, kita doakan juga buat perwakilan Indonesia nih ya. Semoga bisa mewakili atau siapapun yang menjadi wakil Indonesia semoga bisa menjadi juara di M-Series nanti. Terima kasih guys. Nge-live nanti ya kalau ada VIP ntar gue live ya. Thank you guys, I'll see you again. Terima kasih, jangan lupa buat di follow nih, nanggung banget nih belum 500. Jangan lupa di sub juga.